Semi-final Saturday has arrived at the BLAST Showdown. The race to the LAN finals is most certainly on as the pressure is about to reach boiling point.
Two very good games on hand.
Semi-final Saturdays, it has a nice ring to it.
Way too late. TMB with the double headshot. We're emphasizing jungle here. This looks good. JL though, he's gonna make it look a little worse. 3 kills. He's to the back of the site. Smokes to be thrown. Flashbangs to blind Maniac. Another player forced out of his position, but Maniac's peek is just good for the one. Waro's got that trade. Cleared corner. JL taking to the top, and they've got it. Oh! They've done it. G2 go down.
Position of it could be very, very important. There's a line up and a half. Doesn't even reload. He just knew now that Fallen's gone down. Jane on point with that one. Matt with a nice swing and he goes for it. Oh my god, the adjustment. Liquid make their way to the final.
The entire Fall Showdown has been leading up to this very moment. It's Championship Sunday with not one, but 2 grand finals to cement who will be claiming the last remaining places in the Royal Arena. Of course, I could not do this alone. I've got the wonderful Maniac. I've got the wonderful Pimp to be guiding us through today's matches. And we think about yesterday's matches, Pimp. We were saying, you know, not many upsets here at the Showdown so far, but Mad Lions, they said, hell no, we are making it to that grand final.
We got an upset and we got one hell of a game. G2 had every single possibility they needed in order to close out that game, but Mad Lions said no. They showed resilience, and at the end of the day, they were the better team yesterday, and they made the first big upset here at the BLAST Showdown.
And it was an absolute marathon day of matches yesterday, as we can see from that scoreline by Team Liquid versus Virtus.pro. Team Liquid managing to pull it over the line at the last second on Overpass.
That was a test of stamina for Liquid, and I liked the resilience that I saw from the NA team. We had Stewie 2K firing on all cylinders. We had NAF with a great series as well, and it is a little bit of an upset for Liquid to be able to take down VP.
Well, with so many incredible games, we also had some incredible plays brought to you by our CS Money Play of the Day. You know the deal by now. You guys have been voting over on Twitter, and now we can crown the champion plays of Day 5. So, Pimp, who have we got coming in at number 3?
I do believe we got a bit of a hunter. We don't have him anymore in the tournament, but we got to see what he's made of yesterday. With the AK-47, he's making massive damage right here. And that little jump shot, that's just dirty.
I cannot get enough of that one. We have JL number 2. Mad Lions, of course, the surprise of today, and he is making plays with the Glock, close range, combat style, and showing us how dangerous it can be for USPs to mess around when you have that Glock right in front of you. Picks up the USP, adds a 4th to tally.
Yeah, I look forward to seeing more of him later today, but we also are going to see more of Stewie 2K, who had a breakout performance yesterday on Overpass thanks to this ace. Moving around left, right, and center from Optimus Prime and winning every single duel he can get hands of. Stewie 2K was something else yesterday, and if he can control the M4 like this, Mad Lions is going to be in big trouble today.
Yeah, I'm so excited to see that matchup go down. I'm also excited to recap exactly what you guys were, dare I say, predicting coming into possible outcomes. Maybe that's the better word. We can bring up exactly what you were saying before this tournament was kicking off. Maniac, some L's on that side of
Some L's for me. I just have 1 L. I have 1 L. I think it's fine. I think I did great. Listen, this Heroic versus OG Esports in the final of that bracket A is what we all hoped for. It's what we wanted. It's what we expected. The 2 best teams in that bracket now fighting to make it to the Royal Arena. I just had my hopes, you know, for Fiend against Dignitas, but Forrest had a different opinion.
Yeah, a couple more L's on your side.
Yeah, usually I just take a lot of L's easily. That's the way it is. G2 took the biggest L yesterday. I don't even care anymore. G2, that performance they put up against Mad Lions was under all critique, and there's some big question marks coming into the major for G2, and even more so after the major. I think it's inevitable that we are going to see roster changes for G2. They couldn't beat Mad Lions yesterday, and as a result, well, they're one of the teams missing right here. The 2nd ranked team in the tournament, not part of the final.
And that's what's really surprising about it, right? We're looking at Mad Lions 10th seed and then G2 2nd seed coming into this one. It is kind of disappointing to see them out of the tournament.
I mean, it is an upset if I've ever seen an upset in my life. Mad Lions now fighting for a spot at the Royal Arena, but that's also what the Showdown is about. The Showdown is about giving a chance, an opportunity for an up-and-coming team, someone that's on the rise, someone that has momentum, someone that has a dream that can make it there, and they are actually going through all these steps right now. And
what a dream it would be to be gracing the stage in the Royal Arena. That's exactly what all these teams are playing for, the full finals on LAN, no less, in front of a Danish crowd. For Mad Lions, that would be a huge achievement.
It'll be insane. It'll be absolutely insane, especially because they have 2 Danes on their lineup as well in TMB and of course also the other guy playing there. So it's tough for me to imagine right now that OG, Mad Lions, Heroic, we have so many Danes in play in order to qualify for Royal Arena. They will all want this. You see the pictures right here. I've been in the arena and I gotta say, I've been to Cologne, I've been to Katowice. It is one of the best atmospheres I've ever been to. And some of these players, Freya, they're very inexperienced when it comes to being in an arena.
I was really surprised when we saw this graphic just before coming live that Cadian has only been to 3 arena appearances. He is such a veteran in the sea, but then you got to think about, you know, the types of teams he was on, the caliber of opponents. Yeah.
That is the thing. Cadian has been around Counter-Strike for a while, but I think it's relatively new that he is fighting at the very top of it. You know, the first spot obviously in the HLTV with his team, and Heroic now being absolutely relevant to snatch trophies, but that is quite new. Same for the rest of the roster. Only 2 arena appearances for the last 4 players combined. I have more than all of that. Sucker. But now they are fighting to get to the arenas.
Yeah, they really are. Man, that caught me off guard, Maniac.
Yeah,
You're stone cold.
I chose violence. New day, new me.
I mean, Fallen has probably been to more lands than you. I think that's pretty easy to say.
His Palmer is probably 20 times what I ever had in my life. But that's okay. I appreciate watching him play regardless.
But that is quite the contrast, right? You have some of these massive experienced players in Fallen, Stu 2K, Elise, Neff, players who all have played like the biggest of the biggest event. We're talking Chicago, we're talking Katowice, we're talking Cologne, we're even talking Royal Arena, where Fallen, you know, he was the guy for MIBR back then who made the entire arena go silent. I'm sure people still have trauma for that experience where Astralis were about to win against MIBR, but Fallen shut down the entire arena and made it go into a library. That experience right there, that's something you can't buy for money.
And this is why we're getting so excited about Liquid. I personally am expecting this major to be something else because of how many arena appearances we have. This, to me, leads me to believe that this could be one of the roster that actually just completely pops off once in that set, once in that context, because they know they've been there, they've done it. They know how to feed off of it, take the adrenaline and push away the pressure. With that experience, I have a feeling Liquid is not done.
I mean, everybody other than Grim has been through that experience. I'm wondering, just from your guys, both of your perspectives, really, you know, you've had that experience online, you've had that experience playing in an arena. What do you need to prepare for when you're coming into a situation like that is just so vastly different from online play?
Honestly, you can't. Honestly, you can't really prepare for it because you don't really know what's hitting you before you're sitting in the arena, and especially when it comes to playing on stage. One thing is being in the group stage, right, playing behind the scene and you can hear the crowd, but being in front of the crowd, you don't really know what to expect. You don't really know how to handle it. It comes down to each individual, and there's no plan for us how you need to react, how you need to prepare. You just gotta soak it in and you just gotta experience. And some players, they can handle it, whereas others can't. So for me, Maniac, I am 100% on your train right there. I think Liquid is gonna be dangerous, but the one question mark I do have is Grim. How is he gonna handle it, especially considering that his tournament so far this time around has been pretty subpar.
On the Manny train. I like that you're on the Manny train. I like that. Look, when you come, some players come alive on the stage, some disappear. And we still have a lot of questions as to how they will behave. But first you have to win this game if you want to be at the Royal Arena, you know? That's going to be the first test. Then we see you on the stage.
Yeah, it's definitely the first hurdle indeed. And we're getting into those hurdles very shortly indeed. We can take a look at exactly what is on the docket for the day here at the Blast Showdown. The final day of competition. It's going to be Team Liquid, of course, taking on Mad Lions later on today. But first of all, we are kicking it off with a bang. It's Heroic taking on OG. race to the LAN finals is most certainly on.
They're not that far from a Royal Arena spot.
Refresh just getting ahead of the push. The moment that door opens. Oh my god! And Tess's posted up on Fountain, comes in, kills 1 and 2. And he's gonna have a shooting gallery ahead, tapping. Whoa!
Final kill there in Mantu. And Nico on there. Oh, and they're fighting it back in Mantu. No one's checking that it's 16-0. Steeper angle. Yes, they're not ready. They sort of come in with their backs turned for the flash. OG will send them out.
Championship Sunday is kicking off with a bang. OG and Heroic colliding in our Bracket A Grand Final. Both Danes are plenty on each side of the equation. And coming into this, for the side of OG, this is full focus for them. We've got to contextualize this importance of this tournament for OG.
Yes, we have to praise the face, the shape, and the mentality of OG coming into this tournament because, of course, for context, they missed the mark on the major. So coming onto the showdown, I was full of questions. I was full of doubt when it came to OG. What kind of performance were we going to see? And I have to say, I have to admit, they've been stellar. Not dropping a single map, 4 players above 1.2 ratings, now 1 game away from qualifying to the fall finals. Hats off.
I agree. I think it's been a very impressive bounce back for OG. Even at the major when they were still in the tournament, knowing they couldn't qualify for it, they played Heroic and beat them 2-0 as well. So they played each other 10 days ago, where, yeah, both teams didn't have anything to play for. But ever since OG were out of the major qualification, as Maniac said, they haven't lost a map. They've been very convincing. They've been playing well. And it seems to me like what I feared about OG was this mentality of, oh, we didn't qualify for the major. Maybe the team is going to die. Maybe we're going to make roster changes. It seems to me like they just suck it up, right? And they're all going to believe in each other and say, okay, we failed at the major qualifier. We admit that. We can be sad about that for a couple of days, but now we got to show the world that it was a mistake that we're not going to be at the major.
And it was a comparison you drew to Complexity as well, sort of 2 different stories versus, you know, teams that aren't qualifying to the major. Complexity just really bombing out, not looking like they have any confidence as a squad. OG taking a completely different path forward.
Yeah, absolutely. There are many different courses you can take when you have to grieve the fact that you're not going to be at the major. I was also worried that OG would completely crumble, but that was not the case. Look, their numbers have been absolutely stellar at this event. There is no other way to put it. When you have above 90% of 5e the power plays as well, when you look at this utility, of course, the damage and the flash assist, there is a story in this number that we have to talk about, a story that is going to be very key today. Between OG and Heroic, obviously OG not being at the major, they can use every single assets, every single cards, every single joker they have today. This is the match that they need to win in the next few weeks. That is the match. We have seen OG embracing this new meta. We have seen Alexibi with the nade drops. We have seen, you know, all these rotations and this grenade being picked up on spawn. They have pushed the boundaries. They have pushed the envelope of the new update. And I am looking for OG to use everything they have, throw it all at Heroic in this one game.
Yeah, let's talk about that utility usage for just a second as well, because you've seen them really being the pioneers, or at least one of the pioneers in terms of squads coming into this new meta, this new update. But also the utility usage for the side of OG hasn't been half bad.
No, it's been really, really good, and they have been very creative with it as well. I will say though, and that's again speaks into the credit we gotta give to OG. I've seen a lot of teams try. I've seen a lot of games also in the online era now and all the qualifications. There's a lot of being, you know, fiddling around with the grenades and a lot of creative ideas. But one of the few teams who's actually managed to make it work consistently has been OG. There's always an outcast. You can see it here from Alexibi as well. In this game against Sprout, averaging 42 damage every single round with utility. I know if he's getting dropped 5 grenades, you know, but even so, that is impressive. That is very, very impressive. So yes, OG have been the pioneers of this so far, but they've also made it work. There's a lot of teams trying right now who can't really make it work, but Alexibi, he's found a way to do it.
And that is what I want to talk about. That is exactly my point. Of course, when you have this update coming over, a lot of teams will try and figure out, okay, how can we use these grenades? How can we use these drops? But between that and actually putting together a plan that works, that is really not that easy. From, you know, walking the walk or talking the talk, Alexibi is making it work. They have all these rotations. We had that clip in mind on Dust 2 where he's going short, 1 nade, goes back, 2nd nade, drops CT spawn, 3rd nade on. That works. And that is what is so cool about it. They bridge that gap, you know, between thinking about using the meta and really using it.
Well, before we head into this matchup, we do need to check in with Flames heading into this crucial game.
Do you feel like there's an extra motivation to make sure you guys qualify here for the full finals, considering you didn't make it towards the major? Do you feel like something's changed within the team?
Because we're going to lose a lot of events if we're not going to be qualifying to the full final. We're going to be like lacking so much time. Like, imagine teams that have major now, they have major, then they have different like other tournaments after. If we don't have the major now, we're just going to practice a lot and come really prepared to both BLAST Fall Final and IM Winter. which will make us like we will have an advantage in a way.
And the schedule in general, right, for a Counter-Strike Pro is quite crazy anyway. But have you guys been putting any extra practice time?
For now, it's kind of hard because you have like we have BLAST, so we prac when we can. Like we have 1 day. It's like 1 day official, 1 day off, like 1 day off, but like 1 day we practice, 1 day official, 1 day we practice, and then now we had like I think 1 week or like 1 weekend, like a bit more than 1 week for just like straight bracking and like taking a break because of BLAST. But right after tomorrow, I'm pretty sure we're like. We don't have a lot of like schedule because we just have practice for the rest of like the major period. But I'm not sure, not that sure.
Well, practice does make perfect, so I'm sure you guys will get enough of it done. And in terms of Heroic going up against them, how confident do you feel? Because last time when it came to the RMR, you guys got the 2-0 victory over a Heroic that had been pretty dominant in general.
Yeah, I feel like when we played against Heroic, they didn't really feel like Heroic, to be honest. Like, I played against Heroic back when I was in Endpoint, and like they were much better in my opinion. But it could be a factor of like LAN or like they qualified for the major, so basically this game is pointless for like both teams, I guess. So I think we also came to that game really like fearless, so we just like destroyed everything.
And interestingly, coming into this for some of the OG players, it's technically a little bit of a grudge match as well.
I would say so. There's a lot of history between these two teams, and especially the rosters as well. Taking you down the memory lane, of course, you have Valde, who used to be part of Heroic, and that's where he made his name the first time around. That's when he really made a case for himself to be one of the best players in Denmark. He wasn't in Heroic for that long of a period. He went into North, where he didn't really find too much success, and now into OG esports. But even in his time in North and in Heroic, there was this understanding of Valde being that if anyone ever could replace anyone in Astralis in the Golden Fire lineup that won everything and potentially could make Astralis even better and even more dominate, it would be Valde. He was so good in Heroic. He was so good in North, even though the team wasn't working, and he's been all right here in OG esports as well. Moving on to another player in Nico, who also have a lot of history with Heroic. He was one of the founders as well back in the days when he was playing with Valde in Heroic, and he's actually been there over 2 times. The first stint was okay. Heroic established himself as a top 10, top 15 team in the world, qualifying for some of the bigger events, but the second time he was in Heroic, they were at one point the best team in the world in the online era. So Nico has experience playing in the best team in the world, and he got kicked from that lineup. He wasn't no longer welcome, I guess. He wasn't no longer needed, and Heroic didn't believe they could replicate the performance of being #1 in the world with Nico. I bet you this guy's motivated to do the dirty stuff to Heroic.
And something that's kind of interesting as well about this squad, you alluded to it earlier as well, Maniac, talking about OG, you know, not having anything to hide coming into this. Sure, they didn't make it to the major, but that kind of gives them an edge coming into this. They can show everything if they want to.
Well, I mean, it's obviously a hot debate, a hot topic. Not everyone agrees on it, but if you are Heroic, you move into this game, you have the major in about a few days. Do you use every single card you have? If you have any diamond strategies, is that the time you use them? I think there's a question to be asked for this man that we have on our screen for Cadian. He needs to set his priorities straight. He needs to have an idea in terms of performance management. What are we looking for here? Are we absolutely looking to win this game at all costs? And anything we've prepared with that meta shift, we use it right now? Or do we try to keep it just a little bit? Just that one diamond strategy, that golden nugget. Do you use that? That's not the problem that LXCB has. LXCB can throw every single strategy that works at Heroic because this is their Super Bowl. If they qualify for the fall finals, we are looking at a potential salvation for OG.
Well, we're going to get some thoughts about this particular topic at hand from the side of Heroic as Refresh had a few words.
I also wanted to look at just what you guys are doing strategy-wise, because obviously I know you want to make it to the full final, be in Copenhagen, be in the Royal Arena, but also you got the major coming up. So is there a bit of saving strats playing a part in this?
Yeah, a little bit, of course, but we also want to play in Copenhagen, so we are trying to find the right balance of winning the games we want to and not revealing the big stuff we still have.
Makes perfect sense. And in terms of OG, you lost out to them during the RMR event, but you had already qualified to the major, kind of one of those pointless games. So is it going to be different that time around? Was it more just you guys not caring so much about the other match?
I mean, I wouldn't say that we didn't care. We wanted to win, but I think energy-wise we were a bit tired and didn't come in with 100% focus and energy, and it ended up us losing. So I think today is gonna be a different work that they met at IM Fall.
Nice. And when we look at this different Heroic, How much do you expect them to be ready for you guys and prepared for it? Because for them, this is like one of the biggest events they can qualify, considering they didn't make the major.
I'm not sure. It depends on how they approach the game, which I'm not sure how they play. If they still want to play to their strengths or our weaknesses, but I think they will be as prepared as possible. But I think our playstyle is quite hard to read, so I don't think they're going to be very successful at reading the game.
And it is definitely a hot topic coming into things. Pimp, do you agree with what Refresh is saying about, saving the majority of the strats for the major, maybe showing one or two flares here to make it to the Royal Arena?
I think it's important for the viewer to understand when we're talking saving strats, it's not that you're playing a complete different game of Counter-Strike if you're heroic. You may have one or two golden strats or one or two golden moves that you want to hide if possible, but what happens when it's 14-14 on third deciding map? What happens when they are one round away from playing in the Royal Arena and Cadian is sitting with the feeling that this one strat we already got could be the thing that takes us to the Royal Arena? Don't forget, Heroic is a full Danish team with a full Danish fan base as well. They got to cater into and please to. I am quite sure and quite convinced that if they get to a scenario where they have to use everything they got, let's say 14-14 third deciding map, they will use some of it because they want to qualify for Royal Arena. It's a big event for them.
Yeah, and I think it's a question that every team has to ask themselves if they want to be champions, if they want to be the best. Can we not just rely on the deep Counter-Strike philosophy we have just to win? If you're heroic, if you rely on that one strategy, the one we mentioned, the theoretical, beautiful new meta strategy, just to make it 14-14 to 15, then to what extent do you deserve to win? This is when you actually have to question yourself, what do I value more? And I agree with Jacob, I'll cross his bridge there. I think when push comes to shove, I think when you're looking at defeat in the eyes, you're using that cards. You think you can win it, you think you can push it to 16, you're using it. So if heroic, it's in theory great to retain some strategy to keep it close to you, but that means that you need to win with comfort, otherwise you're going to be pushed.
I do want to talk about the two heads for the squads as well, and Alexi and Cadian. We saw a little comparison just coming up earlier. And we talk about both of these people leading by example, really, in the squads, but for two kind of different reasons, I'd say.
I would say so. I think Alexi B is a modern in-game leader in this day and age, especially playing with the rifle. He's always out there trying to create space for his team. He's taking initiative, and he's the one sort of like leading the charts, I would say, and doing it on the server. I even complimented him back in INS, I believe in 2019, when he was still calling for them, and saying he reminded me a bit of Glaive, the way he's playing on the server, the way he conducts himself on the server. He is, by definition, leading by example. Cadian does it as well, I would say, in a different manner, right? He's the AWP player, so most of the time he has to sit a little bit back. He has to be the third guy, fourth guy in. He has to hold angles, and he has to be more viable in post-plant scenarios. So they do it from two different perspectives, but I will say both in-game leaders are very vocal. Both in-game leaders have a clear direction they want to go with their lineups, and both in-game leaders have found a lot of success with it.
Yeah, and just quickly, one thing we have to consider for LXB as well, we hammered this point about the major. As an IGL, this is your defeat. It is your defeat as a captain, as an IGL, when your team cannot make it, whether or not, obviously, blame and responsibility can be shared across players. LXB looking at the mirror thinking, I didn't push my team to the major. I had the responsibility. So this is why I'm praising him so highly, because he, out of everyone in that roster, had to rethink how he was approaching Counter-Strike and bounce back from it, and he's been doing it beautifully.
James touched on it in the interviews earlier with both Refresh and Flames. Of course, these two sides did match up just a mere 10 days ago back at IM4. So I'm wondering, in terms of the map veto coming into this, are you expecting similarities, any differences? Because we did see OG being heroic on Nuke.
Yeah, I'm expecting a little bit of a change when it comes to the heroic pick. I think the bans should be clear-cut. Dust 2 and Vertigo should be removed, right? Now for OG, Inferno is right there. It is very obvious that's a good map for them, and they go for it. Heroic, the difference, last time they picked Nuke, I could see an Overpass. That's what they picked during this tournament, and they played well. They go for the Overpass, which leaves a potential Mirage maybe as a third map that could be a handshake, but this pick from Heroic was the difference that we're expecting. Now they have the opportunity. Heroic, they go for the Mirage, so we have exactly what we were waiting for.
Okay, quite surprised, I will say, that OG removed Nuke. I would have seen OG play Nuke against Heroic as a third map as well. I think Mirage is a very much 50-50 map, one where you feel like none of the teams right now have established themselves as being consistent on the map. They can play super well, but they can also have some quite significant losses, where I feel Nuke right now for OG is one of the best maps, and they actually play well on it. But again, it's in theory, and I think both teams are fairly happy with this veto. Makes sense, makes a lot of sense for Heroic to go into Overpass. BLAST. They've been looking good, whereas for OG, that's the one weakness they have in the map pool right now.
And then talking about the first stop, obviously Inferno, last time we saw these two teams going head-to-head, 16-8 for OG. It was a pretty convincing scoreline.
Yeah, and it is once more a map where that utility damage is something we have to keep an eye on. On the B side, when they're on the defense, they'll just hammer that wall. They'll do these late retakes, mid-round retakes with Molotovs and nades. They drop the grenades as well, spawn, to be able to fortify that defense on the B side. So we have to keep our eyes on that one.
Anybody you're particularly looking at coming into this pit?
Look out for Flamesy, because he's been struggling on some maps. He hasn't really lived up to his full potential just yet, but Inferno, he's absolutely killing it. Averaging 1.31 rating over the last 9 times they played the map, where they, by the way, won every single one of them. He is the key to victory for OG, and if Flame gets going, then Heroic will have a big problem on their hand.
Well, the Royal Arena is beckoning, but now only one team's cries will be heard. The road to LAN is now at breakneck speed, and it's all going to be kicking off on Inferno between OG and Heroic.
ladies and gentlemen. Copenhagen, let me hear you. Are you guys here? Are you ready to watch some Counter-Strike?
They're right in front, defusing the bomb. The smoke. Oh! Taking two and falling back.
What a match between these teams.
Nami, finish like this? You are kidding me.
It's loud. It's insane.
I can feel that vibration through the walls, through the floor, through my heart, to the core.
Dude, the atmosphere is crazy. Are you ready to get this show on the road?
Man, that packed BLAST arena looks better and better every day. And today we're finding out who gets to join us in the Royal Arena in about a month's time, something like that. Who knows? Heroic, OG, that's who's duking it out for this first spot, and the odds pretty damn close, but leaning the way of Heroic. You're the OG fanboy in the camp. Agree? Disagree?
I'm an OG community member. Yes, hanging with them since the start. And
Since Valda's barbecue.
Since Valda's well before that actually. But yeah, the odds, I guess they make sense. I mean, there's a lot of Hungry Danes in the server here in both matches. Of course, later stick around for the match with Mad Lions and Liquid as well. That's also for a spot in the Royal Arena. But even in this game, we've got 7, right? With including Nico and Valda on OG. And Pimp was saying earlier in the green room, there is no bigger event for a Dane to win or to get to than the fall final, the spring final, the Royal Arena. It's about as good as it gets. Alexi has said that he's been holding on to some ideas and some strats and some stuff that has to do with the meta around the nades. But if you're going to use it in any game, it's going to be this one, especially if you're going to lose. No way you save anything.
No way. No way, Jose. Shush, Tessez, Cadian. 3 immediate kills in the brackets. Alexi B with 1, but that is all that OG will find in this pistol. Valda 1v4. So, I mean, big call out from Heroic. They had 4 players grouped up inside of brackets, 2 per side, and the meat grinder shreds OG to pieces.
Yeah, it's a super solid setup for this particular strat, and there have been tons of top mid explosions going on lately on Inferno, but this time it doesn't work out. And it's just one of those ideas that if you get the opening kill really quickly, everyone else can get flustered and the whole setup can collapse. And in this situation, it's the opposite is true for the CT side. If they stop one of the Ts, then the rest of them can also start to get distracted, try to refrag the wrong spot, and end up losing that way. Now, Valda's got a lot of time to kill, but we're going to watch this setup get taken apart. And they don't expect this many people to be here, of course. So it's a really nice anti-strat here from Heroic. And Valda's going to give it his best shot. He's had a little pop-up in form, of course, here at the Showdown. And that was after a series of really bad performances from him, at least to his standards, right?
It's down first. And who's next? Oh, no, nobody else. Cadian gonna stop it right there. 3 kills for him in the pistol. Heroic open it up. So nice to see that Valda can have a little bit of return to form, right? This is one of those players who I think, like, you can argue has not met expectations at times. He's been with OG. There's been, I'd say, like, lots of waves up and down. Red ones, green ones. And right now, just kind of par for the course.
No, I mean, yeah, here at the Showdown, he's been super solid so far. Very high average, probably in the 1.2 something rating. And this helps, of course, when you get a 16-0 versus complexity, but he was at the forefront of that. Help make it possible. There's been so many good ideas that OG have brought, actually already to Dust 2 and then to Inferno. And I think OG are a team who a lot of people are mad to be fans of and mad at the fans of, because they're a team who it just feels like all signs point to wins, but they don't have the tournament results, right? They have won that Snow Sweet Snow or something like that, or Fall Sweet Fall, whatever the fuck it's called. I don't remember.
Snow,
something.
Sweet Folly
Sugar
Snow.
Sweet, you know what I mean? They won that in the spring. Spring Sweet Spring. And those tournaments are not easy to win these days, you know, big plays in every single one of them. There's a lot of good teams, but at the same time, that's like the only tournament that they were able to pull off. And there's been so many close misses. And after they got rid of MBK, they got rid of Issa, and they picked up this roster, there's not really holes in terms of talent. They even Valda said, like, we've got a little bit of individual consistency, but I don't think any of them doubt their teammates as a whole. So we have yet to see that consolidation period end for OG and for them to actually just pick up victories. And that's what, of course, makes things frustrating, but always exciting to watch an underdog play.
Flashback to the pistol, finally going to start challenging in through middle, and only Valda with the 1. Now, the thing is, right, if it's a matter of this consolidation period coming together, the victories, whatever not, this is a team that is not going to be present at the PGL Stockholm Major. So as far as we're concerned, in terms of what's left in 2021, this is it for OG. A spot at the Royal Arena is massive for them. It promises them a LAN event with a crowd. That's the kind of reps. You know, if this is a team that's just naturally been going through the progression phase and trying to build people up, and you know, Flames, think about how important it could be for a newcomer like him to just get a proper crowded LAN event underneath his belt. So
and with Flames, you know, they were able to get to that final versus Gambit where they ended up getting swept, but the results overall have been averaging higher. And that's a positive sign, but closing out on finals day has been the bane of OG's existence. And it's great to be the Moneyball team, the team you put together off of Montu, who just somehow got in and just put up like insane stats in his first year. And like all these other scoops, like Nico, who is basically free, or Flamesy, who they just grabbed from Endpoint. But now they're taken so seriously that they have to be a lot greater than that.
Here's the flash pop into the banana. Cadian gonna open up in the first gun round. And the frag grenade is excellent. Falls right onto Alexi B. We get the MP9 swapped out for an AK, so no doubt that Heroic just won that engagement towards the B site. Heroic also moving their pieces ahead of A, getting into OG's rotation, and stopping them dead in their tracks. A missed op shot will find Cadian walking wounded. CEST tagged ever so slightly, but there's still the pit player and Refresh inside of the bomb site. So Alexi B is way too tunnel visioned, and then Refresh sweeps away 2 kills easily from inside sight. Heroic, very proactive. Just as OG got to banana, boom, they're met by the flash peek. They lose a player. The nades turn them back, and they couldn't even get to A ahead of Heroic because they read them like a book.
That wasn't great. That wasn't great. As soon as they lost their first kill, they really kind of panicked, ran over towards lane, took some risks on Arch, lost a player on Arch as Nico was holding the baton out in the front and said, I can create some space for us, but then ended up dying. And from there, it just feels like they basically were lucky for that round to not end even sooner. So Heroic, they're sharp, but OG are not.
So OG will be right back into the doldrums, the dangerous dungeons of the eco rounds. They haven't really given us anything too inspiring so far on this T side. Pistol got shredded,
yeah.
Slow ecos. And the first real gun round really just hinged on that initial banana setup. They do have 3 smokes, 1 flash. OG have just piqued my interest. Ever since the Alexi B Dust 2 grenade charade.
Insane.
Like,
I mean, no question. He's been the most proactive IGL who's actually not only implemented ideas, but literally setting records with the, the workshopping they've done off of the new meta. So that's nice. I mean, that's something. And also, there'll be some of that on CT side here on Inferno as well. They have some great setups. They just can't look forward too much to the CT side to bring them the wins.
Right. They got work to do. And feels like they're maybe paid by the hour.
It's a long way to do it, actually.
Flashing to the top of middle. They're going to try and challenge Cadian. He drops Alexi. Easy op shot. Does offer an opening, so maybe TESS will feel a bit of pressure here. It's TESS with Stown up inside of the B site. First challenge knocked back, then the challenge inside of the CT cross comes through. Stown, nice headshots as he gets himself a second and a third.
Overall, Stown's been great. Cadian saved them, I think, in a couple of their, in the earlier matches in the bracket so far. And there's not really been questions. I think Refresh has been an absolute standout player in the showdown across their 2 games so far as well. But this is also by far, in a way, their hardest competition. We have the Dignitas 2-0 as well as a Poggers 2-0. And Poggers did score over 20 rounds versus Heroic. A very exciting best of 3 to kick things off.
I think maybe that's partly made possible
Always nice
by
to kick it off with a massive upset.
Yeah, that's the Loba mind games. He was in Cadian's head. I've never seen so much all chat, honestly.
Everyone just calling each other bot over and over again.
Bot hold, bot
Seems
nade,
so
bot
mean-spirited.
spam.
Nice hold, bot. Nice nade, bot. One day someone's feelings are gonna get hurt.
Can you imagine? Shush drops an incendiary, so Nico's not allowed entrance into the apartments. Ah! He can't see. But he regains vision, and will have to give up the boiler. Nico's still trying to play with it. Valda not far off. Cadian lingering, though.
Yeah.
Maybe running a bit of a risk. He's got no teammate to help him out. Oh, excuse me. Shush does double back around through balcony, so Cadian takes a more aggressive angle. Ooh. And Valda came around that corner firing, but Cadian just hits the one shot he needs to. And now OG don't want to give away a sound cue, but they're definitely trying to use Arch. So they've seen this opening made possible by that 2-player apps push. And just before they can start to wrap the bomb site, sure enough, Heroic's utility gets ahead of them. Refresh right inside this smoke. Cadian within the bomb site. OG know that they almost just sunk their teeth into the flesh of Heroic's A-hold. And Flames Well, he just needs to keep eyes on Arch as the 3 players push up short. Getting his kill versus Refresh is great, but Shush still able to keep them off of bomb site. And Cadian, well, he gets iced out by Alexi, jumping over the box, shooting down into him. The plant will come through. OG, best stance we've seen yet.
And they know Shush is still alive in the pit, so he's going to try to be a pain for them. And with him alive, that certainly increases the odds of the retake being possible. And we'll see. We've got Alexi swinging between 2 positions. He kind of has to focus on Arch as well. And Matu tries to go a bit deeper. But they are all taking risks right now.
Stown could be the one that unravels it. Graveyard Pete comes in. It's only the pit player to prevail. 10 health left over. Not ideal for Shush.
It's like, can I save though?
No, sir. Mantu clears it. We've got OG on the board. But damn, what a round, man.
They work hard for that.
They're going to have to. That's what I'm getting out of this one already. Heroic.
I can't believe Volta pre-fire. Bro. That was actually some... I don't even know. I don't think Cadian will push that again. That was kind of insane what Valde attempted there. But this is about Alexi B getting that second entry from the top of the site. And also from Flamesy cutting off the rotation inside of Arch. But good not to overextend. Valde was about to peek into them. Got his nade down and they didn't freak out.
See if OG can convert it. Heroic bolstering the numbers at A straight away. Was a very good mid-round call to take middle and challenge Arch. Alexi, nice flash from Mantu. Able to get that first one. Stown able to answer. Flame Z jumps out.
Oh my god, they don't have head armor.
Oh, that makes a world of difference. Doesn't always, but definitely does in this moment. Damn.
Yeah, they just won the last rounds.
A little slick movement, too. Yeah. Get him up there. Perch him up.
And that was actually Flamesy comes out in a really good opportunity here, right? Because they had Alexi came out lane and then they know the setup. So Flamesy jumps at halls. His teammate's here to clear and pit, and Flamesy's meant to jump out and have people shoot at him while he goes into lane. But they know it's an aggressive mid-control setup because of what Alexi just saw. So basically like, all right, I don't know if they're calling it G2 or not, but I will. And that's all the info that they need. Flamesy, such a solid entry. Actually, an insane talent.
You know, flying Mach 10 headshots. Insane talent.
Yeah.
But it is. That little snap adjustment midair he makes. Of course, made possible by the fact that they don't have any helmets. Maybe that would have given enough time for somebody to turn around, but that's not what we're dealing with.
They didn't have helmets because they lost the last round.
Time for a timeout. Heroic feeling the pressure here. I like these slow cooked rounds that we're getting out of OG. You know, this feels to me it's like Mastermind CS.
And then Alexi just flies up mid.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Sometimes we go A, sometimes we go B.
Sometimes we go slow, sometimes we go fast. Maybe we go to the Royal Arena. It's been a week of single elimination best of threes to get us to this point. Finally, we're starting to get to see some top shelf CS. Buy back in from Heroic. Looks good enough. We'll see if they can manage to keep off OG from this spree of 3. Alexi? Oh man, lucky to be alive. 1 health left. Fire around him. Frag grenades flowing over. His teammates spamming just over the shoulder. Alexi is alive. So is Bogdan.
Three have made their way over to the B site, and Stown will get a tag. Here they go. They're exactly quick off this. The flash comes through. One Tessus. He's got low players in front of him. Almost picks up 3. Now 2 players on 1 bullet to death.
And Valda even going to get dinked. It's 10 HP between the 2 players of OG. Alexi just wants this bomb plant, and he's going to find it. Refresh his nade off the mark.
Oh my god. Where did he even aim that?
Was he looking
it looks
for
like a quad?
Yeah, it looks like it bounced off of like that skinny pillar. Almost in front of quad. It seemed like he wanted it to hit back quad, but it didn't quite go. I don't know. Point is, OG hanging onto this post plant by a damn thread. And Alexi, well, if he can just hit this op shot, then that'd be perfect for Valda, who swings out and dies to Shush. Now the smoke grenade in front of Alexi is going to make things awkward, and one bullet's going to kill him. The bomb is so far gone that he had to hit that one shot, and wow.
They don't have the kit.
That's
They
it?
don't have time, yeah. They just have to run from it.
Oh my goodness.
3 rounds in a row for OG. They actually pulled that off with like
a 10 HP post plant.
And Alexi could have died so easily there at the top of Banana, so they make that little bit of health go a hell of a long way. I'm going to say that's mostly because of, oh yeah. So I think he's probably aiming for quad.
Yeah.
But they had a high chance of getting a kill with any of their grenades on the retake, so a couple of small mistakes there by Heroic, and they're going to be kicking themselves when they learn about the health situation on OG. But look at this, 4 buys in a row here for Heroic.
Yeah. They've got the money.
Wow.
They also saved the double ops from the last one, so really all they bought was the MP9, the A1S.
Got a really aggressive T-side game plan in the beginning of the round to swing out mid like this. You had Alexi fly out mid, and when you do that, you're opening yourself up to get off from the CT side if there's any kind of peek that way, so it's kind of a gamble. Something you do based on the team you're playing, not just every game. But
Decoys.
What's that?
There's decoys.
Those are called Heroic players.
Oh my god.
Just kidding, man.
Okay, bro. Okay, bro. I didn't know OG had hired an official cheerleader.
Well, probably hard to read another buy, right? Four buys in a row. I mean, this is so good from Heroic to make the money go this far. Ooh,
Drop shot.
They get top Banana. We've seen them go right into the exec from here, but there's 3 CTs again.
The fire at the feet of Flames. Down he goes. Down. Gonna hit the follow-up. Desert Eagle from Tesses. And he peeks right back into the wallbang headshot, but Stounds off Sings, and Valda falls down into the oranges. Wide out he goes. And now he's got 2 more to take. A 1v4 attempt from Valda. Comes off of the plant. Smoke begins to fade. Peeks back. He's got a third.
Wait, he's open now to CT. Oh, Shush comes in late. He's thinking for sure it's going to be Banana. Man, that should not have been close at all. They ran right into 3 people. It was a really bad exec from OG. They just decided to jump through off of top Banana control, catch a timing, but literally Heroic are ready with 3 for a round that they just saw already. Valda makes it hella expensive off of these kills, and that's Heroic managing 4 buys in a row.
Yeah.
Spending all of their money. They won't be able to afford an... Oh, they actually do. They actually can get an op again. Oh my god. Guys have done so well to be able to pull this off economically.
Buying on a budget, that's for sure.
That was such a messy round from OG. But it's terrifying. You know, you feel like you can't even hold a grenade out on CT side if a team is going to do that to you. I think it's important to threaten sometimes, but...
Smoke just landed on a balcony. Refresh gonna play right next to it. He's got Shush down in the pit. Shush just left. Refresh, he's body blocking them. Flames is now inside the pit as Shush comes back, and Refresh, dude, they just got lost in the smokes.
That was a little bit weird. There's still one on the site here in Tessis. He only has the MP9, but there's still lots of time for OG to work the site slowly.
Ooh, insta-dink from Flames. He just jumps up.
All right, now that was...
Deletes Tessis.
That was also that was messy from Heroic.
Shush left the pit through the smoke to Graveyard and then walked back in.
Yeah. I think he might have got blind. That's the only way I could assume that you do that. But typically you don't want... You can always step into a smoke to buy yourself 15 seconds. Yeah. But on a CT setup where you need to help your teammate and also cover a lane or a certain choke point, if you step into a smoke, it should be like a total emergency play. Now, the only thing that might have made the difference there is OG threw great flashes. I'm not exactly sure where they landed, but both Heroic players got caught off. One in the smoke on the balcony, not even fully covered by it, and Shush just saying, like, what the hell? I can't do anything right now. I've got to hide.
That's just a smoky nightclub. Bodies bouncing.
Maybe that's why they're keeping it simple. This is such a like stylistically, so similar in that regard. Heroic are a very explosive team as well. But no, he wasn't blind.
Flames is. Shush just thinks that pit's still clear.
Yeah.
Maybe Refresh hadn't called that one had gotten through because he was still body blocking a couple.
I mean, it's not. Yeah, they know they're there.
Weird one, man.
Yeah,
weird
that's a weird one. Just good for. That was good from Flamesy to just make that much space. I'm just like, this is my final destination. I have pick control. Like, if we have more players on the site, I can chill here, make sure we can't get killed from here, and all these angles are open from pit into the site as well.
Well, finally, Heroic.
You know, maybe it's been such a messy game just because of how important this game is for both teams. Like, we're seeing some crazy stuff happen already.
2 players, missed shot, easy double. Nico and Flamesy able to pick it up, and they're gonna just try to apply a bunch of pressure through the apps. Refresh, same position, lesser weaponry, and Flamesy's just not stopping, man, clearing everything with rambunctiousness. He throws himself down into that bomb site, and this one's gonna be another for OG. So we've got a T side to tie at 5.
They gotta be looking for Cadian.
Yeah.
He's done that twice. He's gotten pre-fired twice. He hit his shot once. But that's the round off that play.
Ooh, TSS gets wrecked too. So, sure enough, secured with not only 5 rounds, but 5 players up and standing.
Luckily for Heroic, again, done such a good job with the way that they spent their money. They've somehow managed to have an op, like 4 out of the 5 rounds that they lost. And now they'll get a buyback after saving 1 single time. However, this time there will be no op in play for them.
Blocking the cross. I feel like we've had a lot of the fights start to hinge on the apartments play. This time they're going to boost over the mid-smoke, looking for somebody down there. Could come to them. You see Mantu moving around. CT's with another smoke. This one makes it a little bit harder. Oh, he's right there.
Oh man, he can't actually see him. Maybe if he comes back, they get a rotation. Oh! Thought we were watching.
Hey there, neighbor.
Yeah. Okay, I didn't.
Mantu kicks Cadian off of the head stack, and the 5v4 is made. Found with ease.
I'd like to see what it looked like from Mantu's perspective if he was like double scoped or what.
You could see that the second CT smoke was not nearly as comfortable for Cadian to work with because he just kept trying to inch forward to see over it.
Yeah.
He had a better angle that maybe would have given him vision over Mantu. But the second smoke messed with the setup ever so slightly. Game of millimeters, man. And that's one of those times where it definitely makes a difference. So bomb planted from OG at B. They just head on over with that first kill on Cadian. We saw Heroic just overstack the A site, and now they're going to be transitioning into a save. This is the vision of Mantu.
Wow, he barely saw him.
Just sees the hat right there.
Of course, for those who don't know at home, everyone gets a different smoke rotation. So those are those in the server as compared to GoTV also do 2 different things. So sometimes you'll be able to see something a player cannot. But the smoke does rotate consistently, so you'll get the same gaps at the same timings. And for Heroic, well, they got their 5. They saved 4 on this round. They'll buy next round. And OG have kind of like stabilized the situation, but the half is far from over.
Solid string here, though. Remember, this is a 4-0 start from Heroic. 2 3-round streaks broken by the single CT round win.
This is Valda versus his old team.
Yep.
Kind of is just his old org. You know, not so much his old team, but it's Nico versus his old team. And it is always nice to have someone who played under a similar IGL because then they can, it's not necessarily that the team is the same, but some of the logic might be the same. So Nico would say like, this is what Cadian would do here. This is what Cadian likes to do. This is what I think Cadian will try next round, that kind of thing. And that's where Nico can chime in.
Back into the play with no op on the Heroic side. Coming off their second timeout. This time it's a bit more aggressive, a little bit of a dazzling attempt to get up Banana. 2-3 kills off of utility straight away. And 2 of them favoring Heroic. 4 versus 3, not to mention. Check out the health of 2 of these players. OG, wounded. They knew what they wanted. They decided to sign up for that Banana fight. And now maybe it's going to have to be a little man-2 magic. Jumps into the corner peak, sees the arm of a CT who may come back for a bit more info, but seeing as it's not an op on the other side, why would you? Drops a smoke grenade, and that's going to turn OG's attention elsewhere.
They're pretty bruised up here off of those HEs. But it looks like they have no plans to turn away and go over towards A. They're pretty safe on the pulse push and stuff like that because they've caught Cadian in that position. Look how slowly they're potentially moving into B with all these utilities.
A little bit of burn damage on the orange player, doesn't matter. TSS, always good for 2, man. Every time they've come to this B site, TSS has delivered a couple kills, whether that's with the A1S, whether that's with the Deagle. He's just locking in this orange spot. He's always in there. All of his frags from this side of the map have been in that one position. So it's a consistency from Heroic's B-site defense that bodes well. They're going to tie this game back up at 6, chip away some of that cash that's stacked in the coffers of OG. They got that international money.
Yeah, they do. The back-to-backs. So scrappy. So insanely scrappy to top Banana control. There's nothing bad about what Heroic do. They throw their grenades, they fight for top car, and they win their trades and get almost 100 extra damage across 2 players after. And of course there are small margins where you're like, okay, maybe 2 players could have died, but in this position there's like a lot of safe grenades behind their Molotov, and they throw a corner Molotov as well, so it's the T-side Molotov to stop an op from peeking or to punish someone for standing there. So we've heard called Hobbit, and in that spot, if OG get a kill, they can't actually chase because they mollied it themselves. So they're looking to just secure top Banana, but that's the fight that they asked for.
Deeper utility this time around from Heroic, and a lean from OG back to A. We've seen some heavily focused A plays from OG, utilizing apps. But maybe giving up a bit of Banana control could offer them an op kill. Mantu waiting for the Cadian peak, but it doesn't come his way. I like the initiative from Heroic as well. We saw the double boiler nade stack into the back door, but nobody there from OG. They kind of sat here towards middle, and they're going to go for that minute Banana control. Maybe they don't let off the tempo here either, right? We've seen them just try to cut through, and Cadian, he is alone, so he needs to be cutthroat. Drops Flamesy at first. Heroic starting to move bodies over. OG wary of a back site player, but that's not the case. There's no anchor here for Heroic. It needs to be the 5v4 retake. Alexi's gonna plant that bomb. Could get out of the way before the nade lands. It's not too bad. We've got Nico committed to inside of the pit. Alexi all the way back. Mantu on new box, and Valda towards Banana. And Heroic, tons of tools to make this retake happen. Grenades galore.
Uh-oh.
Mantu, though, he's not hiding inside a quad. No, sir. He tries to take the peek, and so does Valda. 2 kills. As he just starts to wreck face. 3 frags wrapping around the construction. They want these duels. They want these kills, and they'll take them. OG back to the lead. They saw that CT set up for the retake, and they decided to make their move first and foremost.
Yeah. That's that corner. That's where you throw your HEs from on the default plant. That's the position that you need to peek out if you want to molly quad, whatever it is. Shush is there throwing his smoke for CT spawn. So a lot of the CT retake spots can be pretty predictable, but that doesn't mean that the CTs are easy to kill. In this position, Mantu has to pick a timing where he doesn't think Cadian is holding his angle, and maybe Cadian fires through the smoke in construction and he thinks it's time to peek, but that play allows Valda to take a little bit more space, and then he goes the distance and swings deep into CT spawn. 2 ops to compensate for the fact that they are a little bit low on utility and guns than everyone else. I like it.
Cadian gonna eat the flash, but he has support inside of the cubby.
They have no idea who to be here.
Refresh, perfect timing. 2 kills to his name. Shush inside of the site as well. Stops them on the lane push. He'll die to Valda. It's a 2v5 attempt. Fire. Ooh, damn, that's close, but he's okay. Valda engulfed and still stands. Flame Z. Oh my god, he snaps it back onto Refresh. One of the 2 ops makes a sing. And Valda looking to sting in the clutch. He pushes up to the graveyard. Remember, double ops on this retake, not ideal, especially since TeSeS has the pistol, but that flashbang kind of relegates Valda to the corner. He gets stuck in it, hopes the Moto peak comes in first, and that's not the case. It's the slow push on short that nets them their round win. Heroic retake for 7.
So a great flashbang and a great round from Refresh, who picked off 2 at mid. And there was a gap here where they just had no suspicions whatsoever, maybe because they moved so quickly that Refresh was going to be in this position. Maybe they saw someone that told them the setup was different from what they know from patterns of the past. That much we can't be sure of, but that small gap in awareness is what allows Heroic to win the rounds. Now we go to the last round. I think we couldn't have it any other way. It's been such a scrappy half back and forth. Some great rounds here from Heroic. I think it's been fantastic to watch the economic management more than anything from them to pull out so many buys even as they were losing. And for OG to really make some of these negative starts end well, with they had low HP or they're in a post plant they're not supposed to win, or a combination of both. And they're kind of turning water into wine, where it feels like most teams would just slowly lose.
Smoke to block off Cadian. He quickly falls back, gives him a little bit more room in mid. Not that OG are going to take it, because they have their eyes set towards Banana. It's down, full flash, falls. Smoke comes out from the support of TeSeS, and that's enough to turn the attention back from OG. Minute left on this T side, and they're looking to take it away with the lead. Cadian's curiosity gets him peeking back into middle just as OG toy with the thought of a boiler push. And now they're right here, knocking on the A site's door. Follow-up smoke, exact same position. Incendiary is the answer from Cadian. Now as well, coupled with a bit of balcony pressure, but this is utility still being thrown on each side of the A site, and it's all going to come down to this collapsible moment. Who stands at the end? Well, it won't be Alexi. Now he calls from the sidelines. Cadian inside of the site, taking damage through the boxes. Flame Z pushing up. Shush, she's got the double. 15 seconds remain, and it's just Montu left over. A 1v5 because everybody else around him dropped by this CT setup. They felt pressured from both directions, but they still hold in the center of it. 8-7, Heroic take to the T side.
Hey guys, it's Real4 and I'm back with another Pro Low with Blame F. So Blame F, he was telling me the rules. He knows what's happening in this series. And therefore, are you going to get 4 out of 4?
I don't know about that, but I will definitely try my best to do better than everyone else.
Okay, well that's your aim. You want to beat everybody else, not only in the server, but also in Pro or Low. So, ready for the first one?
Yeah, let's go. Okay. Straight into the action, looks like.
Straight into the action.
I think that one is a little bit hard one because you don't see him take a lot of decisions. It's more like a lot of aim duels and, you know, just like straight up fighting people. I would say it's a pro just because he seemed very like a very good aimer, and he seemed like he even knew that instead of like trying to like fake the bomb when you obviously didn't have time to like play time like that, then he's like went for the guy, kill the guy instead of trying to make a mistake like that. So I would say pro for sure.
You're right, it's pro. It's Refresh. Let's go for the second one and see if you can keep up this run.
It's Shiro, it's pro.
Okay, you're correct. It is Shiro, and obviously pro.
I was about to say Shiro before the clip even played, just because I thought like, yeah, he's gonna get running boost now and then kill. But I didn't want to like look like an idiot. So, but yeah, I remember that play for sure.
Okay, this is too easy. Let's watch the third one.
Okay, so yeah, going behind from short. Again, it's not easy clips you're giving me because it's just a lot of aim duels.
So much teamwork going on right now, is there?
I would have to say low because it just seemed like a bunch of individual peaks and they were 4 against 1 or something. So in reality, they should wait for him to go halfway out short and then all peek him together when he cannot like get away. So because of that, I would have to say low. But the guy obviously has a solid aim.
It was actually Ziwu against Complexity. No, it's not. It is a low. You're you're correct.
Oh my god, you actually got me for a second there. I think honestly, if I had to guess, I would honestly probably say like Simple or Saivu. I think it's one of those two. But yeah, I have to say Pro. But again, I think it's really hard because it is just a lot of aim duels. But regardless of if it's a Pro or not, like that guy has a really good aim, obviously.
It's not Simple as Saivu, but it is a Pro player. So that means you've hit the 4 out of 4. Sorry, I should tell you who it is. Sam Dai Young. Probably one of the best performances we've had so far. So well played. Wow. Thank you for playing, and thank you guys for watching. See you in the next video.
Didn't push. I'm gonna stay here and hug it, okay? Maybe you can watch coils for me. I got
No, I need to hold banana for a sec.
DT 2 guys. Or 2 ruins. 2 ruins. Peeking ruins.
No. I'm peeking ruins for you.
He's close ruins, bro.
I'm peeking it for you.
Hold CT, Valde.
On the ruins, on the coil.
I'm flushed.
One more. Oh, nice try, bro.
Oh, nice.
Nuke!
Nice,
boys.
Stop. Oh, they have double
Oh, did anyone spec me, bro? My mouse like stopped shooting.
Nice, Valde!
Because you didn't have bullets left. Oh,
I
I was
only
out
saw
of
the
bullet.
pipe
okay.
of their
Makes
M4s,
sense.
man.
Fuck, bro, I would have had multi-kill it.
We're having like 5 conversations. Nobody knew who won the round. Oh, my mouse is disconnected. Nice shot. Oh, they don't have a kit. Oh, they have no kit.
Double up.
Double up.
I love it. Listen, man, that was some gentlemanly CS. I felt like we were doing, you know, it's like capoeira. You know, we were doing a dance while fighting at the same time. Yeah. All right, there was a couple of those crazy sloppy moments. There was a couple of just clear-cut pushes as well. OG in that post plant on the B site just, you know, disrupted Heroic's retake. It was gentlemanly and textbook-like. Does that make sense?
I don't think it was textbook-like.
Sometimes
it was scrappy. I see the capoeira reference. I get that for sure.
Well, I peeked. I should have stopped there.
Because they both were fighting. You know, they both were fighting, but it was kind of like
each other
two
space.
Explosive teams coming at each other.
Man.
The same energy in that regard. Yeah. You know, Cadian's Hall's push, the top banana fights and stuff like that. But for me, it really, like the 5v5 rounds, it felt like OG didn't have much confidence in the slower rounds or just the 5v5s in general, and tried to just take the aggression up a notch. The weird part is they're on an 8 Inferno win streak, but watching that half, I wouldn't assume that. But it might be because they're CT side.
Yeah, maybe this is where they look to make the difference. Stown, hippity-hoppity all the way into the pit just to die. Oh.
Well.
4 insta-kills out of OG. This CT side off to a flying start, so it seems. Refresh doing what he does. Running around looking for kills. But there's none. There's none today.
No, none today. No lurks to be had. I mean, even the extra $300.
It felt to me in that first half, you know, OG were playing the T side like they just had to get enough rounds to start on the second.
It really did give off those vibes, yeah. Like they're getting over with.
Yeah.
Or they just felt like, you know, only our fast rounds are going to be good, but we know we're not going to win all of them. Let's try some of those. They relied on some crazy entries and crazy post plants.
Yep. They didn't make any like gluttonous plays. They didn't try to do anything too crazy. There's a moment here and there that OG would run a risk, but all things considered, let's see if the defense is where they can really, you know, shine.
The last time they played against Heroic, they 16-8'd them on Inferno.
Okay.
You know, we go over to map 2, it's a whole different story, but this is a situation where OG are winning Inferno a lot of the time. Beat a couple good teams, including FaZe twice and yeah, a really strong map versus Heroic, but already Heroic have as many rounds as they did last time. I think we'll see what happens now that we go over to CT side. If this is, you know, is this what they were trying to do? Like, do whatever on T side and then get here, because You know, the utility game is very strong for OG right now in Inferno on these CT setups.
Oop.
What the hell? That window is literally facing the other way.
I don't know, man.
Who was the other guy got screwed? It was Stown, right? He was inside of Secret, and he threw the molly like directly at the wall, and it bounced back at him. Yeah.
Yeah. Nuke sat outside the secret stairs.
Very strange. Very strange.
Peculiar. Bizarre.
Odd.
And Mantu. Farm, my friend. Farm. Oh, Cadian. Nice deagle shot.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, Valda feels a bit of heat here. Frag grenade could help him out. He's just going to dive down into the cover, and they will continue to come to him. One after another.
God. What? I thought for sure he was going to die. Bro, he's... No, he really dipped. He really dipped for a minute there. He really dipped. There was that graphic that Blast made to present it so well. Excuse me.
So the... Okay,
don't,
so...
No, don't make Valve feel good about this. I know you're gonna say the shutters, they're flaring out. Maybe the incendiary would bounce down. Don't.
Okay.
Stop. Bad. I don't hear it.
I will bite my tongue.
Okay.
And allow for Heroic to speak their mind instead. What do you got, guys? What's the move? What's the mood? What's the play? Apartment's presence secured. CT's nearby. Valda just going to be tucked in up close. Maybe hoping that they'll try and peek beyond him. He goes for a little bit of info. Scared of whatever he sees, CT fall back. Ever so slightly, that is. Mantu just playing around the default box, and it does actually cause quite an immense rotation. FlameZ gives up a lot of space on the B site. He's got a smoke stockpile to work with. Ooh, is there not a bit of a gap in that one?
Yeah, he always throws the... I think that one, I guess he just offhands it, but he always leaves a gap on the right side, top banana, and likes to basically sit in front of it. It's a one-way for the CT side, but also... It means that the T's can't cross over to the left side, even if they are going to exec, which makes things very tenuous when you're trying to exec.
Well, we get Heroic rocking the boat back to A, and that's where OG look to draw the line in the sand. They've stacked up two between Library and Arch with smoke soon to fade. They regain vision, then they've got 15 seconds to make this hold happen. Mantu inside sight, not going to be able to get a second. Nico with the multi-kill, but Refresh alleviates the pressure, and he duels versus Valda, losing his head and giving over the 1v2 to Stown. He gets bomb and plants it. Coming off of that with 57 health, he gets attacked from the side, swings wide, sprays wildly, can't nail it with the AK, but the Glock, well, that's what he's got. And then the jump from FlameZ gets it done. OG take their 10th.
They can taste the fall finals. Everyone can feel it right now. It's making for a very messy experience. Okay, but up until that point, Valda looked insane.
We can just forget about it.
We can totally wipe that.
If everybody...
Both Down and Valda can agree to never talk about that round.
Everybody
all their dead teammates are watching.
Yeah, let's forget that little duel happened between those two, and it's all good. Still high-level CS. Nervous laughter. This is what happens when these guys are playing, knowing that soon you all will be joining us. You guys add a lot of pressure.
You do, yeah.
Just saying.
No, you are actually what CS is about. You. That's right, you.
Listening right now.
You.
You think like, oh, he's talking about the guy. No, I'm talking about you.
Remember that. You matter.
Well, of course.
Not you.
I kid. I kid.
I meant them, not you.
Oh. Fast contact into the B site. No warning sign whatsoever here, so Alexi better be ready. He cuts down Tesses, waiting for the player to come around Coffins. Won't get a chance to offer a second. Shush. Oh, he gets a kill onto FlameZ up close in the smoke, and then looks to lay down another, but he catches the jump as well. Shush doing it all. 3 kills for him, and he gets OG to turn away. They just burst into that B site like there was no tomorrow.
Yeah, that was a sick round from Shush off those entries. flying in, creating space, and of course just causing a nightmare here for Alexi. He throws his incendiary down defensively. It's really beautiful stuff. And Flamesy just plays a little bit too much around the smoke, doesn't give himself a chance to shoot back, and I think is partially trying to dodge flashes. And you know, whenever the smoke's a little poofy, you start to get nervous, like, all right, they're probably going to expect this. I might get spammed here, but not always position you want to second guess yourself. No chance for the retake, and this round is all about Shush.
Yeah, man, he looked indomitable. He just couldn't be stopped. Flew around the bomb site doing as he wanted to, got ahead of every single play.
One of the two new pickups, of course, for Heroic, and a lot of people looked at it as like to replace Nico and Borup, and it was kind of looked at as maybe a lateral move at best, but honestly, they both have just been so insanely impressive, and I think in especially their recent form, particularly with Refresh, they've been just the straight-up stars of the show. Well, this buy does not look very nice here for OG. They have the 1-up to work with, but an MP9, a pistol for Nico. Don't need to make this off do work. And Heroic might not be totally in tune with how much money they have left over, but if I was them, I'd be calling an anti-force buy strat first and just seeing if any guns can show themselves, though they are going to be completely aware of the fact that there is an op in play.
Okay, gonna play the boost. Oh, and it works out for them. Just a little bit more of a gap. Remember, we saw a moment where Cadian was trying to look over top of one of those. This one actually has a slit down the side. And OG will be better off because of it. 5 versus 4. They rotate Alexi closer to the B site. Mantu's standing in the open right now. And here it comes, another quick pop from Heroic. Just looking to catch him off guard. Shot lands, but Shush stands. Not for very much longer. Now Cadian trying to challenge deep into the CT, but it's 3 kills off the MP9. Excuse you? Through smoke into his own spawn?
Yeah. And he actually killed the first guy too, so he was trying to refrag that spawn player.
Oh, and then the op just ends it. Mantu ready to hold that line. How does Flamesy get away with those?
Ridiculous. I feel like we say that a lot with Flamesy. He just gets these absurd kills. Flying Mach 10 in the first half.
That one fine.
I'm pretty sure he's like fully...
This one okay.
He literally is transferring. Yeah, he literally is transferring to someone at CT that just killed his teammate. So full credit. And it's dead on.
But yeah.
That was sick.
With the...
That's sick, actually.
How did...
MP9, long-range weapon. My favorite long-range weapon, the MP9.
This kid's a magician.
That's one thing that is good about him. He doesn't care about walls, he doesn't care about smoke, he doesn't care about ammo. And that's honestly one of the most underutilized resources, I think, in the game.
Ammo?
Ammo. Because, for example, in that last round where Tessus is spamming through the side of the smoke, while he's spamming, they can't boost. Oh, wait, hold on.
Op fight. Ooh, and Cadian's gonna take it. Big man down. Heroic. They actually stick around in top brackets for a moment. Cadian's gonna turn this op's attention towards Banana. Oh. A warning shot.
So that jump spot wasn't perfect.
Yeah, you better back up, kid. Cadian's coming. There's that smoke, Flamesy. Trying to play close.
He always plays around it, and the CT's gonna have an advantage, but you can get pre-fired.
Heroic on a marathon, man, running all the way back.
Oh, look. It looks like they might be reading this correctly. They got Heroic to run away. Flamesy's pulling the goalie on the B site. Some nades are gonna sail over A, and it looks like they might run into 4.
Still a man advantage. Nico playing inside of the pit. He'll cut down Refresh first. Don't forget, Shush only working with the Deagle. Now tagged to load. Oh, but Stown comes in from balcony, and he's going to try to challenge into the bomb site. It's that nice slim pillar of cover that Valda looks to lock in with, and sure enough, down goes Shush. Alexi in to help, and Stown just stagnant on the balk. 6 seconds left. He needs to get this kill. Valda is such a nuisance.
He's so annoying. He's actually so annoying. That was played perfectly by him. I love how he drops in front of the pillar as well, instead of trying to refrag from that position, but he is just laser sharp.
He played it like there wasn't 3 people staring at him.
Yeah,
he played it like they weren't shooting shots right by him.
That was gross. In a good way.
He waited for Shush's peek.
Joes.
And then even when he extends out, man, oh my goodness, Valda.
Look at that Polish smile.
How dare he? All right, individuals of OG starting to step up a little bit. It's going to leave Heroic worse for wear.
I think they do make a good read on that one, too. That was 4v5.
You said 8-round streak on Inferno?
Yeah.
Trying to make it 9. Oh, but they get deleted. Shush pushes right through the fire. Man-2 combat opping, dies out to TeSS. And Valda, of course, going to get 2 kills before bomb will be retrieved. But now TeSS has an op.
Yeah.
And we've got a little underground gremlin in Cadian's dual Berettas. Nobody from the CT side is going to be coming his direction. So soon enough, he needs to come join TeSS, who has that op and who hits the first shot. Falls away ever so slightly and just looks to lock in this bomb.
They have 1 smoke on it, but it'll still be hard to cover properly.
Smoke goes too deep.
Bad, yeah.
It bounces, and TeSS, well, he misses the shot. Drop to 14 health. Cadian ready to swing with the dual Berettas. Not ideal, but now that TeSS gets the kill, maybe, just maybe. Cadian's position still unknown to Flamesy. And now that he comes back trying to defuse this, Cadian easy swap into the gun and easy close. A force by a win from Heroic off of just the Tech 9s.
That was a mistake in that 2v2 where he got the op off the angle and then didn't hold it. He should have trusted his teammate to clear whatever else, but that was a position where bombs planted for lane first and foremost, and yeah, they can't find the other guy, but they probably needed to also respect the fact that they had this space, and here's TeSS just come back into it. No one spotting him, and it's a free op shot, right? So they play it scared even though they don't need to. Discombobulated in the 2v2, and Heroic get into it off of a force up, so their money's looking good too.
Well, this is the one thing.
Oh, he found the timing.
Silver lining. Valda kept his gun from the last round. 5-7, can't get a second. Valda looking to join with the players of Banana, caught off by Shush.
Oh my god. They killed him because he thought he was a B flanker.
Unlucky. Ooh, down. Nice little micro adjustment. Flamesy head popped.
What was that chicken noise? It was like someone stepped on it or something.
Who's stepping on chickens? I didn't hear no chickens. OG trying to rotate into the B site. Maybe they could still get in here. Maybe they can offer us another kill. But Heroic, far too well equipped. Oh, the flash is good. But Alexi dies regardless. Close shots. Down spams through. Heroic to 11. The lead cut to just 1. And the CT side still not ready to come back in with the purchase. So this win streak on Inferno is in question. Their chances of getting it all the way to the Royal Arena.
And the the rifle dying in halls with the op to support on the site, giving TeSS that round, and TeSS being able to pull off that insane play with it to not only get the bomb plant but win a duel in the retake as well. All while Heroic were not even investing everything they had, has resulted in this, a chance back into the game.
Ooh. Trickery. I want to see Heroic come to Arch just to see it.
Me too.
I just want to see it.
I feel like it doesn't usually work out, but
I know.
It's gonna be like one dude.
I just want to see, like, especially like, so I'm excited now that we've got these crazy stacks like that. Imagine that with the new ragdoll effects.
Oh,
like that guy on top just does like a double, triple backflip, Russian
like a
pirouette. You know, it's honestly, it can be quite cinematic, and not to toot our own horn, but BLAST has got some good cinematics. Yeah. Try to give you that that IMAX experience. But alas, poor Yorick. Heroic gonna work over towards the B site, find it for completely free. Not a single point of damage really done. It's all about Stown, lining him up. OG, the lead has slipped away. 12 rounds all.
Just playing it together, not trying to give up any kills for free.
Trying to keep the players on the bomb site so the bomb pops and maybe kills one. But they'll only get CEST dead. So sure enough, 12 as expected, secured here. And Heroic's T side, very well funded at this point. Lots of money in the bank accounts. CT's finally back into the purchase of their own, but we got to see a step up from OG. It's now been 3 in a row for Heroic. And the last 2, they survived with 4 players, so...
Yeah, the only thing is that it's 3 in a row, but they won only off the pistols and then had 2 ecos. So they didn't win a rifle round in any of those 3 rounds.
Maybe that changes now. Heroic playing pretty quick off of Stown.
Yeah, they're kind of bringing some of that same OG energy on their T side, how fast they've gone into the B execs.
Dangerous game.
Yeah, this is where the HEs are coming in a lot, dropped back in the spawn, but they're going to sit and wait. Wonder if that one goes over the roof.
Alexi, yo, jump peek, smoke down into the front of it. Stown trying to get down into the pit, but he's blinded. Good kills coming in from the CTs, but that frag, woof, could have been way worse. Alexi B backs up, and it looks like the retake is on. Solid hold, all things considered. Heroic tried to stick to that quick pace and definitely caught Stown. He never even had a chance to find impact this time. Mantu on a late banana play, still sitting at the bottom of middle, so there's definitely going to be pressure on this construction push, and the incendiary kind of burns Alexi away from his teammate for now. But a nice spam through into Shush, that helps. Tap back from CEST, bomb quickly ticking. And they're going to give themselves a smoke. CEST playing behind this. They're just trying to goose egg this bomb, trying to sit on it long enough to deny any defuse. Valda's going to create a little bit of panic, kills out CEST, knife out as they run through, but that's all they need. The bomb pops. Heroic to 13.
Damn, they held that utility so well there. That late incendiary that comes into construction just to screw with, again, that CT retake utility. I mean, the CTs have this figured out, where they've got nades for basically every spot on the site. But even with these kills coming down, they throw one late incendiary that separates Alexi from his teammate, and then this one in front of second oranges is so cute as well. They have the bomb planted first oranges, spam potential there so they don't feel comfortable defusing, and it's pretty much already too late. So not drawing that out early enough was a problem for them, and it looked like the hold was really good. That's a 3v4 post-plant win for Heroic, and it cost them some money, but they have so much. They have so much left over. They've got almost 9K on 4 players. So even though OG saved a couple of guns, it's going to be a much worse buy for them than Heroic.
So there's the gun round win we were looking for. There's the evidence. Oh, after you. After you. After you.
Canadian moment.
I hate those. Canadians, I mean.
Oh, yeah. Not moments.
Double op, M4, couple of pit. Oh, Jesus. Mantu, quick pick into mid.
In underpass?
And the jump hop back into bomb site.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. That's a ridiculous pre-aim.
Sayonara, sucker. Valda posted up on Arch, about to get chow. Shush keeps it clean. Nico's pistol, good for the one. And now Mantu looking for more. He's got a second. Pops up. They've got him locked into the graveyard. And now he's got 2 targets, so everybody's confirmed. But they got a little closer, and Stown takes his head off. That's the bomb trying to get in. Such little HP for Shush to work with because of the challenge on Valda. Oh. Valda hit the headshot, but the AK bested the M4. Flame Z close on Arch, and we get this wraparound from Alexi B. Looking to play off a balcony. He loses his teammate, but now they both know. And a smoke in front of him creates a little bit of ambiguity. Stown's going to use this as an exit opportunity and run it all the way to B.
Yeah, and Alexi gets off the site as well. This is kind of an interesting spot. He's literally running over towards B at the same speed, so there might be a timing for him. However, he's down at the bottom of banana, so reads the situation correctly, but Stown thinks just as quickly and now moves off into spawn. And I don't think he knows exactly where Alexi is, but he's making sure that it can't be something late from this position. I mean, Alexi, this will be a hard one to read.
Yeah, if he doesn't... Oh, yeah, Stown coming back. He didn't see him in the CT spawn. If you haven't seen him in CT yet, then odds are he took Banana. But the wraparound construction could still give him time. Alexi, he could just figure this one out. Whittle down the options for Stown, who's kind of peeled between directions, but he hits it, and Heroic, they'll find themselves on fire. Stown uses that chance to exit the A site, lock it in on B, and give Heroic a very real chance at stealing away Inferno. This shot from Montu.
So insane. I mean, he's waiting. He's waiting just for that, right? And the Incendiary gives him a chance, but this is a mistake for Montu still. As much as he was in a position to, like, you know, I mean, he was doing a lot of damage and getting these kills. At that moment where they're trying to scale up lane, like, they're going to try to post on him. So for him to keep popping up, I mean, I'm surprised he didn't die the first 3 times, but then the 4th time, he should have been waiting for his team in that favored situation to come and support.
2 more to go.
I know he tosses that flash, but you can't trust that flash. Not when someone's standing behind a pillar.
Yeah. Got a Mag 7 on Valda. That's what's going to be locking on Arch. Mantu, same position, looking for redemption. Finds Tesses first. 2 more targets to take down from the apartments. Mantu tries to fall back and will get away. 48 health still to work with. Not to mention man advantage. CTs to just the flashbangs. That's all they've got left for utility. Terrorist side, a single smoke on Shush. But they also have time as a resource here. Heroic, they fall silent. And Valda can't really justify trying to dig away too much information. What are you going to do? Fight down mid with the Mag 7? Nah, you have to wait.
Yeah, and I mean, Heroic would love for them to try to re-aggro mid.
They're going to swing on him. And I mean, that Mag 7, not meant for the multi-kills, so Valda, you better take one with you. He gets the first, but then, of course, Cadian scopes in close, 25 seconds, and they're going to sprint this one over to B. They've got a player boosted at Alexi in the bomb site. If he can draw attention, then maybe FlameZ can go big. He hits another dink, but Cadian still stands, doing such a good job of trading. Alexi on the close corner, sprays away, but Shush gets the best of him. Then the Banana player falls, and Cadian has been omnipresent. 3 kills with this sniper, locks it in for Nico, 1v2. Such little health to deal with, but Heroic, they split. And Nico's gonna try to turn his attention. Headshot from Shush and a 15th for Heroic.
Oh my God, no way. They still won. I can't even believe Shush wins that duel. Alexi's sitting on top of default. They must think it's free at that point. They got 1 kill here. They got Montu got his kill in halls. It's a 3v5 and some great trade as well from Cadian, and also for Cadian to be holding on to Banana. Montu just swings out like, all right, well, maybe there's a time for me here. But Alexi's literally dead on top of default. Oh my God, absolute heartbreaker. That would have been defending against 15.
Heroic know it. About to cut that streak a little short of 10. OG double MP9, decent enough on grenades, but they've also got this close player in Boiler that Refresh could either kill or get caught off by. And he's gonna come clear this. Refresh, Spidey senses tingling, peeks down into it, executes Nico with ease.
Such a nice approach, so careful.
Oh, and then the smoke. They thought they had a little bit more cover. They come around the corner and die out. Now the last that remains for OG is going to be Mantu in a 1 versus 4. He's spamming shots as well, so they know that B is clear for the taking. Bomb not far from it, and this eventual peek out from Refresh, well, that's the way it ends. 16-12, Heroic robbing away Inferno, and they find themselves a single map win away from a jam-packed Royal Arena.
That's huge. That was insane. I mean, some of those mid-rounds, it was a little bit of OG, man. Like, in that first half, OG got away with so many close rounds, so many unfavored situations. Heroic do the same thing in the second half, showing that they can pull off similar great plays in the mid-round, and their individual showed up in a massive way. And that's all off the back of one, Tech9 eco out balcony.
Dude.
Breaks the economy, 3 rounds, and then they don't let go.
Right through the fire, right through the flames. And soon enough, maybe, just maybe, to the Royal Arena. I'm not going to get ahead of myself. OG, they know how to fight tooth and nail. So up next, we'll have Overpass. Stay tuned.
Both teams going toe-to-toe on Inferno, and Heroic are the ones to be fanning the flames. Literally every single inch counted on this starting ground, and the Danes, they're the one to push it over the line when it matters most. And for OG, that has to be extra heartbreaking given the positive start they had to this map as well.
Yeah, that was the map they were supposed to win. They came into this one with a 100% win record on Inferno, winning 8 games in a row, and they were looking good as well. They got off to a rough start, but we got to commend that first half, Freya, because I think that was one of the best halves we maybe have had throughout the entire tournament in terms of the level of Counter-Strike. Heroic went on to win the pistol round, then converted that into a 3-0 lead, 4-0 as well, and for Heroic to win the very first buy round, they had to play the picture-perfect Counter-Strike. Heroic didn't give anything to OG whatsoever, yet OG still fought their way back into it, ended up with a decent first half, but the level back and forth, the intensity in the game, and you could even see it on the players and how animated they were in that first half. That was a good game of Counter-Strike. That was quality on the server from the get-go.
Yeah, I love seeing that class, the caliber of opponents that we're seeing going toe-to-toe, particularly in that first half, as Jacob was alluding to, because I believe you got a particular round from OG you want to be putting under the spotlight, even though they weren't able to close this one out.
Yeah, some of the executes that OG were able to put together in that game were really interesting, and I have an example right there with a little bit of a Tech9 and a Mac 10 action if you keep an eye on the buy here. But there's going to be an Apps Explode from OG, and keep an eye on that player who's just rushing through the smoke straight. The path is cleared and paved for him. He's going to catch that hero player completely unsuspecting. Shush, no chance to shoot, and refreshes as well being found just like that in a matter of 10 seconds. The short weapons, the combat-style weapons from OG make the difference. They then slow down. They realize all they have to do is find TeSeS. They'll do so beautifully and close the round. This first half was an extremely high level. In fact, I'd say the whole game was very high level. It was a matter of sometimes one bullet, sometimes a millisecond, a millicentimeter across a placement that could have made the difference in that 16-12.
And then we're talking about individuals coming into this for the side of OG. I believe we really have to talk about Valdo coming into this one as well. We're talking about him, framing him as one of the stars of the roster in that first half and in the second half, really. He was really showing up to work.
He was doing a fantastic job, Valde. A little bit unfortunate for him. A lot of the kills didn't really impact in round wins, but he was close to it. I believe we have a clutch from Valde here as well, a clutch attempt where he was super close to win a 1v4 round. Unfortunately for him, it didn't work out. He was a constantly a player Heroic had to deal with. He was a constant annoyance for Heroic as well. And Valde at this level, he's just very stable. He does not make mistakes. I think it's one of those players that when you look at his demo and when you look at his point of view, he never really makes any mistakes. He never really goes for a fight too much. And sometimes I'm almost sitting watching Valde and thinking to myself, go for the fight. You're good enough to go for the duel you're not supposed to go for. You're good enough to go for a 50-50 duel. And sometimes he may be a little bit too smart for his own good.
I think we've got to really talk about him in terms of the context of just how quick some of his reactions were coming into this one as well. I believe it was more in terms of that first half as well, but just lightning fast reactions from him too.
Yeah, I mean, in general, he's got that very sweet balance of being a cerebral player, but also extremely skilled. And I can understand what Jacob means. You know, sometimes you see that skin and you think, man, you could have had the double, you could have had the triple. But I think anytime Valde realizes that there is a solution that gives him 80% chance and one that's 70% chance, he's going in for the numbers play. We had an example in that highlight reel where he is sort of caught off guard by pistols rushing at him, and you would see, I guarantee you, many players just white swinging, trying to take as much as he can. He understands that if he stays alive an extra second, he's going to have a teammate coming in over from Arch, and this is the theoretical perfect play, which he always goes for.
But then we have to talk about the pivot point for Heroic coming into this one, and unfortunately, it really was one round that just catapulted them for that 7-round streak to see them cementing the map.
Round 23 was the beginning of the end for OG and the beginning of the comeback for Heroic, and it is a signature move from the Danes. It's something they do more often than not in games. Look at this. The pace being brought here. Insta-smoke on the Molotov. Nico's being caught off guard. He's had a very complicated game. Mantu finds one. He stays behind, but TeSeS overruns him. And even though Valde is able to put a number advantage for OG, it is going to be too complicated. I have to compliment TeSeS here, right here, trying to make that fight, trying to take the peak in a 2 versus 3 that was not for his advantage, and then we go into the clutch, and this is where the experience comes in. This is where the confidence comes in. Yes. We have to talk about that smoke. That smoke right here is the difference between winning and losing. For OG, this is going to be bittersweet. Had that smoke hit the mark and not be in the middle of the freaking driveway, that would have been a different round. Flamesy is now alone. He doesn't have the cover of the smoke, which again is completely failed, and Kadian just has to play the time, finds him quite easily. This was the beginning of a streak round from Heroic, and they do it with pace, which is something they do a lot.
It was kind of atypical as well for OG to have such a weak CT side. They won the pistol, converted that into a couple of round wins. Outside of that, only 2 buy rounds, only 2 gun rounds were they able to clinch against Heroic. You got to give a lot of credit to Heroic for playing a good T side. I agree with Mathieu as well. There was a good mix of being explosive, having set strats, but also falling back and dragging out the time in some of the rounds. We saw that one of the very last rounds where they got to round 15 as well, where it was back and forth, and it was, you know, good decision making and good trade frags coming out. So this game was just all over the place, and I will say, as first half quality-wise, it was as good in second. It was just 2 teams playing really well, where OG in this instance just weren't good enough. Heroic were just a little bit better in all these round-defining kills, let's put it like that.
Well, speaking of that particular round that you just pointed out, Pimp, we do indeed have a TeamSpeak clip of exactly how it went down.
Skal vi bare se til sammen, eller hvad? Ja. Okay. Jeg skal nok kigge mod pool.
En mod højre.
Pustet. Nice.
Højre.
Det er dig, Ras. Det er dig.
Ja.
Det er dig, Ras.
Han er til højre.
Jeg er ved.
Fint, fint.
Nice.
En banan. Banan der.
Kom må ind. En tilbage.
Jeg har plantet åbent. Det bryner.
Kasper har helt
Spil jer selv. Slap af.
Kan ikke...
Jo. Jeg har hele CT'en, når den går frem.
Jeg gemmer mig nu, så. Ja. Det er fint. Kom nu, mand!
I love the hype coming out of the Heroic camp there, but man, the mistakes from OG in that one, that's got to leave a sour taste.
There's a lot to unpack in these few seconds. First of all, we hear the very micro communication between Cadian and his teammate Shush. He's telling him, that's on you. That's on you to take the peak, right? When he's holding the left side, he's got Shush to peek the side. First thing. Second, Alexi B, one bullet away from winning that duel against Shush. He's got a great broken angle, an off angle, as we say, and he cannot convert to that. And then it's Mantu, unfortunately being 1 second behind on his timing. Mantu has to realize that he cannot just jump in and help his teammate. He has to accept, retreat, and play a 2 versus 2. So there was a lot to unpack in that very short action.
It was super cool, and even the micromanagement from some of the other players chiming in as well, saying, relax, relax, play by yourself, realizing the situation that in this instance, in the 2 versus 1, yes, often you want to play 2 against 1, but in this position, both of the players were, it was better just to play it as 2 1 versus 1. So Heroic were in a good position to win this round, and as you could see, that was such an important round that could potentially be a round that qualified them for Royal Arena.
It could indeed, and we're coming on to Heroic's pick of Overpass in the second map of this series. And this was a pick that you quite liked coming out of the match, considering, last time we saw these two teams facing off, it was Nuke. Unfortunately, we've seen Heroica not stepping up to the caliber of what we used to know and love from them on Nuke. So Overpass, a pretty good pick for them coming into this.
Yeah, Overpass is a good pick also because last time we saw OG, they got absolutely battered by Navi on Overpass. So I guess I had that game in the back of my mind. It made me feel a little bit uneasy about it, whereas Heroic win the map. I'll just put a bit of a caveat on the numbers. Most of the maps they win are extremely competitive. We're talking double digit, 16-13, 16-14. But there's something we need to mention about Heroic. Something I realize anytime I watch them, they don't fear, they don't doubt, they don't hesitate. I feel like they're fighting and they're warriors in every single round. And if at some point Cadian has to call a rush, which is extremely high risk, high reward, he'll do it and everyone will follow. And that gives them confidence, and that gives me confidence they can push the ball.
Heroic is a healthy team when it comes to Overpass, especially when you look towards the stats. Refresh is the highest rated player by far, doing the job. Cadian, the lowest rated player, even though he's playing the AWP, not the guy going to. When you look towards OG, LXCB is surprisingly enough the highest rated players when it comes to their 3 maps on Overpass in the last 3 months, and that's not a good thing. You don't want LXCB to be the highest rated player. You want to facilitate Mantu, you want to facilitate Valde, you want to facilitate FlameC, and those 3 are not functioning right now when it comes to Overpass. So right now we have Heroic 1 map away from Royal Arena being a healthy team on Overpass, whereas for OG, something new, something has to happen now. A reaction is needed.
It is indeed Overpass that separates Heroic from potentially making it on home soil at the Royal Arena for the full finals. But if OG have anything to do with it, they need to come back in swinging to keep their tournament life. You don't want to miss a second of the action as we're jumping into it very shortly.
Oh, this skin looks pretty beautiful. I can rank as an S.
That's very cool. I very like this kind of style. Gotta be S.
To be honest, I didn't like too much purple and pink. I'm gonna rank as B.
This color and this logos is not my favorite, so I will put it on A tier.
Oh, this one I'm gonna rank as S because I use it, the kill confirm. So I think it's really beautiful.
This gotta be S for me too, because red color and the bullet and the logo and the score is cool.
Monster mashup. I'm gonna rank as C. I never use like green colors.
This I think should be C. I don't like too much green.
Oh, Cortex. I'm gonna rank as C as well.
Cool logo is looks like very dangerous and it's very powerful. He can shoot someone head, so I'm using this A level, I think.
Oh, Kaiman, I think was one of my first USPs that I had, so I have something special, some special feeling. I'm gonna put as A.
It's old style from CSGO, simple logos, but the colors looks like good in game, so I will put it in B.
I really liked the skin, I really liked the color as well, and it was pretty dope. I'm gonna put this S as well.
I like all the CSGO skins because it's very interesting to have this kind of skins. That's A, tier A.
Okay, Serum, you can put as the lowest rank because it's really ugly.
I think tier A again because it's expensive. I remember this.
Whiteout is the that's the new one, right? It's really hard to see like just like a skin with just a single color. So, and I think this USP looks like pretty dope. So I'm gonna put as A.
Just simple and the long style, like just all white. So I will put it on Tiga C.
Oh, Overgrown, didn't like too much. I think it's pretty ugly as well. So you can put it as rank E.
I was open case, you know, and I open a lot of this. So I hate this, always. I want some knives and gloves, not this. This gotta be D.
One map away, folks. One map. That's all Heroic needs to get themselves locked in for the Royal Arena. The odds from Betway forever in their favor. And Overpass. Where do we rate OG's Overpass, Coach?
They don't play it much, and they don't have any really strong wins on it. So I think this is a series where both teams were leaning on their map pick pretty heavily because OG had that streak on Inferno. But now that Heroic have won Inferno, like the pressure has been alleviated tremendously for them. They're going to be very comfortable in Overpass in the online era. I think they were probably at one point the best Overpass team by a good margin. They brought a lot of innovation to it. People are still copying and pasting a lot of the grenades that they threw, and they've got a lot of comfort on the map across the board. And they got players like Stown and Cadian. You know, having a team with 2 oppers on Overpass is a tremendous boon, on top of having players like CEST that can hold a lot of ground by himself. So it's stylistically such a great map for Heroic, and it's a map that OG had to let through, but it's not one that they necessarily wanted to see come through in a veto. So a very good veto, I think, from that perspective for Heroic. And I think this is the chance. This is the best chance for Heroic to end the series. They'll have a distinct advantage here, and they've already broke great ground by taking a map away from OG, who destroyed them the last time that they played on it.
Well, let's lock it in. Let's see what OG have in store for us. Tough times ahead, perhaps. Refresh locked into the short water on his own. Very passive play from Heroic. They still got Cadian all the way in T-spawn, just holding Monster. So Refresh will be the most aggressive of anybody for now.
Heroic just wanted to establish that no one was going to push on this round. Of course, it's always still possible that someone's lurking around, but they do the minimal amount of effort. They put in the minimal amount of effort to just make sure nothing happens too early. But it looks like OG are still pretty confident it's going to be some kind of B play.
Yeah. Oh, the timing here, man. They're pushing into short. That's a great kill to get onto Refresh because now everything on short side is in their control. Stown jumps past the fire, though. Right into Alexi B, and Cadian, well, he could be late on this flank up behind them. Insta-kill versus Valda. Montu's gonna get into the mix. What? Flames as well with a kill. It's all on Cadian. 1, 2, and almost. But he needs the reload, and now it's gonna lock himself in. Mantu's back up to the left. Cadian jumps, and that's gonna cost him. OG take the pistol.
Thought he was gonna bring that back. God damn, that was close. Nice try, Cadian, and it can be really great to push onto short water, but sometimes getting out Monster, if you have a smoke especially, can nullify that position entirely. And yeah, you hold on to a good bit of map control, but it doesn't always work out in your favor. But OG literally stuck together, ran back into the site, and just hit all their shots on the way in. If they didn't kill everybody getting into the site, Cadian's flank would have been that much more effective. And so basically, it's a situation where everything goes right for OG, despite nearly losing the clutch.
Well, Cadian uses that extra money he just made to afford an AK for CEST, who buys up armor around it. So we got a raid boss on the play. Smoke goes past, CEST goes in, gets the better of the MP9. Flamesy right here up close. The pistols are gonna push, giving CEST more cover to continuously deliver these crucial kills. And a third perhaps. CEST making the most of this buy-up. He sees the additional peek. Now he knows both CTs spotted, but Mantu's Famas with that little bit of an edge is enough to keep OG's ball rolling.
Man, these rounds are so crazy. As you pointed out, that was a very beautiful way to entry where they had CEST take first contact, but then instead of going right up against the half-wall player who has a huge shadow advantage on the next guy who comes up, he sends the pistols out in front, takes a step back, and then they swing together. And from there, it looks like Heroic are going to collapse the round completely for OG, but their individuals come through. Heaven player, CT player, they win a couple of fights that you wouldn't even say they have a huge advantage in. But they get the job done, and I think that's really all they care about at this point. So they'll rebuy in. Heroic have done tremendous damage in these last 2 rounds. So OG will not be opping. But for whatever reason, Shush still only has a deagle.
Ooh, Nico.
Oh, they've got it.
He's on the shelving.
Yeah, double stairs set up as well.
Like canned tuna. Or anything else you can get at the grocery store.
Canned tuna?
It's really just, I don't know. Ooh, missed shot from Shush. Didn't really get much of a chance, man. That was an insta-dink from Nico. Mantu's the one who collects the kill, but 3 versus 5. Heroic's first gun round looking to come up a bit short.
Nico really struggled that last map. Maybe it's the nervousness coming into the match or just the fact that he is playing against his former teammates where he does have some info, but still, oh, wow.
Okay.
He might have some expectation to win. Rifler's looking pretty strong here for OG in round 3 after having a couple of close calls. And as we can see, they sprinkle in some kills all throughout the default, all the way back at balloons, outside bathrooms, and now at the forward-most position in front of bathrooms.
CT's ready to just swarm in on what's left of this T push. Refresh would have to snap a crosshair 180 degrees to take down the long player, and he's not even going to get the first one. Cadian, just the 1 kill. So OG, very nice. 3 frags for Montu, 2 on Nico. That forward setup inside of Connector really took Heroic back.
There's something about the way Heroic play where it's this kind of extra step they take at different moments that can score them insane kills. And I think when you have people like so much aggressiveness, particularly between Cadian's down and Refresh, to be able to say, all right, and even Shush was doing so much of the entry work, like they can play a very contact-heavy default, and if there's a jump spot that goes on or a CT has a gap in awareness at 1 second, Heroic are always very comfortable at just taking that space right away. Or even if it is a 50-50 duel, they want it. And I think that's where OG could potentially face the most tragedy. But so far, they've been good about some of the rotators helping out and avoiding some of those nasty timings that can come. But Heroic are definitely a team who know how to scale on the T side of Overpass, and they're going to have levels to their game in this half.
Swing of the door. Ooh, okay. Goodbye. Well, that's a fun way to start this. OG gonna feel maybe a little bit more pressure towards this A site.
They can't get that gun back, unfortunately.
Oh, nice flash, but they don't hard clear it. Refresh gonna beat himself up about that. Shush and TSS both now wounded, and we get this rotation scrambling upwards. Mantu, nice 2 kills to really shut down the pressure that Heroic were hoping to set up. If only. If only. Refresh, and he nailed that kill on long, then maybe they overwhelm Mantu, maybe they pick up guns, maybe they bomb plant, but these are a lot of maybes.
Yeah.
And nothing into fruition for Heroic.
Refresh just trusts that they have a player at long. So they trust that pretty much everything is clean except for that one position, and Refresh chooses to clear the right side and knows there's one back default, so focuses in on that. And on a pistoling round, you've got to take some risks, so one where the setup pays off quite well here for OG, despite, as you mentioned, the flash being so good. Mantu's been solid from back dice, and you know, he's got to be comfortable around all these angles if OG intend to win, because soon it'll be an op in his hands holding those exact same positions.
Guns back in from Heroic. Op for Cadian.
Swick's going to take the pick. I don't molly down, so he's trying to spot for the jump across.
Boy. Whoa, Cadian down to 11. Just trying to charge headstrong through the smoke grenade on short, but this peek from Flames, well, that's going to take him down. Cadian falls away from it. I'm shocked. Cadian was just getting bombarded by utility damage, and TSS has been able to slip out through the fountain, so now they've joined forces. Bottom con, top con, in con.
Yeah, I wonder if it was called clear or something, because like we had Alexi aggressively jump spotting over the half wall, but he could not see Cadian in that particular spot.
boost, perhaps.
In these positions. Oh my god. His gun is good. Oh,
Yep.
his gun. Oh, okay.
At least the one.
They can actually go back and punish this
But they
boost
fell
from
and made
farther
sound.
away. Yeah.
CT's also made sound. Alexi tries to
Trying to
game the
draw them,
rotate.
yeah.
Trying to play some mind games off of the audio cues. Here it comes. We got a player tucked down into the water. Alexi B plays above him.
God damn, that might be a huge bait.
30 seconds left, and Heroic, they're going to start making their move. Now a third and fourth counter-terrorist arrive. Everybody's here, but we still have TeSS up the A site, so eventually in the post plant, he could come down and hit, but 3 kills. OG, they lock down the bomb site.
Yeah, it's once in a while that he does something that smart, and then
TeSS is smoked, dude. He still has enough time. Maybe he could get a big multi-kill. There's one frag, no plant, no.
They're
It
too
falls
far
flat.
away. Yeah. He could come in for the post plant and would have won it if they could get across the site, get the kills. But dude, that literally is because Alexi takes a couple steps back running, and he's like, "Yeah, come to B. Actually, come over here."
Because they didn't know that he saw their barrels.
He also makes noise dropping off.
Yep.
He also makes noise dropping off. So for Heroic, they might think that he looked over and didn't see anything,
exactly,
and then ran away.
Yeah.
And a Heroic just come right out of Monster into an extra rotation. They won't know about that one till after.
Man, how's he fit that big brain in that little blonde head?
He makes good. I feel like Alexi is incredibly strong on the tactical front, but some of the macro level calling ideas and stuff, it feels like a lot of the gameplay is based around these small tactics and how incredibly crafty he is, and it brings a lot of ingenuity to the game where they play a unique brand of CS. But some of those 5v5, like defaulty style rounds, it feels like there's not much emphasis on taking every single thing carefully, and they don't really match up to some of the other teams that we've watched in that department. And I feel like that's one element of the game plan that if he or just had someone help him, I guess, on that front, the team would also benefit a lot more.
Ooh, bank nade, fast play, Heroic, woohoo, refresh,
Flashes
jumping
were
Mac 10. There's a player here towards short flames, can't manage the second kill. Dude, Heroic cranking the tempo. As soon as OG find themselves on fire, they get smoked out.
Whoa, who can?
Bada boom!
Oh, that's on the bomb planter, and they have another HE
one.
Are they gonna send refresh to? Oh my god. Okay.
Luckily for them, it's TeSS who still had all of his health. Did they take this chance? CT side not that rich, so nah, they're gonna concede this one. We've got Heroic on the board. How? Rush through Monster with the Mac 10.
We gotta watch those flashes again. I mean, it was the perfect continuation, flashes over into the site. This is, I think, what made Astralis so good at the map for a long period of time was the fact that a lot of teams would go A or B. Like, both sites are nice to take. It kind of equally difficult, but Astralis put together some of the nastiest B site execs possible, and a lot of it has to do with, this fact that there's no ceiling anywhere. If you take short water control or you're outside Monster, you can flash anywhere you want. And we see refresh coming in, back turn to where the flashes will come out now, head turned down, trying to get to pit control, and all those flashes supporting him in the scale. And we see TeSS getting the flash assist, and probably a couple of other players as well. But that entrance outside of Monster is how they make it happen. And right now, I think we haven't seen OG have a super heavy presence towards Monster, and I think that's something that is super relevant to know when you can do. It's kind of like taking deep banana control on Inferno or something. It's like, if you can get those kills then, it even buys time for your rotates, but you let refresh out of the pit and into the back of the site, well then it's already a little too late. Also, you have a really good advantage to kill them while they're coming through a smoke, which should be how you guarantee some CT rounds. And doubling up even on that position will do a lot for you.
We got Valda locked into the close Monster for now. See if he has to give up this spot eventually. Heroic emphasizing again the connector, and with eyes into short water too, so just trying to make sure OG don't get too aggressive. We haven't really seen anything too crazy from the CT side yet. No hyper extensions. A couple of times we've seen a peek into the fountain to try and prey on an early pick, but
it's become a lot less popular to take over short control on CT side as well. where it seemed like one of the more fun parts of the map to control the push constantly.
Why was that?
It's just that the T side just got really good. It felt random sometimes. If a T had a really good spawn coming out of short with the flashes coming out from outside monster, sometimes you just get both of your teammates killed, or you get spammed on the push with a molly on short. Just became too many options there for the T side.
Well, here's the push out monster where Valdo once was. Now he plays inside of the site. We got a man hiding inside of smoke. Flames, covered by Valda and able to give us a double. Stown, dropped by Alexi B as the smoke phases out. And what do you know? OG right back to winning ways. Cadian forced to save, or at least try to hold on to this op. Valda inside of the water, giving Flames the cover he needs. That's got to be the key piece to the hold.
Yeah, and we saw that Flames had an opponent running up on his right side, but he didn't even worry about it at all because he's trusting Valda. And so we look at it from her perspective, we're like, he's going to die in 3, 2, 1, and no. Valda has got his back. And also, they put themselves in position that if Valda gets attacked, Flames can also trade. It's just about building connections, right? That's just also fundamentals. It doesn't always have to be a crossfire, but as long as you can stand in a spot that would normally be dangerous, then that's probably an off angle, as long as you have a teammate covering something else. But still, I'm really surprised that with Heroic getting that space in front of Monster so consistently, they've only managed 1 round.
Still plenty of time for Heroic. Ooh, what's going on? Water monsters.
Something was going to spawn.
Merfolk.
What'd you call me? Oh, Jesus. Dude. Matthew's kind of nuts sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes he do be nuts.
They don't have... This is weird. They don't have stairs control on the CT side, but...
Is he going to clear it? Oh, yeah. Oh, I see ya. I see ya. Flames gets wrecked. It's an interesting kill back the other way as well. No support there, right? You were just talking about creating connections and tethering. Oh, shush. That's the kind of tether you need. Over the top of Refresh. Shush finds Valda's face. Tesses walks in, catching Mantu crouching. Hidden Dragon. Now he moves forward onto the bomb site, tagged up slightly. Knows there's a CT to challenge around from the dumpster. Nico swings wide. Only the 1 kill, though. That could have been so big. He could have transitioned into all 3 of those kills towards bathrooms, but he can't manage to hold on, and the bomb plant will be slowed down as Alexi lands the nade.
It might be worth trying, actually, now that it's not a 1-on-3. It looked like he was about to save, but he's letting them to recede into their favorite post-plan positions, and they also have an op, and he also, has just picked up a smoke.
Yeah, that makes things a little more interesting. All of a sudden, the player on long starts to scramble the way back. Alexi caught by Refresh. Heroic. I thought they were going to lose this. They lost the 5v4. And if it didn't start with this, and then
is very weird.
Shush giving cover. Boom.
Because they just walk up and clear things slowly with lots of time on the clock. And I guess one reason you don't always want to have stairs control paired with short is just because then it's obvious, right? So you try to be as illegible as possible, if I could put it that way. But Flames is in a position where they're clearly encroaching on him slowly. And as we saw just there, if the T inside of the tunnel takes his time, he's going to not give you much space to fight back.
Looking to keep it simple. Artillery strike to the boost. Alexi's fine with that. 13 damage, no big deal. Refresh locks into the short corner. And we're going to see Heroic try to challenge up connector, where Mantu was standing exposed. The elements are his end. One of the pistols spotted back on the A site, but if it wasn't Mantu to go ham with something, he's left his teammates with nothing. The B site forfeited over, and Heroic on for a 3rd T round win.
Back in the game off of this.
Ooh, Alexi B. How about another one? No?
They have two grenades to work with here. The default planter. Both come out. They do good damage, but just damage. Oh, there's 3. Oh my god.
Yeah, Cadian's like, okay, enough's enough. Decides to dive out. They can grab that gun that Mantu had dropped. I believe it was a scout. You know, beggars can't be choosers.
Yeah, sure.
And that's that. Third round for Heroic, figuring out the B site clear for the taking. Obviously that frag versus Mantu makes things way easier. That's why the counter terrorists have to run up, just to ensure. Terrorists win. How come sometimes the bomb doesn't explode? Like it explodes, but we don't get the explosion.
I didn't even notice that. No, I want destructible bomb sites. I don't know if that costs us frames. If that costs
make the bridge collapse.
That would be so cool. I'd never get bored of that.
Levolution.
And if it was dynamic, like depending on where you planted the bomb, oh my god. That would be awesome.
That'd be fun. Imagine trying to save on A site and the bridge collapse underneath you.
Yes.
Don't worry, we'll get it when Source 2 comes around.
Okay. 2035.
Zaiwu coaching.
Zaiwu washed in coaching, imagine. Uh-oh.
Oi, oi. Trying to give chase to a measly CZ. But Shush knows better. Okay, if you're the guy who gives away a gun inside connector,
just don't be that guy.
Don't be that guy.
Don't be that guy.
Shush knows better. He walks away from it. Door swung open, and Heroic set their eyes on the A site. We've got 3 CTs in position, Scout included. Maybe Alexi B's tucked position. Oh, gap on that one.
Oh, it's nice for...
yeah, Tessa's like, ooh, man, what's going on back here?
It's kind of nice for the CT side, actually. Because I guess they'll trust it, but...
Alexi's still behind it.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Stown seems a little cautious. Sure enough, gonna clear that corner, make sure Alexi goes down. Now it's on to the 2 players in connector, walking upwards into refresh. A bit awkward, they've got so much cover. But Mantu and Nico inside of the bomb site have also been taken down already. HP so low. 4th for Heroic's T side. So definitely a test at the beginning of it. Feels like OG always come in with a nice start. Do OG start well all the time?
I don't know if they start well. Yeah, maybe. Maybe they start well all the time. I just know their games always go longer than they're supposed to. You know? Somewhere in there, some tragic rounds happens consistently.
Right.
And that's definitely a feature.
But not like
or
Virtus Pro long games.
No.
Not long for the same reason.
I think OG's games go long whether they like it or not. Virtus Pro literally force you to watch them play for 3 years every match.
They just really love the attention.
Yes.
Bunch of Mr. Meeseeks.
What's that?
You've seen Rick and Morty.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Mr. Meeseek, look at me! Gotta bend at the knees, Jerry!
Who's the Mr. Meeseek of Heroic?
Cadian.
Cadian.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cadian loves
he's
the
on the
spotlight,
desk.
man.
Yeah,
but I mean, the Cadian redemption arc, man, like...
Yeah.
I've seen this guy flip chairs and push over posters in the background. I love a Cadian pop-off, so... Don't get me wrong, not a bad thing. We need personality. We need pizzazz. We need Mr. Meeseeks. Oh, good flash. Refresh falls away. Doesn't get pushed upon. Nate will take a third of his health away. Oh, another flash. Take the message, Refresh. Okay, get out of there. 2 flashbangs, 2 frag grenades. Monster is not yours for the taking. It's a booby trap.
Yeah, it's interesting. They're kind of playing unorthodox, I feel like, over on B, but that's just been the perfect remedy. They're just like, we have the space, we should be able to win with it, but they regularly fail. A has been a lot weaker, I'd say, so we'll see what happens. There's no ops to support, no third player on the A side as well, so Alexi will only be able to do so much. Oh, Nico, he runs it. Oh, and he dies as well, and Alexi dies. I don't know, jump spotting on the site or crossing over?
Something. Crossing. He's not even behind the boxes by the looks of it.
I'm actually shocked they're going B off this situation. And Montu's holding the stairs with 25 seconds.
Yep.
And the door's not open.
Nail a couple shots, man. Montu's got Tesses, falls away. Now they're going to have to run through smoke. Not an ideal situation for the T side. but at least they give themselves a little bit of cover. How desperate are you? They start jumping, flailing into this B site. They will get the bomb plant. I mean, it's sketchy, but it could still work. Valda gets cleared out from the water. Refresh going to take his position as Stound shoots over into Graffiti, and Mantu needs to concede it. He has to walk away. He won't even be given that chance. Heroic with a 5th. But what a risk.
Dude, Mantu flashed Valda in the pit, so either he timed it wrong or whatever, but Valda had a free kill there, and they had to run through Mantu's smoke as well onto the sites. That was that was Heroic overthinking the situation. They had an A site with the 2 kills with 25 seconds, and they went downstairs through a door that was closed into a site where Mantu was holding a deep angle, lost a frag to Mantu on that hold early, and still won the round with 13 seconds coming through that smoke.
Cadian's popping off, man. He can already sense you. And I'm speaking to the people who will be filling the Royal Arena. Heroic back on LAN with a crowd. Haven't seen that since DreamHack Rotterdam 2019. I believe Cadian was crowd surfing. I'm sure he wanted to. Pistols on short, gonna be peeled off. They jump across, maybe attempt an exit, but Shush gonna lock them into this gunfight. If they can kill him, then they'll take his AK, but woohoo, distraction. Nico comes out with it. Now it's a matter of saving, but he sticks around and that'll cost him. Cadian sweeps the board of OG's members, and Heroic, well, we've got this game tied at 6.
Yeah, they're cooling now.
T-side really taken aback, man. That's Heroic on fire with 5.
Yeah, they're feeling a lot better now, I think, after a rough start. And again, I think the real hold in the defense right now is the A site. The setups are not perfect, and there's not a lot of synergy there. Nico is having a better game, but he did drop a important spray that previous round. Looks like back to B antics here for Heroic.
Lots of utility usage, and TSS just looking to pop right in. Not held by Graffiti until Flames extends just at the right moment. That could have cost them a player or 2, but instead, well, man advantage held onto, but not for very long. Shush kills Valda, caught with a gun empty. Minute 15, did they walk away?
They could if they want to. They're going to draw out some utility, and the CTs will take their time to completely clear out Monster. But a lot of times in this spot, they recognize pretty quickly when the Ts have decided to leave. And it looks like this might be no different. Now, this boost will be great for catching headshot or certain other positions, but I'm not sure there'll be a CT in view from here. They have a lot of time to re-aggro if they'd like to. Oh my God, did they see him? Oh, they do. Oh my God. Nico is the second man up.
Poor Nico, man.
He saw Alexi as well.
Led to the slaughter. Just gonna keep dumping out some utility here. That gets an answer, so of course OG's presence still within this B site. They are split 1-1. Mantu could give us a fireworks show up on A site. Let's see it. It's just Shush. Sure enough, quick shot in. That draws Alexi upwards though. And Heroic. Cheeky play.
Yeah, that's all they need. That's really nice. I mean, they use one as this fast aggressive lurk, and it's one that kind of needs to be respected for OG.
Alexi, well, he walks right into where Cadian was posted. Mantu hoping that Cadian tries to go for a second, but that's not the case. Both of the players from Heroic down to his right. It's going to be a difficult exit, so he decides to concede instead. And we've got Heroic with a lead. 6 rounds in a row to take their 7th. Hell, they could still walk away with 9 on this T side.
Yeah, yeah. I want to say I'm surprised, but I mean, I expected a really good result here from Heroic on Overpass. It's more impressed to see some of the, I guess, unorthodox looks for OG work out. No, there's an off down, and that's something that they don't have to think about this next round.
The half's not even over, man. Like, what's gonna happen when they win?
Voice. Yeah,
I'm getting nervous. If I was his teammate, man, I'm just gonna like inch down the table a little bit. Like, okay. But obviously everybody feeding off of that energy, and if you've got that kind of energy in your camp, then you're not going to let this slide at all. Every round that you can get on this T side is putting you closer and closer to running the showdown all the way to the finals. And they were tested, man. They were tested. Poggers got more rounds than they should have. Dignitas got more rounds than they should have. And OG need more rounds if they plan on stopping this hot Heroic. 2 kills in already as OG attempt to survive with the lesser 5. Flash into the bathrooms, down with the double, and a 4v1 left over. 8 for Heroic's T side.
Flames will have no counterplay here. Even to get some damage in, it's already too late. Heroic, tons of money left over, and he would love to try to find a gun, but it's only TSS that's being camped out, so nothing to do as we move into the last round of the game. And Heroic recover, they look good. I think they avoid some of their earlier problems over towards Monster. And while it was kind of a honeypot for OG to leave it open for Heroic, there were a couple of times where Heroic did a good job of pump faking, taking the control, but not ending in B, where they ended up losing to some of the cute crossfires between Flamesy and Valda.
Many flavors to the Heroic T side, and some of them sneak up on you.
Yeah. I think stairs control is a big one here for Heroic. I mean, they know how to utilize it really well, and it's a long rotation for the CTs without it. It's not easy to hold on to, but there are a lot of kills to be had, I think, from the OG perspective. I think plays where we break open the door and stare down into the tunnels would be pretty fruitful. A lot more tactics to get the opening kills versus the short attempts from Heroic would be good. And some of these rounds have been slower, but it's not an easy team to play against. Not an Overpass.
Maybe OG look to throw a spanner in the works, look to get a bit aggressive, make a play on their own terms. Valda's not having the best of halves, 2 and 10. He's always been that extra piece down here on B, so he'll get his name on the assist versus refresh. Meanwhile, Heroic, they're looking to prioritize long.
Yeah, but the CTs do own stairs now with a kill as well.
And an Opera in position. Oh, they saw foot. He saw foot. Matu knows they're coming. Slowly but surely, they'll encroach. Takes out some utility. Looks to throw the flash towards mid. He's completely turned his attention. Mantu, he would have seen that footstep, but I guess he didn't expect him to just walk through smoke. Good thing Alexi's here.
On that little concrete pillar, the trash can. And he'll find another as well, my God.
All right, Alexi, that's what you needed. Somebody from OG to have a bit of a pop-off to remind themselves and Heroic that OG are not here to be pushed over and to be pushed out of contention. 20 seconds left for Shush to pull off the 1v4, an 8-7 half looking likely, and one that was just a spree of victories for Heroic, but a final note. A final end, an exclamation mark perhaps from OG. They've got a T-side ahead of them to make the difference, or else Heroic lock in their spot at the Royal Arena.
In CSGO, audio is key, and in this video, we'll be showing you the best tips and tricks to confuse your opponents. This is Audio Advantage. CSGO is filled with all sorts of sounds, but not every sound you make can be heard by the enemy. Here's the sounds that, if close enough, the enemy can hear. Running, firing, low ammo, reloading, climbing ladders, landing, taking damage but not full damage unless you die, planting, defusing, fake throwing, scoping, switching fire modes, dropping guns or bomb to the ground, knifing, picking up items while running, breaking vents, glass and opening doors. But here's how you can use some of those audio cues to your advantage. The sound of throwing a grenade can be heard by you and the enemy. If you quick switch, the sound will fake and they'll think you're throwing a grenade. tabseN is looking to retake control of jungle or Mirage. It's typical to throw a flashbang while retaking this part of the map, but he doesn't have one. So he fake throws an incendiary grenade, quick switches back to his gun and makes his move. The enemy is turned, expecting a flashbang, and gets shot in the back. Easy for tabseN. Just like fake throwing, reloading can be heard by the enemy, and you can cancel this animation by quick switching. This little trick is perfect for drawing the enemy into you. Here's Woxic showing how it's done at match points. In a 1v2, he fake reloads. The CTs think now is their chance to push. They gamble, only to be sprayed down and lose the round. When you don't have eyes on the enemy, audio cues are all you have to work with. So here's some ways to send all the wrong signals to the enemy. See if you can spot what goes on here from the enemy's perspective. Here's how Simple won the round. When dropping down, he fires his weapon to mask the sound. The enemy doesn't hear it and is left helplessly aiming in the wrong direction. Lastly, without firing a single bullet, Speedy manages to take 3 guns off the enemy and seriously damage their economy. He walks into the site with the intention of getting a sneaky Zeus kill and using the sound of him defusing to bait someone in close. The enemies hear it and panic. 3 of them charge him down and end up dying to the bomb. Next time you play CS, use some of these audio tips and tricks to your advantage.
As we feared that the heartbeat had fallen flat, OG showed us a little sign of life. They closed out that first half with at least one more round, and now they take to the T side. It's been a quiet game from Valda, which isn't what you need. OG, tough trail ahead.
Yeah, he was so good on Inferno, having a rough game now. Nico had a much worse game on Inferno, a little bit weak now, and Valda cited the individual inconsistency as to why the team suffers sometimes. But I think it was clear that in terms of setups and preparation, they weren't really at the same level as Heroic, even if they made the half as close as numerically possible.
Heroic CT pistol, stacking up bodies towards the B site. OG run in rampantly towards B. Shush, doesn't need a second. Refresh here to help, and another headshot from him. No bomb plant made possible. Valda gonna have to go huge in the 1v4. Needs more kills in this round than he had last half. And he's got himself the second. Chance at the third, but it gets stopped in its tracks, and Heroic find their 9th.
The tail of the tape for OG was, barely scraping by on that pistol round for a good start. Kind of mirrored image coming into the second half for both teams. And then starting off super strong, but the adaptations from Heroic being really, really good. Some cool mid-round moments. And also a couple of moments like rounds where they should have won. Running through that smoke into Montu with 10 seconds left, but a whole collection of moments like that. And it's kind of CS you get from Heroic that makes it so exciting, of course. So what now will happen for OG?
Woo! Oh, a little parkour nade.
Who else did that? Someone else did that too.
Yeah, we had that in the game not long ago. But it wasn't with that. That was extra smooth. Super smooth. Poor Nico. Ate that nade. Cadian gonna stay postured here. One of the 2 M4A1S players for Heroic in this round. Refresh holds on long, but there's a second player here, so he shouldn't turn his attention. He will, as Cadian succeeds in killing 2. Refresh as well. CEST slides out for the 5th, and it is a flawless anti-eco. 10 rounds for Heroic. OG, the half starts now.
They give them some space, but only space that they're ready to cover from their more passive positions on the site. So nice collection of CT frags around the bathrooms. And yes, a buy up here for OG, 3 rounds the difference. Long T half ahead though. I mean, sometimes you can get away with the CT side even on a map you maybe aren't as comfortable on. T side is, I think, where the real struggles lie. Got a lot more to do to keep up. And I think Heroic CT side is so strong, particularly because of their 2 strong ops on the team.
For now, OG just need to deal with the rifles. Had a couple SMGs. Load grenades for Heroic. Already down to just the 2 smokes. 1 flash. solo kit. Oh, but Nico caught asleep at the wheel. Shush peeks, blasts him through the fence. And now all of a sudden, OG, they've lost that one hook they had towards the B site. Short, easily taken.
Yeah, B should, Monster should typically be the most dangerous spot to push. And they do it together, but they also catch Nico holding an angle that he thinks is good when it's really not.
Shush locked in on short. If he makes contact, then Stown can immediately turn his attention. But Stown, he thought Shush would have had the door.
That's another situation where he thinks he's holding an angle that's good, but it's really not.
Oh my. What a way for OG to get right back into this. And because of that, I mean, easy take out of the B site. Nobody was prepared to rotate as quick as they needed. But then again, at the same time, look at the health. Sub 20 HP for 2 of these Ts. Counter-terrorists.
Yeah, it's definitely worth quarantining in this position and trying to stop them from exiting. But Flamesy might be an insurance policy.
Oh, but he's starting to look the wrong way.
Yeah.
Oh, just as TSS is about to come out of the cusp of this short pipe.
Wow.
Flamesy actually locks all the way towards T-spawn. Mantu's going to run right into TSS. That's an easy pickup. Of course, time is the biggest issue for Heroic. If they can save the 2 M4s,
they kind of have to get rid of TSS, though. They're trying to exit through Monster. Okay, Flames, who got that kill. And another beautiful spray from him. Survives with just enough HP, and we can see that none of his teammates would have been able to escape if Flamesy didn't get both of those. But here's the moment where, yeah, Nico's kind of like looking down, and he's waiting for someone to potentially push short pipe. Clearly from the angle he's holding, but obviously it doesn't cover it. And that's one of those moments, you know, okay, next time he stands there, he's going to be a lot more cognizant of someone coming up a bit higher in the back. But it's moments like that where it's just like, oh, the experience is kind of shining through. Now, that being said, Nico was a part of Heroic while they were playing a lot of Overpass. So you'd expect it to be a bit different. But I don't know. I don't think he was holding B on the team. Probably Tessus on the T side, but I can't remember. It escapes my memory.
Nade from TSS off the mark. Flames was a bit more patient, while his 2 other teammates have gone sprinting up long. A peek out from TSS just as they were crossing behind the tree. Feels like if he's a second later, then he's a dead man walking. Instead, he'll be given a second chance and he escapes.
Round's actually moving around quite nicely here for OG because they got stairs control, they got TSS out of top bathrooms, and they know their next fight is either around bathrooms or, you know, back on the site. TSS doesn't want to fight, so to compensate for this, 4 CTs will join up on A, which is a nice adjustment. Now, typically, it gets way too crowded on the A site, and that's the problem. So they try to squeeze for some map control here into the bathrooms, and this might be the perfect play here for Cadian.
Oh, catches Alexi with a nade out. That definitely helps. Nico then dies to TSS as he decides to swing out, but the long play, that could be it. Montu gets one, and he's ready to swing. 2 CTs up close, but Valda's going to turn that attention. Still, the fight on long unfolds, and TSS comes out ahead. Last Terrorist tries to escape, but Cadian clutches in on him, and Heroic, they'll take that 11th.
Yeah, the whole setup was so nice from Heroic. Everywhere they moved in that position, they lost so much space really early on, and OG were coming forward timely, in a timely fashion, right? The amount of map control here, we're crossing a minute, and they're about to get into the execute, and that's where Cadian finds this gap on the outside of bathrooms. TSS does not overcommit early on and is useful throughout the rest of the round, and then they have enough space for their teammates to rotate in instead of sitting just back Dice or Optimus and letting it get too overwhelming with the execute. This pushes OD back onto pistols. They have 1 AK in the hands of Valda, but very low odds in the round. This is indicated by the firepower meter at the top of the screen.
The firepower meter. Like some kind of fighting game.
How much? Yeah, there are some influences in that. That's where the
Nairugan.
Well, yeah. Well, we don't have that on the in the HUD, but the on fire symbol is inspired also by fighting games.
Alexi slaughtered. Never even had a chance. The poor soul. It's going to be the all-in on Monster. OG looking to lean on Valda. We saw a round like this from Heroic where TSS had that solo AK, and they did a good job of putting the pistol players in front of him for this difficult first peek. But Shush from the barrels, and Stown ahead of him. Easy pickups. 1, 2, 3. Heroic, 12.
They're in their comfort zone, man. This is their map. They're good on CT side. They're streaking now in the second half, and it's OG to have to show them where the cracks are. I mean, at this point, got another rifle. Op will come into play. We saw one good start from OG. So at least that's nice, but they'll have to go and do a little bit extra. One thing Heroic are really good at on every map is the CT aggression, something I feel like they specialize in the most.
Yeah. Kind of suits that, you know, that little bit of disrespect that Heroic like to throw into the mix. One of their favorite ingredients. Refresh finds a 1v1 in Connector versus Valda, immediately starts to come back up, but he does have 28 HP and no teammates here in bathrooms to help him. So maybe he just locks into this spot, tries to take a player with him if they do come at him, and even just damaging Flames down to 22, decent enough. Terrorists will find that Connector is clear for the taking. We're going to get another awkward moment here where we've got Nico back on this fence. Now he's not looking nearly as downwards as last time, but he starts to fall away so that he can throw grenades into the short side, which will prime the CTs to find him, and he just missed timing.
But he's
by
flashing,
a second.
He's flashing for the door to open here.
And it works. Stound's gonna kill Nico, so that does ultimately cost them, but losing Shush inside of water opens the route to attack the bomb site, and TeSS flubs the nade. Smoke from Alexi. Low HP on 2 of the 3 for OG, but they need this round. This T-side cannot stutter step. It cannot stall out. It needs to hit. And TeSS, well, he's close to doing exactly that, but for the opposing side. Saw the player retreat. And he's going to throw the flash so that the Heaven player can come right in. Cadian nails the shot, but there goes Alexi, alleviating pressure on the other end. And now they can focus forward as the counter-terrorists need to run forward. Alexi's got himself another, and Cadian wants nothing to do with this fight. OG will take a round on the T side.
Man, the number of timings that happened in this round. It looked like Heroic were about to get 3 kills in the post-plant position, but earlier on, like, Nico is, you get a copy and paste where Heroic are going to do that double push outside Monster. Nico's in a similar spot, but he's aware of it, and then suddenly he pulls a flash out, and then the train comes on Overpass.
Oh my God.
Like, I got a flash for the door, guys, and the trades go down from there. So there's just so many moments that were very 50-50, and OG will be counting their lucky stars that they were able to win the round. It's still a 3-round game, but that's just the first rifle round that we see won in this half.
There we go. Now just string them together. Smoke immediately onto the Molotov. Cadian then knows that presence, maybe too much of a risk, decides not to go for any kind of an aggressive peek. Flash prime for TeSS. They themselves playing counter flash, and it's the op posted on the corner. Stound welcomes the walkout. Oh my God, they are so grouped up for this. First shot lands from Stound, re-peeks, good. Even despite being blind, fire on the feet of the 2 Ts forces them backwards. They will have a little bit of short control, but this is an initial setup from Heroic that pays off.
Yeah, that's so good. They were coming through very light contact off one flash. Stound is so strong on this map, you know, particularly from that pillar whenever he's down on this site, opping, and yeah, what can you say again? This double op.
Yeah, that's it, man.
Coming into play.
You mentioned it before the game went live, and this is a round where we see it. You know, Cadian could have still taken that aggressive angle if he didn't feel like maybe there was something coming. All the while, boom, rock solid.
So
cannon hold from Stound.
One way to put pressure on the Bathrooms players is to go towards long, and you can kind of avoid the problem. You can also end up planting back dice, depending on how the situation plays out.
Sure.
But now, with the exec coming in, and the man advantage for Heroic, they're pretty comfortable with TeSS back here.
Narrow angle. He alternates to just make sure that he can hold on the walkout. And wow, oh my God.
Perfect, it is a walk, yeah.
Could that be any easier?
Let's get one more. Come
on. How about it? Come on in. Come on. Come on. 6 seconds left over. Mantu knows better. He's going to drop a smoke for the retreat, but I mean...
That was flat, but yeah.
What a dud.
3v5. They try to come through with this tactic out long. It's just not very good, and they don't get enough space quickly enough, and don't have a lot of time or utility to make another move.
The second shot from Stound.
Yeah.
Boom! Little micro adjustment while blind.
And the flashes are coming in, but he's hugging that pillar as tight as he possibly can, and nothing comes out of the far right side of Monster. But they want that round.
Yeah. For sure. For sure. Look what it nets them. OG, desperate times ahead. Double deagles, some utility. The beauty of this moment, too, is that everybody from Heroic is contributing. The kill distribution between 17 and 14. OG go for the... where's... Okay. I didn't see the slide. I was like, dude, the guns are disappearing. The slides are disappearing. The simulation's crashing. Get Anders on the line.
We'll get Anders.
Walk through connector. We'll find that it's clear. Heroic, more passive setup this round.
Cadian will secure a couple of flashes here, so maybe he can take a passive position on the site, support his rifler with them, or...
Op be up.
Yeah.
That's who's going to walk into this. Ooh, Cadian saw the foot.
Got to be careful with Monster.
Shot.
He's so fast, even when he peeks into your angle. He's out op Cadian a couple of times, holding an extremely dominant position. But look at this, Heroic finding another gap, pushing Monster again.
More flashes popping up inside the bathrooms. CEST just looking to lock in on Banana.
Rotations are in.
Yeah, refresh arrives in time. Still, Cadian hunts this op kill, blinded fully. There's the peek out from bathrooms. CEST gets attacked from 2 directions, and so now it's a 5v3. But Stown, that secondary op, still alive and kicking. Frag in his face for half of his health, and now the long player comes out. Refresh still with the cover, but the flank, that's where this hits. Shush kills Alexi. Bomb still planted. And Mantu, well, now he's got a little bit of cover behind him. Valda able to kill a player on site as the Opper makes the difference on bathrooms, and OG take their 10.
That's how you know it's as hard as possible. Every single player dies as that bomb gets planted, and it almost didn't. So that was a round where Heroic find that gap. Even when they haven't known or done that push out towards Monster every single time, it has been a focal point of this half for them. And again, typically the most dangerous spot to go. If OG had any idea how many times they were taking advantage of the space over there, they would try to punish them. But for now, it remains a clandestine operation for Heroic, one they can keep in their pocket and continuously pull out. The only thing that they can figure from that is, oh, hold on. Flames just runs up off a short, takes refresh down, and that's the main guy holding on to Monster. However, they've also simultaneously got this boost out in CT, but OG had no plans to rush this position. They're going to default with Flames taking that first risk.
Utility over the top. CTs don't have a front line. They're just sat back and still successful. Shush with the kill. Valda comes in from the bomb site. And Shush, whoa, oh my god, he's doing it all. 3 kills from Shush this round, and Stown now flanks.
Yeah, he's a fast rotator.
No utility, no kit.
He's in there silently. Coming up short
more
now,
damage.
Pressure.
This is going to be perfect. Stown slick. Ooh, so slick. Just slides right out on short. A full house between Shush and Stown. And in a round that it absolutely matters. OG were on the cusp of knocking Heroic economically back.
Yeah, that's a tilter.
You can see the frustration.
They're not thinking far ahead there with the post plant. They're so distracted because Shush has done such an incredible job of not only defending his teammates, but putting pressure on at every single moment, and even makes this late rotation up into heaven. They just want to trade him so badly, but they can't find someone to make an offer. And that just takes all the attention off of Stown completely.
And puts all of the pressure onto OG, because this force buy, this attempt at stopping Heroic from securing a 15th comes by way of Galil, AK Ump Double Deagle. OG, everything on the line. They have been unsuccessful in getting these consecutive terrorist round wins. It's one-offs over and over. And Shush, man of the hour, top fragger on Inferno, is here in the connector with the crossfire set between him and CEST. It's perfect. And that's both of the rifles, the 2 biggest weapons that OG had to offer, taken away as fast as can be.
They got a deep playbook. So many looks here from Heroic. Just when OG think that they can figure something out, they've given a lot of space and they can take short, take bathrooms control, go into execs. The rotations have been incredibly on point from Heroic every step of the way. And still showing new modes of aggression deep into the second half.
passiveness from Heroic. Allowing the T's to just walk right into Katie and scope. Sure enough, he hits that first shot. Valda and Alexi, 2v5, desperate. So desperate to get into this site. A bomb plant in and of itself would be a reward, and it's not looking very likely. Valda tries to jump up to the firebox, and as he does so, gets spammed away. Cadian comes in with the kill, and Heroic have 5 map and match points to deny OG anything on Overpass and to run the showdown all the way to Fall Finals.
This would be it. Not easy to win the showdown, and this would be Heroic's hardest competition, but they are making mincemeat of OG in the second half, and they don't even need to get that excited until OG put up more of a fight. At the moment, they've got nothing to work with. Best chance for Heroic to strike. No reason that they should lose either.
Fast attack up onto the fountain. CEST confirms, not much here. Pistols aplenty. But chances, not so much. Great initial damage comes in from Shush. They're going to try and chase him down. Down with the off shot, but Alexi, well, him and Nico have at least got the sidearms firing off, and that's 3. That's a chance. OG still with a chance. A bit of a bait, ×2, ×3. Oh, and Cadian commits to the peak, but Valda's going to stop him, and CEST concedes this. OG still fighting for as long as they can.
Yeah, they're giving it their best shot. They win the eco. The full-on rush, they force up, of course. They spend everything that they have because it could be their last round. This will net them 11. Gonna hold my breath, okay, because I don't know if OG have shown us any reason to believe that they can make it all the way to 15. But if they can suddenly bring it to a new level, there'll be proof of it in this next round, when it's one where there's more pressure and the full rifle to play with. And if Valda could have shot at any of those peaks and still got it, like the jump spots are not as good as Cadian thought they were. Just, like, showed his whole body for a full second.
He thinks he's in total flow state.
He's like, I'm nuts. I'm like water right now. He can't touch me.
What's up, Pete? Oh, you're dead, brother. Nice attempt, but that's the fire that flows through Casper. This man wears his heart on his sleeve. Love him or hate him, Heroic's passion for Counter-Strike is undying. And their accomplishments, well, that's yet to be told. OG with a fighting chance and a fighting stance up to Fountain. Nobody here to see them. Heroic, far more stagnant on this B site than aggressive on A. A little bit of fire on Nico's feet. Oh, and that flushes him right into Cadian. Now, how quickly do we see the movements back up to the A site? Because with a 5v4 emphasized by that overstack at B, now you just got to sit back on your haunches and believe in your hunches.
Trusting your instincts, never a bad idea. But if they needed any more pressure, I don't know. So it was this, but there's an opening. CEST jumps up over what he thought was a one-way for him, but gets there a little bit too late. Valda's in place to punish. Again, this push in. Well, oh my God, he's going to spot the bomb.
No way.
Oh, man. Uh-oh.
Oh, you did not just give Refresh that gift. Alexi's coming in, and he gets executed. Heroic, don't you dare.
30 seconds.
There's one thing to beat OG. It's another to just crush their souls like this.
It's these monster pushes they've been getting away with so consistently. And we're already at the point in the round where Refresh doesn't even need to defend it.
Oh, and he drives by Valda. They've got 10 seconds to spare. It has to be a knife out run. OG, who weren't able to qualify for the major, this was their chance, a run at the fall finals, and they won't even be able to plant. Heroic have added their names to the list of teams. Welcome to the Royal Arena.
I've heard every Danish player's dream. A huge win for Heroic. And a troubling defeat for OG, who looked like they didn't have a chance there in Overpass and had a really good start on both maps.
The highs, the lows, the anti-heroes of Danish Counter-Strike, Heroic. We know what this means to them. We know that their chances, well, mean the world they'll find themselves in the Royal Arena to the packed Danish crowd. Pimp says it matters most to the Danes, and he would know. So here you go. Heroic, one of 2 teams to run it all the way. All the way. And last time we invited a team, a top contender, to the showdown, Gambit went on to win the entire season. Heroic hoping to do that exact same thing, but only time will tell. And they're not going to be the only ones punching their tickets to said Royal Arena. No, of course, we've got Liquid and Mad Lions coming up next.
The Danes claim their spot on home ground. They survived the absolute gauntlet of the showdown, and they will be planting both their feet firmly in the Royal Arena. Maniac, they came into this competition regarded as top seed, and they proved firmly why exactly they were seen like that.
Yeah, we only have to congratulate Heroic for that qualification, quite honestly. I just wanted to take a second to talk about mental fortitude on the side of the Danes. I was looking at their results, their journey through the showdown. We're talking 16-11 win versus Poggers, 16-10, and then there's an overtime win against Dignitas, and then 16-13 against Dignitas, 16-12, and 16-11 against Heroic. Every single map, their opponent went to double digit. Every single map was contested, was competitive, was hard, but they did not lose a single map. When it matters the most, when the pressure was high, Heroic was the one winning the map.
It was good to see them play Counter-Strike today, because I, for once, don't think they played well against Poggers, and I don't think they played up to their potential against Team Dignitas. Heroic is a team that was in contention to be the best in the world, and still could very well be one of the best teams in the world if they figure out the issues when it comes to performing at LAN. But so far in this tournament, it's been a little bit shaky. You know, as you said, all the games have been close against teams they should be running all over, but today, there was no doubt whatsoever. This was like watching old Heroic just manhandling their opponent, playing into all the aspects, playing aggressive, good, confidence Counter-Strike, where it felt like OG, who come into this game and feel like they were the better team, they've had the better results, they got absolutely beaten there right by Heroic. It felt to me like it was a complete different version of Heroic today.
And Scrawny illustrated perfectly coming out of this one. All of the team members of this Danish side are going to be so ecstatic to be making it to the Royal Arena. A dream for some of the Danes on that side, and the first time for some of them as well.
And that's going to be great. Of course, that is an experience to be had. You know, when you have the crowd with you, your crowd, your people, you know, you kind of, he said anti-heroes, and I guess we can take a second to talk about, you know, all the tremors that Heroic went through this year, obviously, and somehow they're still there. Somehow they're still winning. You see them celebrating, being together. They are a unit against everything that was thrown their way this year, and they still manage to win.
There's going to be a lot of Danish players in that tournament.
Yeah.
You got Gate in Big, you got Kerrigan in FaZe Clan, you got Device in NIP, you of course got Heroic now, Astralis coming in, Mad Lions potentially also qualifying for that event. It's going to be a lot of Danish power on that one.
Yeah, the Danes are definitely representing coming into the Royal Arena, as
nice
so they should be. I do want to roll it back to the final round of this very map, because it perfectly illustrates exactly what you were saying about Heroic coming into this.
I think so. It was Heroic, especially on the CT side in the second half, showcasing that they were the better team, that they are the better team, constantly being aggressive, always going for the fights. And that was the case throughout the entire CT side. Refresh at this point, pushing in towards T-spawn from the B-bomb side, which happened so many times. Gets a gift right here because the bomb is laying and he can just execute LXB coming in. And at this point, Heroic were in prime position to win the round, prime position to win the game. But this scenario we see right here happened in more or less every single CT round, especially the buy rounds coming out of Heroic. We saw Nico stand outside B and being caught off guard a couple of times. We saw Refresh pushing in towards underground, getting a couple of kills. Heroic played with so much confidence that it was hard for OG to do anything on that T side.
That's also a gift from OG this very last round. It is also, I guess, a sign of them being flustered towards the very end, because when you have that slow A map control and then by 39 seconds you realize the bomb is back T-spawn, that is a mistake. And this is why I think we should separate, we should distinguish Inferno from Overpass. Inferno was a really hard thought game. We're talking about clutches, millimeters and milliseconds. That wasn't really the case in Overpass. It really felt like Heroic was one step ahead and OG kind of lost their way along the lines.
But that's the difficulty for OG coming into this. You guys were framing it, you know, this is the OG's kind of last hurrah in terms of 2021 qualifying for a LAN event. Of course, we're not going to be seeing them at the major stage as well. So we needed to see everything from OG here.
Yeah, and I think, honestly, we did see everything from OG. I'm trying not to be too harsh on them here because I think they faced a better opponent today. I think Heroic is a world-class team, a world-class opponent who on a good day can beat anyone in the world. We've seen that when it comes to Gambit, when it comes to Na'Vi, when it comes to all these good teams. Heroic is up there and we're up there with the best in the world to be considered the best in the world. So for OG, it's I almost feel a little bit sorry because I think they're too good not to be part of these tournaments. They're too good not to be part of the major. But unfortunately for them, they haven't had the luck and the ability to qualify.
It is hard for OG. It really is hard. Look, we are coming out of a very I guess, somber and dark period in Counter-Strike where we were only playing online and everyone was kind of frustrated. And now we all have our eyes set on the return of LAN events, the return of arena events. There's the major, there's going to be the fall finals. And then these are going to be moments that will be remembered as a step in history of Counter-Strike. And unfortunately, OG will miss these two events. So you almost feel like as a professional player, you just see the hype train of Counter-Strike flying and you just forgot your ticket. You just don't have it on yourself. And you know you're going to be on the sidelines when we're running all these legends. Everyone will remember the major, everyone will remember the Royal Arena, but we won't remember you.
Yeah, of course, heartbreak for the side of OG, but what a dream for Heroic to be cementing themselves in the Royal Arena. We do have Refresh on the line for our winners interview. First of all, huge congratulations, man.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Can you just tell me what it means to be playing in front of your home crowd in the Royal Arena at the full finals?
I mean, it means a lot. I mean, I haven't played a big tournament in front of a home crowd, so it's a special feeling for us all. So we are just trying to, enjoy the evening because we worked hard for this, and we're really happy about the way we did it.
Refresh, of course, congratulations making it to the Royal Arena. I was looking at all your games at this event, and every maps you've played have been competitive. Your opponents always making it to double digit. In your opinion, why were you always able to pass to the finish line first?
I think we have better synergy than the other guys. I think we are better at like reading the game and playing off each other. You have seen good like 2vx situations or 3vx, and that's because we know how to play together like better than the other teams we have met, and I think that's what separates us the most.
Refresh, I wasn't thoroughly impressed with your first two games in the tournament. I think you got the job done, obviously, but you could have played better. Against OG today, it seemed like it was the old Heroic that back, the Heroic that can contend to be one of the best teams in the world. Would you agree with that? Because I felt, especially here in Overpass, that you were playing with confidence. You were super aggressive. In particular, you as well, rushing underground, pushing into T-spawn. Was that more of the old Heroic, the Heroic that can beat basically everyone?
Yeah, of course, we played a bit more... not scared, but like not trying to make stupid mistakes against Poggers, the first team we met.
Careful, yeah.
And that's because we know that we are better than them, so we should just play like normally, and we will win eventually. So against Dignitas and OG, we really try to do our best, and yeah, we are just slowly improving. And you can see difference from the Dignitas game to this game that we are improving day by day.
In terms of the events going forward, Refresh, of course, we're going to be seeing you at the Major. We're now going to be seeing you at the full finals. And we were discussing before coming into this, the big arena events that we've seen some of the members of the side of Heroic attending. You've only had one under your belt. Shush, Tessas haven't had any. So how do you kind of get in that mindset for not only getting on LAN, but getting into arena in front of a crowd?
It's going to be an experience, but there's one thing that's for sure, that we are there to win. We are not showing up just to play or just to try the lane thing for the first time. We are here to get the job done and get the results we really want.
Well, Refresh, I'm thoroughly looking forward to seeing that go down. Huge congratulations, man. And yeah, go off and celebrate your win.
Thank you.
We're also going to get to check in with the moment that Heroic cemented themselves at the spot at the full finals in this Mic'd Up moment.
Rammer ham hårdt.
Nice. Kom nu, kom nu! Kom nu!
Super nice.
Nice, Jogiras. Godt kill.
Kom nu, mand! Nu tager vi den rigtige runde, og så fejrer vi det! Kom nu!
Monster.
Yes.
No chair flipping over or banner pushing over from Cadian this time, but man, you can see just how much it means to them to be playing in front of that home crowd in the Royal Arena.
I mean, Heroic has been through a rough time. Also, all these rumors, the investigations and everything, this is a win that means a lot to them, and I think it's a statement from Heroic as well. They played a good game of Counter-Strike today. They deserved to win. They were by no means pressured, I felt, by OG throughout this entire thing, and again, getting to play in Royal Arena in front of a full Danish stadium. What could you want more as a Counter-Strike player coming from Denmark?
The fire from Kenyan, so I just wanted to touch on it. The fire from Kenyan that. They win round 15, and he's already pre-celebrating. He's creating the mindset. Like, listen, we're going to win the next round, and we're going to celebrate. I'm like, oh my God, okay, then I guess we're going to win this round.
I mean, that's
I'll follow
exactly
you. I trust you. Let's
what
go.
you want from your captain of your squad, right? You want that hype coming into it, and Cadian always delivers in that aspect. We can check in with our bracket A side of life, as of course that result has cemented that bracket. That is it. All of the other teams eliminated. Heroic are the ones going through to the 4 finals. But we are not done with the action just yet, ladies and gentlemen. Oh no, we have got one more match on the cards tonight. It's going to be Mad Lions taking on Team Liquid. The underdogs have already had a terror form throughout the showdown, and we're going to see if they can take down the final hurdle in just a few.
Hey guys, it's Rob here from Betway, and joining me today is G2's Nico to play pro or low, or as Nico likes to call it, pro or noob. Are you ready to call a few pro players noobs, or any pro players pros? Let's hope you get it correct.
I'm ready for both. I know how this works. Let's go. I think this is just low, just because of the opponent. I think the opponent does not look like a professional team.
And you're correct. This guy's called Vornez. He's level 10 facer, so it makes sense. He's got the aim, but yeah, the opponents gave it away. So
yeah,
well played by this guy. Deagle clip. I mean, you've got many of these for yourself. I'll tell you now, this isn't you though.
I think this is low as well, but let me finish it. I think it's a low again. He hit good shots, but like here, I don't think he cleared angles perfectly, like in jungle, where he peaked, and then this guy CT also coming, like it's low, in my opinion, but it's a good play.
Yeah, a really good play. It is low. Another face at level 10. Well, okay, Nico, this seems too easy. Are we going to get 3 lows in a row? Let's see.
Okay, this is Kaito, as far as I remember. So I think this is a pro. If he kills last in second mid, it's Kaito. Yeah, this is pro. I think it's Kaito.
You're right.
Not sure who it was against, but
It's Kaito, pro, obviously. It's actually against Heroic.
it's a low. I don't know. I don't like the way he picked window, the way he... I don't like it.
It's very strange, isn't it? Just don't like it. It's a low. It is a low. Nico, thank you very much for playing. It was a lot of fun. And thank you guys for watching in the chat.
I have a lot of questions. What kind of team are we going to see?
In the Cirque here, he's going to feel pressured, but he also has BLAST to help out. And BLAST, we're good to go. We're emphasizing jungle here. This looks good. JL, though, he's going to make it look a little worse. 3 kills. Fallen will be swarmed, killing the short player, knowing that the second he waits, he waits, he waits, he wins.
Now that Fallen's gone down, Jame on point with that one. Nap with a nice swing, and he goes for it. Oh my God.
The Dark Horses have been on a tear of form so far throughout the showdown, and now they'll have to wash out Liquid to be claiming the ultimate prize. Land Glory is only up for grabs for one of these two teams, and coming into this Maniac, it means so much for both of these two squads for different reasons.
It is the proof of concept of Showdown, the match that we have right there. The fact that Mad Lions, the small, the itty-bitty challenger, is going up against Liquid, an absolute behemoth of Counter-Strike. So much history, so much veterancy in that lineup. But today, all these 10 men on one server to decide who's going to the fall final. That's why we have the Showdown.
I think it's going to be a good game. I think it's going to be a game of quality as well. I think Liquid have been looking better and better as of late. It's a team that has gone through a lot of struggles some periods. We've talked about it already with Fallen being the in-game leader. Then it was Stewie. Now it's Fallen again and back and forth. But we see a Liquid that is much more mature now, I would say. And then, of course, Mad Lions, who deserved their spot in this game. They beat G2 in a game that was back and forth where they showed resilience. So for once, I actually think we do have an upset right here in Mad Lions that potentially could go all the way.
Let's kick off this discussion about Team Liquid by talking about Stewie, because what we've seen so far in terms of this tournament has really impressed us.
Stewie has been lights out. There is no other way to put it. Third highest rated player of the event with 1.30 rating, which is extremely high. You see the timely progression as well, event after event for Stewie. And I just want to say this, with this man, with what he can do for a team, when he hits his stride, when he hits the peak, the input he's got for the team is massive. We're talking about a man that has ideas, a man that gives impulses, a man that is aggressive, a man that can have the AWP as a secondary, and one that can do the entry kills. When Stewie is on point, he is absolutely massive for Liquid, and we had the pleasure to witness it this entire event at the Showdown.
Stewie is a player that can take over the server as well. Stewie is an explosive player. We see him sort of like a Yakinda type sometimes, loves to fight, loves to be aggressive, and he's sort of like the guy who embraced being an intro fragger, like a hardcore intro fragger, especially in his Liquid days. I think he's matured a lot. I think he's much smarter now. I think he's sometimes backing off fights where he shouldn't be fighting anymore. So to see Stewie 2K perform at this level, that's a good thing for Liquid.
Well, speaking about the roles for the side of Team Liquid, would you have a Dren with a few words about leadership within the squad?
Is this just the case of maybe you saying, okay, if Fallen says this and this is the idea he wants to go with, you guys have just got to follow it? Is that something that can work?
Definitely. The thing is, naturally, Jake does have a very big voice on the team. And just naturally, in the moment, he is a leader and he can envision the CT side setups or whatever he's seeing. So Jake has a great mind for seeing, understanding what the team's doing and then giving the input and giving good direction. So right now, it is a little bit of, Fallen is doing like the macro freeze time calling, and then Jake is seeing the tiny details in the game and having those reads. And the reads are super important. And we just need to come to like a good middle ground of like how it works, because we don't want Jake not giving that input, because a lot of his input is super, super valuable. And we definitely don't want to lose that because it's super important.
Yeah, man, makes perfect sense. And in terms of you coming in back as the coach, right, what has been the hardest thing for you since you have come back to the team? What is the thing you're thinking, okay, this is a lot tougher than what I expected?
I mean, honestly, it is on this topic. The players on the team kind of have different ideas of how the round should be mid-rounded. How we should be adjusting, what our strat book should look like. So there has been a little bit of a disconnect when before we were kind of all on the same page and we agreed on the same style and how to approach situations. And there are a couple of different guys that that we're having different visions of how the rounds should work out: the start of the rounds, the middle of the rounds, the end of the rounds. So it's just kind of, we need to get together, and that's definitely been a hard part, because we can't just like disregard someone's input and just say like, no, we're not playing like that at all. We kind of got to come together and mix our ideas and come to a good middle ground of what's acceptable and what we want to do and how we want to run the team.
And today you've got Mad Lions. The winner gets the spot for the full finals, and I know you guys are going to want it, but this is quite a young and hungry, motivated team you've got out here. What do you think of these guys, and how confident are you about this matchup?
So I haven't watched too much of them. I am watching them right now just to prep for today's match. I mean, I don't really know. I don't have too much to say yet, because I just started watching them. I really haven't dove into them or ever watched them before. It does seem like they have some really talented players in Oro. He seems like a very confident opper that's taking a lot of initiative, and that's what you want to see out of your opper. So
yeah,
we'll have to make sure we shut down Waro, not let him get started. And it doesn't seem like so far their game plan is too in depth, or their strats are too crazy. They're kind of straightforward so far. So we like that kind of gameplay. If they're going to come at us, we're going to take that fight right back. So, yeah.
A lot of question marks from Rodren about Mad Lions and facing up against them today in the server. But I do want to throw it back to what we heard from Rodren at the beginning of that interview. It was a very interesting topic that we were discussing in the last game where we saw Liquid taking on VP, the delicate balance of the inputs of these different members of the roster.
Absolutely, and I think the cooperation between Stewie and Fallen is a focal point for Liquid. And I think the better these two work together, the better Liquid will play Counter-Strike. We heard from Stewie as well in a previous interview. He said that at the very beginning, he might have been a bit too critical. He was overstepping a little bit, and now he is allowing Fallen to take the split. That is what you have to focus on. Let these two work together. Let them figure out how they want to activate freeze time, mid-round, CT side, T side. If they find a way to work together, because you don't want to silence Chewy, that'd be a mistake, but you need Fallen to be at the helm.
I hardly understand why this is still a talking point. I hardly understand why we're still having this discussion. Fallen joined this lineup 10 months ago. It's been 10 months with having Stewie, Elish, and Fallen in the same lineup, and we assume those are the three vocal parts within this lineup. How come it's still something they need to address? How come it's still a problem for them to get on the same board? I know they've been changing coaches. Moses came in, he tried to get it on board. Now Adrian is back. It simply can't be true that after 10 months of playing together, you're still not on the same page. So I wonder, for Team Liquid and for their own sake as well, you better fix this now or you'll never fix it. You've had 10 months and it's still a discussion point. I'm not sure I follow that.
It was a bit weird as well when Fallen was initially coming in. I remember, Moses saying in an interview, some of the other players saying, he's just in for the mid rounds. That's kind of it. And we were like, yeah, nah, like I don't think that's legit. He's going to become the England leader. And then he does. But it's still that sort of delicate balancing act that we haven't really seen come to fruition just yet. And that leaves a lot of questions for Liquid. I do want to talk about another player on the side of Liquid, though. We've got to talk about Grim, put him under the microscope in terms of the stats that he's been putting up so far.
Yeah, because it's been looking a little bit rough for Grim, unfortunately. He's not really living up to the expectations that I for once had for him, because I think he came into Team Liquid and was doing a good job. He's sort of like a role player, a player that doesn't require a lot of space. He's not that vocal from what we sense as well, so he's kind of just trying to fit in. But his stats in this tournament and in general for Team Liquid have been going a little bit to the worst side. Let's put it like that. Of course, it's good when you have Stu 2K playing better than he's done for quite some time. But Grim, especially coming into the major, you need a 5-man roster where everyone is showing up. And Grim right now in this tournament, well, he's the worst rated player coming into these grand finals out of all the 4 teams we have playing today. So something needs to happen with him, and we need to see a little bit more productivity coming out of this boy.
Somebody who's undoubtedly been stepping up on the other side of the server for Mad Lions, of course, is Waro 2K. And this is a really interesting comparison coming into it. One of the young new guns coming in from FPL, looking so hot, going up against the granddaddy of Counter-Strike, I think we like to call it.
The granddaddy, yeah. I'm going to let you coin that expression. I'm not going to touch that one. You can have it. Look, when it comes to Waro, I'm going to be real. I thought that they, as in Mad Lions, completely relied upon his performance. And I have to say, I was pleasantly surprised to see them take off G2 without Waro hitting absolutely stratospheric stats and stratospheric performances, right? He was just playing good Counter-Strike, but it was a team effort. We had Borup chiming in. You had a lot of other players. There was just one question I have for Mad Lions. We heard from TMB at the very beginning of the event. We're not thinking about anything. We just take one step at a time. We don't really know. We don't think about the Royal Arena. Do you not think about the Royal Arena now? You're one game away from it. You have to know it. You win 2 maps today and you make it to the biggest LAN event you've been. Don't tell me they don't think about it. I want to see how they can handle that, because this is when the challenger come to realize, damn, I'm actually this close to making it.
It is a different kind of pressure, without a doubt. And again, you can come into a tournament with the mindset that, yeah, we're just happy to be here. We're going to soak in as much experience as absolutely possible. But it is going to be tough for Mad Lions, because now they feel the pressure, as Matthew said, 2 maps away. The cool thing, what you said right there, is that they don't ride or die with Waro alone. This opening kills chart right here is pretty goddamn cool, because you have 4 different people, and then, of course, a 5th as well, but 4 different people who actually takes a lot of opening duels and take part in the whole job. So you set Waro up. He can be aggressive if he wants to, but if he's not feeling it a game, well, you got a guy like Borup, you got a guy like TMB who's not afraid to go in first as well. So they're not as one-dimensional as maybe people think.
Yeah, and I think on the line for this, of course, that spot at the full finals on LAN in a big arena setting. And when we're putting these 2 teams up side by side, in terms of the number of appearances that both of these players had, I mean, obviously Fallen is just out, lights out in terms of those numbers, but only Borup representing on the side of Mad Lions. He's the only one who's had that experience at this kind of caliber of competition.
That chat is just a little bit unfair, to be completely honest. But of course, Liquid, they're tenured players. They've been playing Counter-Strike for many, many years, and they had the whole until Grand Slam run, where they won everything they could win, everything they could touch. So yes, a lot of experience going up against players and a team who don't have a lot of experience yet, but this is the first step to it, right? You got to be in these games in order to get it first. So maybe 2 maps away from getting some more arena events.
That's the thing. Like, it means so much to this team going up into this, and particularly, 2 Danish players on the side as well. Royal Arena is looking pretty good for them. We do need to jump into the pick and balance for this one. We've got
let's get Vertigo Ancient out the way. Just push them out, right? When it comes to picks, I feel like there's an obvious choice for Mad Lions. That would be Nuke. The stats do appear that Liquid has issues and struggles on it. They go for the Nuke pick. For Liquid, you have more choices. I believe Inferno is a very good pick. I think Dust 2 potentially could be if you want to lean in on the skill side of things, but Inferno's been great. They showed it against VP, and they go for the Inferno. That makes a lot of sense. And I don't see how Liquid can be uncomfortable right now, because you have Mirage and you have Dust 2. They basically have the choice. It's like, Jacob, what's your 2 favorite kind of ice cream? And you have the choice at the very end. That's it. Between Dust 2 and Mirage, all is going to work, and they go for the Dust 2 skill-oriented map. All good for Liquid. I didn't see how it could go any other way in that veto.
I fully agree. This was a set-in-stone veto sort of coming into it. There was no way Mad Lions could throw any curveballs towards Liquid.
No.
If they would have picked something else than Nuke, well, it would have been a strong map for Team Liquid. If you're Liquid right here, you feel comfortable on all 3 maps. And I also do want to point into this one. We often see underdogs coming into tournaments with a good set of strats. Plan A, if that's not working, do Mad Lions have a plan B? Do they have a plan C? Liquid, we heard Adrian here said, yeah.
That's the plan, Jacob. Right there, you got a plan.
Yeah, that's...
How can you lose with that face?
If I'm Liquid right now, I'm losing to that face. I feel pretty bad. I like the commitment coming in here from JL, but point being, if plan A is not working for Mad Lions, do we really think they have a good enough plan B to deal with a team like Liquid, or even a plan C? I'm not sure they do. I'm not sure that it's going to be enough for them, but first and foremost, we need to see Liquid shut down for plan A, and so far Mad Lions have been able to play really, really well against every single opponent in this tournament.
Well, that's a game face from JL if I've ever seen one, and of course it's going to be their first map. Their pick coming into things. Nuke is going to be kicking things off. Of course, one more spot at the LAN finals for the 4 finals remains at the Royal Arena. We're going to be kicking off to see exactly how it goes down and if Mad Lions can continue the upsets of the century here at the Showdown.
Well, we're lacking exactly 1 team to get into the Royal Arena, and it's going to be either Liquid or Mad Lions. There's going to be one hell of an exciting game. I can't wait for it. Liquid are going to be favorites. I don't really think that's surprising, but Mad Lions have been playing pretty well.
Yes, they have been a surprise. I don't think anybody had Mad Lions going this deep into the bracket.
Yeah.
So if they punch a ticket into that Royal Arena, I think a lot of people would be incredibly impressed.
Wow.
That's amazing.
He is ready. That's a war face right there.
Wow. He actually said he only needed something like 69 likes on Twitter before he would do that. I think that's setting the bar a little too low.
You're going to get there really quickly, but
yes.
I suspect he wanted to do it, which just, I think that's fine.
Yes.
Just come out with it in that case. I think it's great. People, we should definitely popularize that.
That is that's something that is not. It's not like it's going to affect your play at all. So why not?
Yeah.
You'll make a couple fans. You'll make your organizer head pretty happy.
I think it's going to be great, and you know, just hopefully it keeps going. Maybe we can have like a full main at some point. You know, like a whole face. Just go with it. Maybe like a lion costume at the end.
Really get into the cosplay there.
Yeah, I think it's going to be fantastic. So will the game. I think we're going to be starting on Nuke, I believe, with the Liquid on the CT side, Mad Lions on the T side. We're I think a player short that just quickly disconnected, but we both picked Liquid. I think a couple of crazy people went for Lions.
A few people did. A few people did. That was shocking, but Lions have been playing with enough form lately that you think some things are possible. However, perhaps it's more a symptom of some of the opponents of Mad Lions not performing to their best ability. I think this will be really the true test, because Liquid are in a position right now where they have some players that have been highlighted by the desk as performing quite well. Naf and Stewie right now are in major form. They're in tip-top shape.
It's actually been a really long time, I feel like, since I've seen Stewie play to this level, and he's such a hard person to shut down when he's that good. So I think it's going to be real tricky. Naf, as you said, also been way up there. I kind of want to see Elige probably do a little bit more in some of these games. That would be, and I think that's something you can even expect. That's not to say, wow, that's a desperate wish. I mean, Elige is an incredible player, so I don't think it'll take a lot to bring him along, and then that trio will do damage no matter what, right? And Grim and Fallen they don't actually have to do that much if the other three are playing well.
Right. Unfortunately, that seems to actually just be the case. The Grim story has been highlighted by the desk as well. The fact that he's not performing too well at the showdown. He does have some tough roles. He really does have some tough roles. He really is in first in almost every single strategy that Liquid run. Even for map control, sometimes they'll just send him forward. And then on CT side, a lot of the bad spots, which people would put in air quotes. You know, he's going to be playing sometimes that B Mirage type of position. But he does get a couple that he's okay with, like Inferno's Pit, and that's when you really sometimes can see him shine. The mechanical ability on Grim, it's there. We haven't seen it unlocked just yet at the showdown, but it'd be a treat if this is the game where he does.
Yeah, I would love to see that. I think maybe some extra confidence. I mean, he had a rough 3 games yesterday. He really did. So I want to see what happens to Grim if it goes the other way. If he has a better start, if he's off to you know, a little bit more of a flow at the beginning, maybe that'll send him off in the right direction. I believe with the restart of the servers, we have a little bit of time to just discuss this while we're getting into it. So in highlighting some of these players, I think we're also opening the door to a discussion around who will have to. Stewie, we saw that graph going up and up from the player break and hitting up, I think, 1.3 rating.
Yeah, really good.
Crazy. So that graph has to break the other way in this game, basically, for Mad Lions to have a good window into. But then on the other side, Waro 2K is someone that's been talked about a lot, and for good reason, right?
Yes.
So those are some of the players there on the Mad Lions side, or at least one of them that could be doing it. I think Borup has been playing actually pretty crazily as well.
Borup is a player that, you know, he just saw some of his old compadres just qualifying for the fall finals, and now he definitely wants to do that as well. He probably thinks that he wants to show the world that him being removed from Heroic was a mistake, that he can do it wherever he goes, that it's not just a system thing, that he helps bring the system, he helps bring the structure. I was actually talking to Yumi about Mad Lions because he watches them quite a bit, and he said that as soon as they incorporated buildup, this team began to have more structure. They started to really iron out some of the roles, the positions, everything was in flux, because if people really remember into the inception of this version of Mad Lions, they actually picked up 4 oppers. They actually picked up 2 primaries and 2 hybrids, and it was confusing to everybody. Everybody was wondering, where are you guys going with this lineup? And it really looked like a farm, like a talent farm kind of move, that you're just going to take all these high-rated players. It's kind of a joke we've had before, where you just take every high-rated player and try to build a team with it, and then you recognize after, oh wait, that's 5 oppers. And Mad Lions actually did it, and yet now it's somehow working.
Yeah, it is incredible to think about. That's too much. Double up we can tag along with, but more than that, and it's probably going to be unmanageable. So I mean, there might even be just a psychological advantage for Mad Lions in this kind of a game, because like you said, probably most people not expecting them to make this far into the bracket. The fact that they have Liquid, on the other hand, people were predicting to make it through as one of the 2 teams out of the showdown. So if things start to go bad in the Liquid camp here early on, I mean, the weight of that expectation is going to be on them, and in a way that it will not be on the Mad Lions side.
Liquid right now are playing as the heavy favorites. Yeah. Not even just the, slight edge. They have a burden now on their shoulders. There's a lot of weight. They feel like this is supposed to be their series. They are supposed to make it. The hard part has been done. They beat Virtus Pro, and G2 has been taken out of the other side of the bracket by this Mad Lions team. So Liquid right now, they really do think that this is their destiny, but that can lead to nerves getting the better of them. That can lead to mistakes sometimes, where you try to win too quickly. Sometimes it's just about playing the game that your coach, your in-game leader created, that game plan, and not deviating too much from it, because if they do that, they should take this.
That it's all in the cards, right? There's no doubt about it. They seem to be peaking at the right time, and obviously they want to go play in the Royal Arena as well. So looking primed for it at the moment, certainly. The way that Stewie is playing, we saw him a little bit yesterday, playing Banana on Inferno on the CT side, and how aggressively he's playing. Do you think we'll see something similar on Nuke? Do you know where he's playing on Nuke, actually? That just slipped my mind. On the CT side?
I think he is the secondary A player.
All right.
So it'll be more around the kind of mini-ish.
Does that fit his mobility level in terms of being potentially aggressive at times and moving around? Can he do that from that position, do you think?
I would say, yeah. That's generally not the primary rotator on the map. The biggest rotator is the Opper. That guy is always going to be the most mobile player for the CT side. But the secondary A guy is also frequently called upon, along with the outside rifler. They both work in tandem frequently.
Let's find out how this is going to be playing out. We've got Liquid versus Mad Lions. Liquid on that CT side, Mad Lions on the T side, and the pistol round is alive. Blowing up the door right into Stewie. We just talked of him. He's trying to back off. Oh, Elige jumping down. Why is he alive? He's stuck in the door. Oh no, Stewie comes in for the cleanup. And TMB on his own in a 1 versus 4. We had an actual door stuck moment live on stream. It's Grim with the final kill. Fantastic.
Elige has to just break a smile there. That's so clowny, but great setup from Liquid there. The Elige right here, door stuck, door stuck. Oh!
Unbelievable meme.
Oh gosh.
I swear, Maui, sometimes reality is actually just conforming to memes.
Yes.
It's entirely possible that we live in a meme-driven reality, I think.
It's the one I want to live in.
Is it though?
Makes things fun. Makes things fun. A little contrived sometimes, but entertaining. All right, looks like we're gonna have an A exec though for the side of Mad Lions. We've got the back silo Molly, along with what looks to be a top hut Molly. If he is even holding that, actually. Actually, Borup has his smoke out first, but this Molly is going to be.
I actually think that Molotov it's unbelievable how effective that Molotov can be. Grim is kind of ignoring it, which is a decent job. Sasso will still take him down. Stewie with a kill on TMB. Falls back, gets a chance to reload, but they're everywhere. And Warrior will take him down. Elige with a kill. MP5, and I probably should stop fighting him. There's no real point in doing that right now. They have the bomb. They've got a 1 versus 3, and he's going to relocate all the way up, but they're already there to catch him. That's going to be an easy kill, and what a fantastic second round from Mad Lions. That actually just worked so well. Sarsol picking up a quad kill.
Yeah, that was a great execute, and it's just one of those great ways to take away the guesswork in a round, to just run a set piece. Liquid, you know, they have the better firepower after winning the pistol, but what Mad Lions have is a game plan where all of them are going to be converging on that A site.
That Molotov that they throw from outside that lands by the reactor on the sort of default A spot. What are your options there? If you ignore it, you have to sort of move forward. If you try and smoke it, that spends all the time that you would want to spend actually shooting them as they're coming into the bomb site. It's such a hard gamble to play, isn't it?
Yeah, and even backing up in the corner usually means you're going to get flash as well. It's a tough position for a player like Grim. It's one that you have to drill over and over again using refrag and try to find your favorite response. I think a lot of the anchors tend to just play it with the smoke, but in this round here, Mad Lions snuck down lower, but they've taken a few casualties as they've done so.
No kit on that CT side right now, so if they wanted to try and go for this, they would have to be lightning fast. Even now, it's a very, very fast bomb plant. JL with a good kill on Stewie. Saucel's here. That MP5 getting some good action. He's being chased into the corner. Good headshot for Naf, but they're almost out of time, and that Molotov probably seals the deal. That is such a nice and casual way to just tell them you're not winning the round. Just forget about it. This is still a pretty good round for Liquid, though. They get an AK and an M4 that they brought into the round. I mean, I think this is a successful round, even if they didn't win it.
Both teams are not upset about this result. Mad Lions, of course, put the round on the board. Although they take a lot of casualties, that's still 2 in a row for them, and that's going to bolster their economy. And on the Liquid side, like you're saying, they have a few rifles now. This isn't even a round that you're going to count yourself out of by any means. It's a round where you can still fight for this early economy, which is so essential on a map like Nuke.
Scout in the hands of Fallen. Definitely a weapon that he can be proficient with, but not the AWP as you would have preferred a little bit early on. Elige finding a sizable gap inside of the smoke.
Oh, they read it. They know their nades better than he does.
Yeah, apparently. That is a nice find. Out in the open, though. That could have probably at least been half health. But not going to be the case at the moment. Smoke goes up in the squeak door, and Stewie's out here looking. 4 on 5, and still so much time on the clock for Mad Lions. They're not in a hurry at all.
No, Mad Lions are very comfortable with the position that they've earned. They have a handful of options. It looks like they want to go for an A exec once again. Saucel will have either one of 2 mollies for this hit, and the majority of players will be going out towards the squeaky door. Oh, they actually have 2 mollies. It's going to be a full exec. Top hut molly, back silo, as these players are already out. This is great positioning for Mad Lions, and they're going to pounce.
So hard for Stewie to do anything. He's just fighting 2 at once. Grim close with the deagle. Maybe could have been a kill. Naps goes for a little bit of a flank, but they were already coming out from the hut as well. Very hard to handle. Now it's Fallen 1 versus 2. He's got the deagle out and actually has... I'm actually shocked that he's even allowed to peek in there at all. But not finding anyone at the moment. The bomb will be planted for Mad Lions. Very likely. The AI 98-2. Yeah, they would have to make some big mistakes here to give Fallen a chance to get back into the round. Otherwise, they should have it locked down. The fact that they got the kill went into a sort of a standard A execute, but then walked through the squeak door. And, I mean, they're on the bomb site when the execute is happening. That is so wild.
Yeah, that is a kind of a cool way to change things up on the side of Mad Lions. And TMB, I mean, he's the IGL of this team, and for him to think that is the call, I mean, it puts Liquid in such an awkward position where they're trying to fight these players that are already out, and yet Molotovs are raining on them during these fights. That's a great read from Borp to start the round right there. And we see that Liquid, they're just between so many bad positions at that point because the mollies, they are behind them, the players are in front of them. They basically all have to stand and fight, and if they don't come up with magical multi-frags, there's no real hope right there.
3-1. Mad Lions lost the pistol, but swiftly answered back. They brought an AK. Fallen stole that at the end, so that's pretty good. Ooh, that's so dangerous. Somehow the door opened just in a way that he couldn't see it. Naf will pick up the kill on Warrow. That's a nice start. Elige goes down and return to JL. And should be another round here where Mad Lions can stabilize, but that is a really good flashbang, and Naf on the follow-up. Wow, they're doing all the damage here.
Great setup. Saucel still holds at Mini. Finally, Grim takes him down. Now TMB in the 1-on-2. He has to go retrieve the bomb, but Liquid are not in possession of it. And Stewie's looking for some utility to help him out with this one.
Wow, I think he faked running towards ramp, hoping that it would lure them in, and they just haven't really moved. Now they're gonna spot him, and Grim will take him down. Not bad. That's a triple kill in this round for Grim. And Liquid get around that they had no business winning, really. But the flashbang there towards lobby was so effective because Naf was swinging behind it.
Yeah, I would love to see that flash. Whether that was right here.
Yeah,
landing there. That's excellent. That's a great setup. That's a play that any team can take with them. Just a nice little hut pop right there off of a single flashbang. Those little setups, Liquid have so many of them nowadays. They are really on top of it in terms of CT proactivity with flashes. They're really, really strong on the defense with those.
TMB flashed into it once, gonna catch the hut player, no problem. Grim gets a return, but he's on his own. Fallen's trying to get there as quick as he can. Grim actually doing this really well. He's gonna take down Warrow right afterwards, and that gives time for Fallen to get into the bomb site. So now it's a 3-on-3. Such a better start for Grim right now than it was yesterday. And now he's relocated, playing up close, and Borup. It's hard for Borup to guess that this is happening. Molotov and then Fallen with the AWP. Didn't even need the Molotov, I suppose.
Oh, Borup snuck down, though.
Okay.
That makes things interesting. He found a window, a gap in the defense. He's able to plant the bomb, and we already have a lurk from Saucel. Oh, that's so big. Grim falls, and now this is a very doable 2-on-2 for Mad Lions.
Absolutely, and Grim actually was reading it. He had the right idea, but the crosshair placement was just so good for Saucel in that moment. Now it's Naf and Fallen, 2 versus 2. Can they bring it back? Smoke up on one side. They have another smoke for the bomb if they need it. Borup is kind of a little bit in the open, making it a little bit maybe scary for him. Yeah, gonna get taken down by Naf and Saucel. Wow, Naf is on point. Smoke was on the bomb as well if they needed it. That is some incredible accuracy.
Naf comes up huge in this round. Liquid were feeling so confident about how this one started, but at the end of it all, it's Naf who brings them over the edge. What great shots from Naf. I am shocked that he was able to take those players out with the swiftness that he did. Naf's adjustments have been really on point, and his prediction in terms of where the second player is in these post-plant situations, just so aware.
Yeah, he is playing incredibly well once again. 3-3, all tied up, and even with the bomb plant, they do not have the cash on the Mad Lions side to be able to put together a real buy here. They've got some pistols instead. Stewie getting one on TMB. Elige, one has already snuck past the Molotov, though, will maybe slow down the rest. That's a nice spray down. Molotov even helps out at the end. And Elige getting some on the board. He's been a little bit quiet, so even if it's against pistols, you'll take it.
Elige hasn't had the best time lately, and even though he's delivered on this round, he's taken out. Well, we'll see what JL can find, but it doesn't feel like there's too many options for him. Just making his way around, but Liquid are watching every which way that he could go. But yeah, just talking about Elige a little bit. He's really had a kind of rough showdown so far. Against 9Z, he had one good map, but every other map, not really the Elige you're used to. The 4 maps in a row where he only has a 1.04 rating or worse.
All right.
That's not the Elige, the chosen one of North America that we love to talk about.
Definitely not. That's some distance from his sort of regular level, you could say. Hopefully that'll change. Again, I don't think it takes a lot because Naf is playing well, Grim's playing well in this game so far. Stewie's been having a great tournament, so they just really need probably one more player to step up and do it. Not a shot for the smoke there. Fallen gonna try and get down. Actually, Stewie gets trapped and shot through the smoke. TMB able to pick up the early kill. That's a good job. And they do some of these early... Oh, wow. What a lineup from TMB. He absolutely read that. Elige outside, fighting and bringing it right back with a double kill, but he's still exposed. Still in a dangerous position. TMB, can he get another kill? Yes, he can! He hasn't seen any of his 3 victims. He's just murdered them all through the smoke, through the vent, wall banging them down. What a player.
Yeah, and that puts Naf and Grim in a very poor position. No, TMB, you can't keep doing this.
Yeah.
Naf's right there, though, around the smoke. He might not know that TMB crossed, but Grim comes up with 2 out of nowhere, and Naf recovers this. TMB had an excellent round. A round that, really, it felt like he stole this away from Liquid, but Grim and Naf, they bring it all the way back.
This kill is... This is wild.
That's so crazy. That is not a lineup that many people know. I've seen a lot of pros try to shoot down, and they just don't find anything.
That is really cool. It's like that scene in Die Hard where he's shooting at the vents. Do you remember? If you'll remember. I think that's the Nakatomi Tower one, I believe.
Yes.
Ninth round, and they're gonna probably upgrade some pistols, but not much more than that. Tough times for the Lions.
It does feel like Lions' game plan has maybe run its course a little bit. They have been consistently in the mid-round calling for A execs, and Liquid are keeping them honest. Naf isn't even really supposed to be on A, and yet he was by the door. Yeah. It's getting a little easy to read, and Liquid, the conditioning for Mad Lions isn't quite there. They just keep going for these same mid-late round plays, and Liquid are going to say that if you do just keep throwing us the same thing over and over again, we're going to make the adjustment before you even try it next time.
Interested to see. We'll find out, maybe not in this round, but soon, hopefully, if they have more in the playbook. Is there some interesting outside variation that we haven't seen yet? Good flashes. Naf pushed back. He's calling a little bit of backup in here. Fallen trying to stay away from the light there. He will get the 1 kill. Stewie showed up. They're all here. Maybe they finally know where Naf is, but they're just going to go find them. That is a lot of backup to Naf's position, but it works out just fine. They don't lose a single player. Liquid now going to be 6-3, and Mad Lions are going to have another chance to show us how deep the playbook goes on Nuke.
That round was never truly in question, but I will say I love how Stewie just pushes right after the smoke comes out. He moves on forward, and the only win condition for Mad Lions is that they segment the fights into the later stages of those rounds, find a couple 1-digs out of nowhere, but Stewie just pushes with the 2 people that are underneath, and that just means that Mad Lions have literally 0 chance at that point. So, well done. And Elige, he hasn't done too much outside just yet, but that's a great flash setup. Oh, he doesn't even have to see the player, just goes for the spam, maybe sees the muzzle flash, and he escapes with his life. Well done.
Yeah, that's all you need. Just get back. 5 in a row for Liquid. And some of these rounds have been really convincing. There are some teams when they can get this yard control, they will actually try and wrap around to Heaven and Hell and go sort of attack the A-bomb side almost from behind. Takes a little bit of effort. It takes some getting used to, but it is a fun variation. The bomb's on JL all the way back. The other 3 have made their way down. I don't know about this having the bomb be the last guy to cross the yard.
It's a little worrying.
I can see a couple of ways in which that could backfire.
There's no smokes either. Yeah, it's a precarious position. But Elige has a great crossfire with Stewie. Oh, but they've given up their positions, and they haven't found anything yet. TMB swings on the angle, but Stewie still recovers in the fight. Waro, though, an excellent crouch swing, takes down Stewie, and there's a reroute from Mad Lions. They're considering going up towards A.
3 on 4, 23 seconds. If they want to consider this, they're going to have to do it a little bit quicker. They need to move or they're going to run out of time no matter what. Bomb is making its way in through Mini at the moment. Nice shot from Fallen, taking down borup, who is going to be presumably the detonator for this particular play. Exploding onto the side. It's not going to happen. Fallen will take him down with a Tech 9. And it will be 7-3 in favor of Team Liquid. That's a very promising recovery. Again, winning the pistol and then losing 3 rounds can feel a bit tough. But when you make a comeback like this right afterwards, win 6 in a row, who cares?
It is sometimes very difficult to come back in terms of building up the economy. But Liquid have done a great job. Once they really got these weapons and the utility, it has been an excellent defense, and it's something that we just keep praising Liquid about. When they have their CT side rolling, they are very hard to breach. And we see Mad Lions, they changed up their approach in the previous round. The mid round was towards A, but a little slow and a little bit disconnected. They've got to put it together and play more as a unit if they want to be able to breach this.
This A execute worked early in the half, and you pointed out Liquid have done a good job of stopping it. They're going to try it again with Tech 9s, it seems, and again, some of these A executes can work if you just get the first early kill on someone and you have the right flashbangs. But Liquid so far have adjusted pretty decently. Grim, quick to put up the Molotov behind him. Spam coming through, and actually they're going to adjust and just run towards the ramp. Naf hiding in the corner. He's going to continue the spray. He just knew more were coming in. A line up for Fallen. That's a great 2-for-1 shot. Absolutely shut down. They get Naf and nothing else in that round, and 8 on the board for Liquid.
Liquid have gained a lot of confidence in the last 7 rounds. Naf doesn't even budge a muscle. As soon as that exit comes out, he fully trusts that the A hit is going to hold. He doesn't need to change his position, doesn't need to push behind. Could have gotten caught in a couple different situations there, but he just held in a prime off angle.
Round number 12 is coming up. This has gone from looking so competitive for Mad Lions. It really looked like they had a lot to offer. And now I'm starting to really doubt that. Not seeing the same depth as maybe you would have hoped for. Good smoke and a good shot. Sorcel will take down Fallen outside. And that should give them so much space. Again, I feel like whenever they are getting the opening kills here, Mad Lions, it's so early on in the round that it should give them so much space to work with. Gonna take down Naf as well. It's a good long-range spray for borup.
This has been a great outside brawl for Mad Lions. We see the reaction from Liquid is a lobby crunch. They push it out, but they don't find anything. And now, with Mad Lions going down towards Secret, there's no one really to meet them from the Liquid side. And Liquid, it looks like they're just praying for an A hit. Mad Lions, if they make the right read here, if they scout out the lower site, and it looks like they are, then this is going to be Liquid locked out.
Yeah, nothing they could do. I think it probably even is a better choice. Stacking one person on B and the other 2 on A is not really a solution either, is it? They'll find a kill. I don't think that really changes a lot here. If they were feeling really confident, they could pose up and try and get some kills. Jumping like that could have been one of them. You can look for it, and if you're quick to pick up one, make it a 3-on-3, maybe you go for it. But I feel like otherwise, maybe it's a bit sketchy to try and get through huge amount of players on the other side. And borup is cleaning them up. Really good headshots there. Triple for him.
Yeah, that's a questionable attempt at the retake from Liquid. They wanted to see if they can keep the hot streak going, and they had a lot of economy so that they could buy into this round regardless. But overall, this round was a win for Mad Lions as soon as they found these 2 kills outside. The first one onto Fallen through the smoke, and then the second onto Naf at Hell. Huge kills for Mad Lions to find because they haven't been having too much success anywhere other than these A execs. So finally, they've opened up a different part of the map, and that will force Liquid's hand. They've got to change up their defense now to match what just happened to them.
He's trying to find a new position. Flashing. Quite going for it. He's got Fallen coming in on the secret stairs, so as long as he can just stay alive and stay active out here. Oh, wow. That was TMB from on top of the silo. I actually didn't look like Fallen was exposed from that angle. Elige, I don't even think he wasn't even looking the right way, but that M4A1 is so accurate for that kind of spray if you know what you're doing. So he just won the fight anyway. He's going to be found, though, by Waro. Good kill. And it makes it a 3 versus 4 in favor of Mad Lions, with the bomb slowly making its way. Could have maybe been found here, but TMB, unless he's very slow.
Yeah, it's a little awkward that he's the one with the bomb right now, but he's playing it passive enough. And he seems to have dodged the Liquid timing. Oh, if they approach now, Liquid, they may not be looking in the right directions. No, actually, no one is looking towards lobby now. Grim has to push back, and that's where TMB is. This is well put together by Mad Lions. Great timing, that Molotov to flush Grim out. And now these Liquid players, they're split. Naf is towards the lower site, Stewie on top, and it looks like it'll be Naf that's fighting against 4.
It's a little bit of too much of a big task, isn't it? And they are coming for him. He swings very wide, actually so far that he was exposed to the right-hand side as well. Stewie running in 15 seconds. he wanted to go to war with them, and it was too much. TMB with a triple, Waro with a double, I believe, and it is a 5th round for Mad Lions. So a good recovery. Man, that's a hard player to spot right there.
Yeah, that's something where it was a lot easier when the Kriegs were in play. That is a tough AK shot. Credit to TMB. Reminder that he is the in-game leader for Mad Lions, and he consistently puts numbers on the board as an individual. He is someone you would consider at the Mad Lions level to be a fragging in-game leader. He is quite potent. So Lige has had some difficulties maintaining space towards outside. This time he wants to play a little bit closer around this smoke. Mad Lions, they're spamming, and they keep finding damage through those, but not this time. But Alicia's worried, and it's Stewie that takes damage through what seems to have been the squeaky door.
Yeah, I think it was JL probably taking a shot there. They're going to boost him out to safety. Mad Lions come to a bit of a halt now in this round. If they win this one, though, Liquid actually don't have any money left. It could be a really devastating result for Liquid. I mean, 8-7 after having such a big streak could feel just a bit deflating. TMB hiding inside of the smoke. He's been very, very good at getting close to this site. It looks like it's a bit of a repeat of a previous strat, but they feel like now is the time to get it done. Flash out in the corner, countered from Liquid. TMB looking up for the high ground, fallen down below. Taking a bit of an initiative, but not going to be able to get the job done. Elige goes down next. And Stewie, a late kill. Is it going to be quite enough? Actually, he'll find Sourcel as well. That is interesting.
This suddenly becomes a round that Liquid might consider. They have a flash. That'll send Naf in. Oh, they have another flash, actually, so we can throw yet another. And this is everything. Naf, he has to find something on this entry. The positions are tough for Mad Lions, but Naf gets the first on Waro. All up to Borup on the bomb site right now. He's going to be spinning around the silo, and Stewie up close takes him down.
That is an incredible round because, again, that would have been Liquid out of cash if they would have lost it. The fact that they pick it up just probably saved the half for them. Pretty impressive. And this looks like a 1 round. At this point, for Mad Lions, you think this is over?
Yes. Yes. And then that single kill that Stewie found outside makes them think it's possible. Great job between Stewie and Naf. Naf has just been such an excellent closer for Liquid. Regardless of the situation, regardless of how the odds are stacked against him, he's consistently able to deliver and find value out of almost nothing.
I feel like holding some of these crouched angles against the M4A1 is becoming less and less viable because people just run in and crouch to spray, and they're so much faster, and it's really hard to adjust your aim. And some of these players, I mean, look at the way that Yukinda's playing. They're so hard to stop once they start doing it. Nice little shot there from Naf. He's doing it again. The spray just, he's sort of half crouching and moving while spraying it, and it's still so accurate.
Yeah, it really is. Elige, he might have found a timing on this outside player. That should be free for him. Yeah, the A1S is doing so much for Liquid. Waro, 1v5, finds the first, but he is surrounded, cornered, and Liquid, they might be able to cage the last lion here.
Yeah, it's looking likely. Tough turn of events for Mad Lions. That is the right idea. He's had it again. Try and do it one more time. Just shoot right on the helmet and you'll... All right. He doesn't know. 40 seconds, and it is just a question of time. Making a bit of noise. It's 10-5 at the end of the half in favor of Team Liquid. That's an impressive result. We'll see if they can follow through and actually close out Nuke in the second half after the break.
Hey guys, welcome back to another episode of Pro or Low. I'm your host, Rob Ford, and joining me is West Mellon from Lin Vision. So, we got 4 clips for him. Some of them are going to be pro players as always, some of them are going to be low players, but let's get right into it. Pro player or low player?
He's pro player. He enemy not check him, they just cross, he just wait, and all enemies cross. And he try his best because he's equal round. He used USP.
You're correct, absolutely correct. So it's Boomich from Navi. So yeah, good job. We're gonna watch the second clip.
I think this player not pro player because his enemy just change weapon in the window. I don't know why. And they just line up and no flash. They just kill everyone, I think.
So far, so good. You got 2 out of 2. Yes, that player was a low player. Quite funny, like good observation by you that the player was changing weapons in the window. No pro player should do that. But we're gonna go into frag number 3 now. Good awareness of where the bomb is again. His teammate tried to flash him with the smoke.
This is pro player because when he plan, CT just flash and out to check he fake or just plan. And the CT guy is wait his teammate, but this guy just pick CT and kill them, make 1v1 and win this clutch.
Yep, you're correct. It's another Navi player, Electronic. So, dude, 3 out of 3 so far. Are you ready for the last one?
Pro player because he shoots very good and his teammates just bait for him. He just kill back and kill them all.
Yep, it's NAF against, let me have a look, EG at the BLAST Global Finals in 2020. So, congratulations to you. You did great in this. And thank you for explaining your answers. Really cool explanations, good observations by you as well. So thank you very much for playing. Thank you guys for watching and stay tuned for more great content.
I have it. One might be late lobby soon.
He's dead. It was only him.
Okay, they're gonna go ramp then.
I'm getting that.
I'm gonna open the door, line up the smoke.
Maybe I think it's A.
Smoking.
I'm gonna split frozen.
One's gonna be watching secret flank.
3 flashes on.
I'm trying to flash you guys.
Left side, I'm going left side. I'm on the left side.
I'm blending.
Should right. I'm trying to need him.
How the retake from ramp most likely, yeah?
I have right side.
He flash once. Flashing one more.
Sorry.
I have 2 flashes, yeah.
Yeah, what are you willing to do?
That left side.
Nice.
One more.
One more right side.
Close. Right.
Contact. Nice. Good round, guys. Let's keep going.
6 kills.
3 rounds. Let's go.
Good
round. Sick round, guys. Super good.
Nice info, credit.
They had, in fact, some good rounds, Mad Lions, but at the exact point where they needed to win, what was that, a 4-on-2 at the end that they lost? Otherwise, they probably could have had an 8-7 scoreline. Instead, it's 10-5. Liquid are still quite far ahead. Mad Lions, though, they showed us something. They just need to win those critical rounds that are about the economy, really.
Yes. The big swing rounds mostly went in Liquid's favor. And for Mad Lions, at least they're on the CT side now. This is where a few of their players really begin to step up. Waro will definitely be a guy to watch out for. He's had a quiet T side, but now that he's on the defense, and he can be a very active opper.
Yeah, that's something to look forward to. And we got to see a little bit out of him in that first half, but not as much as we like. 6 kills right now on him. Stewie is out hunting with the Glock relentlessly, so he's going to actually back off. That's a kind of interesting. Grim left here to put some pressure on now for the Molotov onto that left-hand side. Borb and JL with the opening frags, and Grim, he gets one in return, but that's not going to be enough. He's getting shot at the back. That's a pretty good headshot. I just think it's unfortunately too late in the round. Fallen takes a long time to complete that kill, and he's low on health and bullets, and Warrior will take him down. It's Mad Lions to win the pistol on the second half, and they needed it.
Yes, yes, they did. Mad Lions have an excellent setup to defend this. We see that Liquid went for sort of lower exec with the smoke towards the right side ramp, Molly towards the left. Something you would normally see on a gun round, but they saved the nades for the entire crossing process so that they would have that, but it still doesn't work because the in-sight defense for Mad Lions is a little too strong. And so that will give Mad Lions a little bit of breathing room because Liquid, they didn't even get the bomb down. They have no real investment in this one.
Yeah, just up to the Glocks and the one deagle on Grim. By the way, it's just 2 kills. He's down and out in this round, but he's 2 kills behind Naf. Him and Stewie and Naf are all doing pretty well at the moment. And Elige is actually right up there. They have a very well-performing squad at the moment, without a doubt. This round, only TMP to fall TMP so far on the CT side, so they're going to be happy with that round. Warrior picking up a quad kill in the round, which is maybe not such a big deal against Glocks, but still, it all counts in the end.
Yep. He's heating up. He is heating up. He is a big win condition for Mad Lions. But Liquid have their first gun round ahead of themselves, and Mad Lions, they still have a couple of SMGs, so we'll see how they want to place those, or push with those perhaps, in order to find some extra value in the mobility of those submachine guns. Early default though for Liquid, nothing too crazy about this. A lot of lobby presence. Looks like they are keying in on ramp early on, but there are 2 players for Mad Lions here.
Hard position to clear that one if you're coming in on the T side. If you do it all the time, it becomes way more predictable, obviously. But if you just throw it in, same with the boost and ramp, do it every once in a while, there's a pretty good chance they'll forget about it and just kind of run in, especially when you're preoccupied fighting the org down here on the ramp itself. Flash comes through. Oh, and they do check it. Grim with an excellent double entry on ramp. That is so efficient. You actually, I think if you've seen slow motion, he did a double take. He was like, oh, yes. Wait, hold on. I saw something. Fallen with a headshot on TMB, and they're going to have to surrender the round. Not even worth going for here.
All right, Grim. 2 entries on the board. Excellent setup flash from Fallen, though, to get him into that position. And Liquid will win the first gun round. I saw the double take.
Yeah,
that was something where you know that Grim probably spotted maybe an arm, maybe even a defuse kit on the side of the player, and then he's like, wait a second.
Actually, something that happens, I think, at all levels of play, where it's almost like people know they have like a protocol for clearing a room, and instead of really clearing a corner, they just kind of go through the motions of it, and you can tell because people sometimes they'll sort of swing towards a corner. Could have been that one right there, and even if someone is there, either they don't check all the way into the corner, so then it's actually worse. It's actually almost worse than not doing it, sort of pretending to do it, or they just don't even. Oh,
he did a triple take. He did a triple take.
But that shows such good awareness, right? Because again, if he was just playing off of sort of muscle memory of like, yeah, I'm supposed to look there, and okay, no one's there, kind like I'm moving forward. It could be so dangerous. So
yes. Such
a big difference between actually peeking with the intent of finding someone there, or just kind of going through the motions.
That's a great double entry from him. I mean, we keep talking about the first kill, but the second kill is where the round ends.
Yeah.
That just seals it right there. Well done by Grim.
Well done. He's had a very tough last few months.
If he's able to find some form as Liquid head into the major and the fall finals, then Liquid immediately become a force. Because he was brought in to this roster to be that third fragger. He was NA's best tier 2 rifler, just flat out, no questions about it.
And when you see some of what he's doing, you don't really have any doubt about why that would be the case. Mechanically, he's playing really, really well. You could definitely tell yesterday he was looking very depressed at times. Definitely looked like he was having a hard time. I'm sure that also factors into it. But today, looking much revitalized. That's great news. 11-7, 50 seconds on the clock, and some flashes hitting TMB outside. He's got an MP9 there in mini, but they're going to be walking their way across. No shots coming through, no one spotting them. 40 seconds on the clock. This is going to be maybe not quite down to the wire, but they can't run into a lot of resistance down here below, or it's going to be trouble for Liquid.
Saucel is there at the decontamination room. And Naf gives up his lurk entirely. He wants to just join up with the rest of the gang. And Fallen, he's the sole player responsible for that side. Saucel can hold on to this position, not unless Fallen finds the kill. And now, Mad Lions are out of the bomb site. The smoke misses, though, and there's 10 seconds left. 8 seconds.
Why is the bomb
Grim
there?
is just getting the bomb now. Does he have the time?
Yes.
Yes, he does.
Oh my god, why? Who is responsible for bringing the bomb towards the ramp? I need to know. There needs to be a conversation inside of an office with the door closed. Yeah, someone. Adren, bring it up. That is wild.
Or the smoke. One or the two. It's the smoke needed to be covering that angle as well. There was something that went wrong there for Liquid that got way closer than it should have been. And Borup, he wanted to test them. And Woro's actually on the site right now. Okay, that's a very curious position for the last two Mad Lions players. They lose everything now.
I think we have potentially video evidence, Maui, of who the responsible party is. See, Stewie goes down, bomb drops forward.
Yeah.
We have our criminal.
We have our answers.
That was 1 second away from costing the round.
It was. Oh, look at his face. He knows that was close. He knows maybe the crouch commitment.
That's a nervous kind of laughter, isn't it?
Yeah.
Ooh, I almost just lost the round for no real reason.
Oh, my bad, guys.
Yeah, if you lose a round like that, at least own it, you know?
Yes.
You have to commit to that one. All right, we've got USPs and a single deagle on the side of the CTs, but right now, it's still looking like Liquid are in command of this game from start to finish, basically. Just there haven't been many stretches when it's looked like Mad Lions have had a really good recipe for winning this one.
Yeah, Mad Lion have found these little bursts of success, but it's short-lived. It's a much more complete game from Liquid. The majority of these rounds are Liquid favored throughout, and Mad Lions not going to have any advantages in this one. Although there's another gap in the smoke there at mini, and this is all going awry for Liquid now. There are 2 players left for them. They have very little utility, and the bomb is wide in the open.
They ran out into the open into a 4-way crossfire. That's probably the single worst move they could have done in this round. Now, fair enough, they hadn't actually seen that many people out here, but that's a disaster. 25 seconds here for Naf to try and do the 1 versus 2. He's already being tapped away, and Woro will take him down. That's fairly absurd.
I don't know how that mini smoke had a gap in it. That gave a window of opportunity that Mad Lions were able to build off of. That was not supposed to be a crossfire between these players, but we see that Borup there actually does have an angle on Stewie, distracts him, is able to at least inflict a lot of damage, and that's something that just simply can't happen. You can't have. That's 2 rounds in a row for Liquid now that they've had some awkwardly placed smokes, and that has give Mad Lions a chance in 1 round and actually a win in the next.
Definitely not ideal. But for Mad Lions, it is a window back into the game. If they build behind this, the gap is not that far. It's just 4 rounds. They can absolutely bring it back. So, interesting. Just as we're praising Liquid, they managed to sort of drop the ball just a little bit.
Yes. Something that's interesting for Mad Lions is we haven't even seen the Woro off on CT side.
Right, I was wondering about that.
Yeah, this is...
They've had money for it at times, and they skipped it.
Right. It's been ignored. It'd be a shame to see a whole CT side for Mad Lions with no... Okay, we've got the triple nade, though, coming up. Is there a back silo player? Saucel. Oh, Saucel might die. That might be it for you, Saucel. Oh, one of them missed.
One of them missed.
Nade's missed.
We need a close-up of how it bounces in the wrong direction, because you don't have to mess that up a lot, and you're going to hit some other angle up there. Lucky to be alive on 15 health. He's got some kind of guardian angel.
Oh, they're boosting him out of the bomb site.
Yeah.
They want him to play some new angles.
Who can blame him?
Cool little procedure for Mad Lions to try that.
Under a minute now. Still hanging around in lobby. TMB has been down below for a while. Oh, Grim swinging into the bomb site. They can't see him inside of the smoke, and that's a really weird one. Team kill on Grim. Stewie, though, will also be picking up TMB, so at least they've got that. Waro trying to come out of the vent. It was actually him that was down below earlier. 4 on 3, 35 seconds, and it should be a bomb plant here. Mad Lions can't really find a way to stop that, and yeah, they're gonna have to back up. They just don't have the money to lose these rifles.
It was a great A exec. Some of the Mad Lions positioning was quite good to even counter that, but the flashes that Liquid threw were just too much. Here we got the nades from early on. The airstrike comes in, but it's not quite effective. Can't really blame Stewie for that because it looks like Grim's not looking the right way. But
yeah, I mean, sometimes you have to, right?
Yeah. It's just
you can always apologize later.
Just some collateral damage.
21st round goes the way of Liquid, and that puts them again very close. And this is hard, right? Because that weird USP round that they just won, Mad Lions, that's supposed to be the springboard for them to get, to get the money, get back in the game. You see how hyped up they were. When you then lose this round, it all kind of falls a little bit flat. You don't get to build the economy that you need. And between Naf and Grim, both of them at 17 kills. It's really hard to stop Liquid right now.
Liquid are... No one's even performing badly for Liquid. Everybody is there in double digits. No one lagging behind whatsoever. This is Liquid playing just a great team game so far. That's what you like to see as they look to get even closer, a map closer to finding an entrance to the Royal Arena.
Yeah. Joining the rest of them, this is the final 2 teams that can potentially make it there. The end of the road here at the showdown. Stewie, real far back, looking to set up a smoke. Yeah, they're going to create a bit of a...
Going to smoke off the locker room.
Exactly. Is it going to cause a distraction? That's enough. Heading towards the ramp. Jail is down there, and he's been a little bit lonesome. Borup throwing a flashbang, but not really committing to anything. Oh, he's got the ult now. Wara, we talked about it a lot. He's pushed into the other side of Squeaks. Very hard to read if you're coming through, but somehow Naf still checks it. I can't believe it. That would have been such an easy oversight to just walk in, wait till you're actually at the door to take the fight. TMB just shooting his gun on the stairs, and Fallen turning around to no-scope him. That play does not work out. The ladder is not friendly at all. Naf shooting him in the back, but he can't adjust quick enough, and Grim is hunting him. Oh my god. What is happening in this round? Now it's Jail. 14 seconds. He's creeping up slowly, and he's going to get caught on that ladder as well. Grim will drop him for a double, and it's going to be Liquid on 14 rounds.
That was so hectic on the A site. It felt like it was trade for trade, players in positions that don't even make sense in regards to where their opponents are, but that's what opened it up. Naf right there. He doesn't even go... Oh, nice shot from Fallen. That's a great recovery. And everybody just encircling each other.
Cuban is losing his mind.
Yeah, it's hard to look back at that one and say, what did we do wrong in the moment? It's a little crazy.
Ooh, hiding outside with the Deagle. Bold play, but not for long. Elige also much recovered his form. Too sharp for this game. He's playing very well once again. And he actually had, I think, a lot of unfortunate run-ins in Yard in the first half that didn't really go his way, but he's still putting on a great show at the moment. And they're getting picked apart in this round. Going to be swiftly 15 shortly here for Liquid.
Yeah, Alicia's done a great job recovering in this. No real in for Mad Lions on this round, especially since the bomb is already towards the lower site, and Mad Lions have seemingly no intention of defending B. They want to really make their grave around lobby. Yeah, this T side has been excellent from Liquid. They've only really lost a single round once they've acquired full weaponry and utility, and that was the USP round. So you can write that one off to one bad smoke, and other than that, nearly flawless.
Yep, Stewie getting a couple of kills, good cleanup here. And they play it so smoothly. Even though they probably know that that round is won in the first couple of kills they get. There's no panic, there's no stress. They don't try and just rush in somewhere, which is good to see. I mean, even if you want that round to finish a little bit earlier, I just like the fact that they spend the time and don't make any silly mistakes.
Yes, and this might be the last round for Mad Lions in Nuke. And Waro2K, man, he only had an op one time in this half, and he got obliterated by NAF. So he doesn't have that this time around. Maybe a blessing in disguise.
He's inside of the smoke out here. He is really all in on this position. If they spam it, he's probably going to go down, but so far, they're walking out in front of him. They are looking suspiciously at that smoke. Now, he's got a teammate that's trying to distract it a little bit. Actually, it's a great distraction. Grim still spins for it. But TMB, flash through a smoke, will take him down and will get rid of NAF. It's still a 3-on-2. Round probably is not done yet. Flashbang down, Fallen. That is a cool move, but he landed a bit too far inside of the smoke, it seems. And now they line up for JL, and that will be the end of the round. A 15-9 scoreline. And, man, the road back is still a long ways off here for Mad Lions. There's just no way around it. The money's looking pretty decent for Liquid.
That was excellent positioning for Mad Lions, though.
Yeah.
Waro2K pushing up towards outside, just getting the better of them with that smoke. Good setup for Mad Lions. They expected an outside yard sort of hit from Liquid. They were able to receive it very well. And we've got a very strong buy for both of these teams now.
Just need another 6 in a row to bring it back into overtime. Sometimes you can just almost feel it.
Yeah, you sense it. Your eye kind of twitches. You say, just pull it. Just click. All it takes.
War is out here again, but not finding a target just yet. Molotov will probably force him all the way back. Yeah, it's going to be a signal. Ooh, he's actually sticking around on the stairs.
Oh, he's right here.
Yeah, he didn't go really far back at all. Be right on top of him. Elige able to find the shot. Now, Bort will get one in return, but that still probably should have had more of an output for War. You're supposed to have a bit of an advantage there. Door blows up, making it a bit trickier for Liquid to sort of sneak around into the control room or anything like that. At least they're going to get spotted doing that. But it is only a single person defending, and it's TMB down here with an M4 in hand. How much can he get done? They're going to be swinging wide against him. The fact that he even got that kill in itself is actually not that bad. 3-on-3 for the afterplant, though, and there is really nothing left to work with in terms of utility on the Mad Lions side. So they're in a little bit of trouble. Grim with the Molotov. He's already putting it out now for the headshot. That's even better. And Fallen, he gets the tag and followed up with the Glock. No problem. Sarsel on his own and walks into the... He's already been spotted. They know exactly where he is. Grim walking up next to him, and he'll get the headshot and the finishing kill off the map. 16-9 in favor of Liquid as they take Mad Lions on Nuke.
Very well done from Liquid. Always in control of that map. A couple nice stretches for Mad Lions, but I am very interested in hearing what the Dusk has to say in terms of how Liquid put together such a great nuke on what's supposed to be their worst map.
Yeah, I think that was impressive. Certainly, it was a bit frustrating not to see War with the AWP more.
Yeah.
Wanted to see that. It's been advertised so well.
That needs to be in their game plan to force that.
It's got to be, right? Otherwise, I mean, there were moments, really critical moments, winning that USP, and I think earlier when they lost 2-on-4, I believe, or maybe 3-on-4, the one where Stewie had the AWP and got a couple of kills. Those rounds were really pivotal in terms of the economy, so too bad that they couldn't make it work. But hopefully, they can on Inferno. It's coming up as a second map after the break.
Oh, bro! Bro! Yes!
Oh, you didn't change the surf thing yet? Whoa, whoa. Oh, Jax, you're just bad. Whoa, don't judge me, please. Sorry. Okay, let's talk how. Oh. Chef, Nico, it's live or not? It's live? Oh, okay. Okay. No, it's fine, it's fine. All good. All good. Okay. Let's see. Oh. Oh. Ah bro, you know the map, bro.
No, it's first time playing it, bro. What? It's first time, bro.
Okay. You know the map, what? You tried it before? At your feet. Salut!
What the fuck? Bro!
Oh, I just saw your head on the surf, bro. It's over. A good game, huh? Yeah. Oh, my percentage 100, guys. Thank you.
A solid showing from Liquid on the grounds of Nuke. Mad Lions were perhaps more like sad lions after their map pick was swept away from them. But for the North Americans, we wanted to say confidence was a word we were associating with them. And I think particularly after that first half, Pimp, them coming back and cementing that string of rounds, they did look confident.
It was a very impressive showcasing here from Team Liquid on Nuke. We went into it not really know what to expect for Liquid, as Nuke has been a bit of a strugglesome map for them lately. But as you said, the CT side was actually looking super good. They won the pistol round, unfortunately got broke in the second round, went down 3-1, but from that point and onwards, Mad Lions only managed to win 2 rounds. 2 full buy rounds on the entire T side from Mad Lions was not really impressive by them, and as for Liquid, that powered them into a second half where they were in control. Yeah, and this was a team effort on the side of Liquid, something I truly appreciate. You have a spread of frags from 15 to 22, so there's not a huge difference. There's not one single player making the difference. Even Grim, who's a player that we kind of called out before that game, saying, you know, he's been looking a little bit bleak. He's had sad faces at times when we're looking at him. He had a lot of impact on that T side. He was finding entry kills. He was making a ton of difference. And for Liquid as a whole, not only for this game, not only for the fall finals, but for how, I guess, healthy the lineup is, Grim finding confidence, Grim finding impact is a huge difference maker.
Yeah, we were alluding to it before coming into the game. I know Maui was saying it during the game as well. It has been a rough few months for Grim. So to see him finding his footing and at the precipice of a really important time for Liquid as well. You know, we're coming into the major, potentially also coming into the full finals as well.
And he did it on the T side. He was the best T-rated player in the entire game right here. At the time when it was 10-7 for Team Liquid, when Mad Lions were fighting back, and we thought to ourselves, okay, this could be a close game. Grim came in, and Grim won a couple of opening duels. We saw the one on Ramp here in the highlight package as well, just running out, finding 2 kills, playing with confidence, playing with poise that we haven't really seen from Grim at all. So it was very impressive, and I fully back up what Matches said right here. Team performance. Team was the essence right here for Liquid. They were looking good.
I do want to go back to that CT side to start things off, because you got a particularly impressive retake from the side of Liquid that you want to put under the microscope.
Yes, a 4v2 retake that I really think was a testament to how well Liquid were playing and how well they're communicating as well. We get to see the round right here where Mad Lions actually come very, very close to make this a very competitive first half. Go towards the inner bomb side, gets a couple of trade frags. Here, 4v2, even sees Stu2K down to 1 HP, hits a nice shot, gets another one towards A long, and here we go. 2 versus 2. The cool thing about this is they're very quickly to communicate, dropping a flash here to Stu2K. He's gonna burn a flash out of heaven just to make sure that there's some presence, and then he sets up this perfect flash for Nafly. The whole point is to get Naf in towards the bomb side, and guess what happens? Just a slightly bit of effect right here. Naf gets in, finds the first kill, and then Stu comes in from heaven to finish it all up. This was a perfectly executed retake from Team Liquid. 2 versus 4. The bomb is planted on the inner bomb side with Stu2K on 7 HP. You see that 1 out of a million.
And we talk about CT sides. And for the fans of Liquid, the ones that have been looking at them for years, this is a very healthy sign. Think about this event, the BLAST Showdown. Think about their CT side against their opponents on their opponent's map pick. This has been the bread and butter of Liquid. We're talking about that 10-5 versus Mad Lions, of course, versus VP 9-6, 12-3 against 9Z. This is what made Liquid. The greatest years of Liquid were based on a rock-solid CT side that would always punish their opponents. You go up on Nuke against Liquid, good luck to you. And also thanks to retakes like this, like Jacob pointed out.
So what were the issues, do you think, for Mad Lions, particularly coming, into that second half? The CT side weren't really able to string, many rounds together at all. Got 2 rounds at the beginning, 1 round, halfway through, and then 1 round just towards the end.
I mean, they had a couple of chances, I would say, in the first half to make the game competitive. I think had they won this 4v2 retake scenario, it would have cost Liquid some money. They could have fought back, and maybe we're looking at an 8-7 half, and the game is much, much more competitive. In reality, Mad Lions won both pistol rounds and converted.
Yeah, that wasn't competitive.
That wasn't competitive, right? This scoreline isn't competitive at all. It's 16-9 despite them going up 3-1 in first half and 2-0 in second half. So without being able to fight against Liquid in the buy rounds, what else is there to do?
It's 4 gun rounds. I mean, Mad Lions won 4 gun rounds in the entirety of that game. So sure, they make it to 9, but it was not competitive at all. And if anything, the reason I didn't really give them a much fighting chance against Liquid is that Liquid don't strike me as a team that's going to get upset by a team, an up-and-coming team. I can see that. I can see Liquid crumble in a very high, pressure, high intensity, high-level game. We've seen against Astralis, against VP, they had to go to 3. But you feel like whenever Liquid, as a group, feel like they have the upper hand, that is just it. Like, you just don't stop them.
And I think a part of that reason is as well, Liquid are used to play against North American teams. We often talk about the practice environment, and given it's not as healthy over in North America right now, the playstyle Mad Lions is showcasing and the playstyle we've been talking about, this explosive Counter-Strike where they go fast towards the inner bomb side. I have a couple of flashes and then just explode to a bomb side. That's sort of like how you play in FPL. That's sort of how you play in NA. So Liquid are used to it. They know how to handle it. So this whole matchup is also a bit of a mismatch for Mad Lions.
That's the thing. I think it is really important that we do contextualize. Mad Lions, nobody expected them to be here. Hell, even they themselves did not expect to be in this position.
No, and they have absolutely nothing to be shy about, nothing to be, I guess, embarrassed about what's happening here. Even if they were to go down to Liquid, it would still be a very remarkable run. By any odds, by any metrics, Liquid are the favorite right here. No one expected Mad Lions to be in this position, but Liquid still have to do the job. They still have to, not underestimate them, take them very seriously, and that's what we're seeing right now.
Inferno, though, this is a very interesting prospect because this is the very map we saw Mad Lions submitting that upset to versus G2, and we were framing, G2 to be looking confident on the map of Inferno. Did you see some differences coming into this one?
I mean, I'm gonna refer to what I said in the first desk here tonight about the plan A and the plan B, because yes, I think Mad Lions played a good game of Inferno, and we saw some very explosive strategies come out from TMB, especially one of the ones where they explode out towards A Palace. They had the one where they went up middle as well and just took over bracket control in the matter of second. If that's not going to fly against Team Liquid, if they prepared for that, we need to see more from Mad Lions. We need to see their strength. We need to see if they have depth within their squad and depth within their tactical master book right here. And I'm not too sure they got it. For me, it comes down to the individuals as well. We've just seen a game where in the gun rounds, in the buy rounds, Mad Lions couldn't really keep up with Team Liquid. So individually speaking, they need to step up. And then we need to see the real test, I would say. Because last time they played a tier 1 on this map, it was against Dignitas and Vitality, and they lost 16-2 and 16-9. So they'd only really beat bad teams in G2.
I think that Mad Lions, in order to have a chance on Inferno, need to find rounds by playing fast and pacey Counter-Strike. I think this is when they start to shine. This is when they can actually breathe a little bit, find a few rounds, and then slow down the pace. If you have Liquid, whose first line of defense completely shuts down any attempt at playing fast Counter-Strike, I don't think Mad Lions have it in them to play the deep, long, strenuous type of Counter-Strike when you have to wait the 30, 40 seconds mark to then execute. This requires a lot of stamina, this requires focus, this requires confidence. I know Liquid can do it. They've just done it on Nuke. They've slowed down the pace and they broke through the defense really easy. I don't think Mad Lions can do it. They would really impress me, surprise me if they were able to run down the clock the same way.
And I feel like that is just magnified by some of the roles we're looking at on the side of Mad Lions. We're seeing TMB coming into this, becoming a new in-game leader. He even said himself in an interview, he would have waited a couple of more years to be taking on this role. But sure, they do have Cuban behind them as well. We can't forget that, bringing in a huge amount of experience as a coach.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for them, no doubt about it. I think the game will settle in the first 5 to 6 rounds. I think we're going to see the tendencies we can expect for the rest of the game as well. Because if you remember how Liquid played yesterday against Virtus.pro on Inferno, Stu2K, he loved to pressure down Banana. He loved to take away the space from Mad Lions. So yeah, I agree with Matthew. If they are allowed to play their own game, if they're allowed to play explosive, maybe they have a chance of rattle out Liquid. But if we see the same Liquid with the same confidence where they're going to take Banana away from Mad Lions from the get-go and they're going to play aggressive towards middle, what's the space Mad Lions is going to maneuver with? And that's going to be tough for them. So maybe Liquid could force them to play slow Counter-Strike, and at that point, we need to see a new version of Mad Lions. So I agree, it would impress me a lot if they make this game competitive.
I mean, playing devil's advocate here, we have some Mad Lions come back from worse on the grounds of Ancient versus G2, but they're going to have to do it again, and they're going to have to do it hard. It's coming into Inferno, the pick of Liquid, and it's one more map separating them from the LAN finals. We're going to be jumping into the action in just a moment.
One. Under and rush. Under two. Go down, go down. Hey. Door stuck! Door stuck! Titan close plans. Maniac, I'm reloading. I'm watching from top side. Come on, door.
Nice. Just incredible memes. I just can't believe it. Yeah, it's true, isn't it?
Who was playing it? Who is playing it? Who has the soundboard on Liquid?
So I don't know. So hopefully someone has it just ready. The little button.
Just naff.
If ever there was one, now would be the time. I mean, again, I've got to say, you know, life imitates memes. It's a scary, scary reality.
It is. It is a strange and poggers world that we live in.
I know. Think about it next. Before you post your next meme, just think about the fact that you are changing reality in some fashion. Just it's worth thinking about. The odds have switched even more in favor of Liquid, unsurprisingly so. And they are looking really good right now, looking almost unstoppable.
Yes, yes. That was an incredibly convincing win on Nuke. There was very little to be excited about once it switched to the second half for Mad Lions. And curiously, we didn't get too much of an op out of Waro2K. That's the guy that everybody has been billing as being the next rising star to come from this roster that can maybe one day do some real damage on the international scale. But he didn't even have his trusty op.
Yeah, they just didn't buy it on him, which is a weird kind of problem. I mean, I remember some of the teams that Kenny was in back in the day where sometimes they would force buy so much that Kenny never even got the orb.
Oh.
The kind of frustration that I just can't deal with. You know, if you have someone who's that good at it, just make that a priority.
Yeah, I think
get a Sanji on the team.
Yes, yes. I think Kenny and Envy's problems went a little deeper than...
It's probably true.
Yeah, but... All right, we're here on Inferno. This is Liquid's pick, and they have been formidable on this map. We saw in the pre-game segment that the devs showed that these teams have the same win rate on Inferno, but Mad Lions, a very strong T-side team. Liquid, they thrive on their CT.
What are they doing? Mad Lions pushing middle. Are they realizing? Yep, Stewie heard it. A little bit of a turnaround. He's ready in the corner with a Glock. That's a big takedown. Waro is dropped, and they're inside of the bomb site. They're planting the bomb as this fight is happening. Absolute madness has broken out inside of the server. JL will take down Stewie, but they can just back off. They know where everyone is coming from. This is going to be a near impossible retake right now for Mad Lions. They don't have a smoke. They don't have a kit picked up right here. I don't know how they're going to find all these players. They are dug in deep on the Liquid side. It's very hard to actually get rid of them here. Grim will win the fight against TMB. I mean, this was a very cool idea, and I actually love the fact that they tried it. But when Stewie heard them stepping, it was game over for this round. Liquid will win the opening round on Inferno. Oh, he's excited.
He is raring to go. He's ready. And we could see the look on the Mad Lions faces. Not as thrilled about how this one went for themselves. This was, it felt like Stewie just stayed alive for so long that without a kid, Mad Lions, you're just never going to have a chance.
Yeah.
There's got to be a slightly earlier commitment there. But Liquid with a very explosive pistol round of their own. I mean, Mad Lions, that strat would work if it were not just a fast B rush. It very easily could have worked.
There's so many different ways that could have played out in their favor. Stewie taking a bit of damage. Oh!
Okay.
Whoa. It's almost like he knew, oh, I'm in danger peeking it, and then he was like, no, you know what? I'm actually just really good, and I'm just gonna shut it down.
You know what? I know the fire rate of that MAC-10 is not gonna take me down. I have time for this adjustment. He did. What a shot. 4-on-4 though, and there's only a solo TMB on this B bomb site. It's not looking too good for Mad Lions right now in terms of this defense, but the smoke that TMB has could slow them down. That nade is going to be good. That's going to be a decent amount of damage. Very well done by TMB. The commitment, though, from Liquid, it's here. The flashes are through, and TMB finds two.
And Stewie's already low the spray. Ooh, he's going to get the headshot. Did not even need it. That is such an incredible defense put up. Single player on the bomb site, and he just took 3 kills. And I mean, the grenade and the smoke to start it off with, everything was absolutely perfect. Well done.
Unscopes, rescopes, takes that fight. But this is just incredible from TMB. The flash that I think Stewie right-handed did not go through, and TMB was able to collect all of the frags because of that. That's an IGL, by the way. I gotta keep reminding people because he is so strong as an individual player.
Yeah. That is... I mean, I don't know if it's a permanent requirement in Counter-Strike, but lately it's been hard to put together really good teams without having an IGL that can also do that. Whereas obviously in the past we had a lot more leeway for having the heavy tactical kind of IGL that you say, yeah, not too many kills, but he's pulling brilliant strategies out. Seems to be less and less of that these days as the game evolves.
Good bracket hold from Mad Lions. Woro is isolating himself by pushing on forward, actually. It was a little bit worrisome for a second there. A disconnect in the Mad Lions defense, but they're not punished. Liquid didn't go for any sort of swing, but there was a molly down. So maybe a calculated risk from Woro. Glad to see him showing up in the server. And TMB once again, he's on top of the half wall. Nice shot from him also. Well done. TMB, he's putting up a great defense.
Super cool if he could do it early on like this in the half, because if you show that you're good enough at defending that B bomb site, it's obviously going to incentivize them to look for other solutions, and that's just a tactical advantage for you right away. That's something that you can start to cheat people over to the A bomb side a little bit more. You can go for more of the 4-1 type setup, 1 in B, 4 in the A bomb side. It's just, there's a lot of stuff you can suddenly accomplish if you can establish a little bit of dominance on that side early on in the half. So far so good for Mad Lions. It's a 2-1 scoreline. No bomb plan for Liquid, so even with it, they would have had to save, but now they can't even really get any fun upgrades, can they? Nope. I'm not seeing nearly as many dualies as I was promised in this match. Where are they?
Not quite. Doesn't seem like either team has really gone all in on that strategy. Liquid actually have been liking the CZ a little bit more.
Yeah, that's true.
They were experimenting with the dualies a lot a few months ago, but now they're pretty much all in on the CZ, and I kind of liked it. It's been pretty strong in the hands of players like Elige and Grim.
You know, in the beginning of CSGO, there was no upper cap on the rate of fire on the dualies, so if you bound fire to the scroll reel, you could just shoot almost infinitely fast. They need to bring that back.
Yeah. It actually, it would just instantly become the most overpowered pistol, just by a large margin too.
Maybe someone could make a mouse that has like a really heavy scroll wheel that just like doesn't stop rolling. You just like send it flying and it just keeps going.
I had a mouse like that before. You could actually just scroll it infinitely. It would just let go of the bearings.
Yeah.
And it would just scroll. It would just fly like a wheel.
That's that and the dualies, and you're good to go.
Yeah. Just you would never stop firing. You'd have to manually stop it, in fact.
All right, some deep nades. I think that Molotov unfortunately lands inside of the smoke, but this is very aggressive. There's actually some Stewie level plays coming out, but it's from Sossel instead, and they take down Grim. That's exactly the kind of play that Stewie would have made, though, and probably will be making once he goes to the CT side.
Yes. It is very aggressive, and this is even a very similar setup to what Liquid were running before, where they just keep that player at the bottom. But there's a push on short from Mad Lions. This might actually give Liquid an in if they have the timing, but no, Woro, he pushes down. He takes down Fallen. That's the bomb on the ground. Almost a return from Stewie. There it is. What prescience to understand where Woro would be right then. But JL takes down Stewie. He's found a timing.
All of these timings, everything. I mean, Woro getting killed as well. It's all a little bit out of control. But Borb, he's actually walking up behind. Is he going to realize he's not? Elige ducks down, and he's going to get the kill. Oh, what a spin! Borb had no idea. He couldn't see him from his field of view coming in from Library. And now TMB, way across the map, trying to get there quick enough to maybe make a difference. 20 seconds on the clock, and I don't know if he can catch Naf here. Shouldn't be able to. Naf going to be down on the low ground, presumably, before this happens. He's actually there just in time, and it doesn't matter. Naf will take him down, but that second kill for Elige was a lot.
That was unreal. That should never happen. That's the high sense that Elige wields, and the ceiling of it right there. That's why you play high sense, because you can do things like that.
Yep, and he sees the shadow of the grenade on the ground.
Yes.
He knows. That's actually incredible.
Man, that's a tough pill to swallow if you're Mad Lions. You are in great position. You should have had the trade right there. But Elige just showing what stars do. He's been rather quiet at the showdown. We've talked about it a few times. The desk has talked about it, and that's a round, if any, to come up big in.
Yeah, I mean, it's the last piece of the puzzle that really makes Liquid almost unbeatable in this series. It feels very hard if Stewie's going to be playing well. Grim found himself on Nuke, and if Elige will join them, well, then that's hard to. And Naf, obviously, he's been playing well pretty much all throughout, so almost neglected to mention. 4 on 5 though, as they take down Stewie early on in the round. That is great news for Mad Lions. And they have that AWP on Warrior, which we're all happy about now.
It looks like we'll be seeing a little bit of a mid fake. Naf challenges the angle, but doesn't peek wide enough to actually fight Warrow's op. And now Warrow, he knows it was a bit of a fake, so he's prodding for some information. This could send a rotation for Mad Lions to B. Oh, and he takes down Naf as well. This is going from good to great for Mad Lions.
Sossel dodging the headshot there at the coffins. Always a good feeling when you don't get just one tap from an AK. They're setting up out here on Banana. They've got a 3 on 5, but there's a heavy defense on the other side. Almost probably worth saving it.
That's, yeah, that smoke right there with about 25 seconds left, sending it through a smoke with about 7 seconds left, that's just never going to be worth it.
No, not a good call. So, not a typical end to a Liquid round. I mean, this is sort of stuff that we see out of VP, right? Saving the guns, but at the end of the day, it is the better choice, so yeah. Interesting times.
Liquid, they didn't quite keep the bracket defense honest enough, but that was a great opener from TMB, of course. Just fortunate for him to find that. And this prod from Warrow is really, he is quite good at it. Just finding timings, having the mechanics to actually hit the shots when presented them. It's something that can make a Mad Lions defense better than you would expect, because the desk also showed it. Mad Lions don't have the best CT side on this map. Their comeback against G2 was because of 10 rounds on the T side.
7th round. Money is looking decent right now for Mad Lions. They're starting to build a pretty good bank behind these 4 rounds. If they can get out of this next one without losing too much, it's going to be really interesting. Liquid put to more of a test that I was expecting early on. Flash around the corner. Warrow just going to pre-fire it. He's got some backup in here in JL. A lot of backup, in fact. What a fantastic triple. He's just really there to slow them down. But in fact, he takes 3 of them into the grave, and that just works out incredibly well. 5-2, and Liquid, no bomb plant, no money. Mad Lions are off to a flying start on Inferno.
This is a very strong bracket hold, and JL, 3 kills while tucked in. That anti-flash position is usually good for a couple, but 3, that's when you know Mad Lions are on point. And I will say, the Mad Lions riflers, I mean, they have some strong individuals. We didn't really get to see that on Nuke, but in the other days that they've played at the Showdown, there really hasn't been a single player where you think, this guy can't find a multi-frag. It's been all of them who have been finding some strong multi-frag contributions.
JL and Warrow, he didn't even fall back behind that aggression over towards Boiler Room. Now he's just out fighting in the middle. They're going to try and see if they can run him down, but the Org is there to follow him. So overall, good sort of almost improvised team play coming out here in the middle on the side of Mad Lions. And they're going to only lose JL in that whole skirmish. Pretty cool stuff. Team Ace coming out, every single member picking up a kill each. And right now, they don't look scared. They don't look worried at all. Playing with a lot of heart on the Mad Lions side.
Yes, they're doing a great job at both Banana and Bracket. 2 important parts of the map. Liquid's going to have to find another in here, and it perhaps could go towards apartments. That's really one of the few places that Liquid haven't really tested yet. A Halls Pop, per se, that's just a portion of the map that they haven't really danced with the pit player too much. But Warrow, he wants to meet it up close.
Oh, what a pre-fire. That's a headache.
Wow, that's just excellent defaulting from Naf. He does that a lot. He kind of just spams a corner, and we saw actually it got Warrow the one time he had an op on Nuke. He just spammed a corner, took him down. That's something. I think he just did it again.
Oh, yeah,
he just shot a wall.
Taking down JL. Filthy stuff coming out from Naf.
Nasty Naf.
Exactly right. 4 versus 5, and they're taking this, but there's a big defense. There's about to be 3 people on Banana at under a minute. That's so rare. It's so weird that I don't think Liquid are even prepared for it. Stewie's going to get one, but surely not going to be expecting for there to be another 2 people still here. Sorcel is starting to fall back, leaving Waro, but that's a really interesting defense. Bomb is on the ground as Stewie takes a bullet right to his face. 33 seconds now.
It's very nice from Waro. And like you were explaining, I mean, 3 people towards Banana definitely caught Liquid off guard there. But Naf, doesn't quite hit the shot onto Saucel. There's a couple lit players right now, but the one with full HP is Borup. And he's tucked at the graveyard. For Elige to put this one together, he'll have to deal with the full health player first. Oh, he already took some spam through the smoke. And that is when Borup decides it's his time to go.
They must have seen something, right? There's no way that he could just guess the timing.
That must have been a gap.
All right.
Oh, okay. Well, he saw him at least. All right.
He saw him at least this time. It's normally if there's going to be 3 people on Banana like this, it's in the early stages of a round, and it's just to throw, or in this case nowadays, to leave grenades in a little pile somewhere. But not at under a minute. That's very rare. Those people tend to gravitate towards the A-bomb side at the end of it, so pretty impressive stuff. 7-2. Mad Lions are... I think they're really impressive right now. I think it looked pretty dominant on Nuke in favor of Liquid. Even just discounting any scoreline conversation, just looked like they had such a lot of control, Liquid, on that first map. So for Mad Lions to bounce back and just look real fresh here, that's encouraging.
Yeah, and they're playing a style that's unorthodox enough in these little pockets that it's catching Liquid.
Yeah.
3 towards B, some of the ways that they're holding bracket, the re-peeks from Waro, all of these little factors are catching Liquid off guard. It's one thing to watch the demos and see their tendencies, but then to finally face them, it's a different story.
Yeah, and Waro is 11-3, so in terms of his impact on the game, it's looking very scary at the moment. They flash him pretty well. He's back around the corner, and he could keep backing up here. Grim, at least he didn't see what killed him. He was so blind turning that one. Going to be another shot for Waro as well, and Sorcel also showing up, leaving Stewie without the bomb, taking a bit of a weird and long and in many ways disappointing fight from all sides.
You win that fight, but you're not happy about it.
No
one's really happy with how that one went.
Yeah.
That should be on the next pro or low.
I know.
That fight.
It's going to be hard to guess, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Well, Liquid, they called a timeout, but they didn't actually win the round after. That's something that was actually helping them a lot through the other portion of this showdown. I mean, they were consistently coming up with the right answers. But maybe it was a gun round strat that they were going over. They now have the utility, the guns, everything is there for Liquid. The options are there. It's just about piecing it together.
Been a lot of different variations. Mad Lions, Sad Lions, Bad Lions, Chad Lions in this case.
Glad Lions.
Glad Lions, yeah.
Huh? They're nothing but they're not a fad. They're not going away. Lions.
A lot of different potential right there. 11th round. And so far, this is looking like a completely different team from the one that we saw on Nuke. Waro being boosted up and left alone. And that's that 4-1 setup that we mentioned briefly earlier. Now, I actually mentioned it in the context of TMB being over here, but I mean, having the orb in that position is a classic, so it's kind of hard to argue with.
Yeah, this is still a very strong setup for Mad Lions. But the flash, it should be there. Oh, Waro. I think he spotted the elbow of Grim, and that really trained his crosshair to that corner. He's able to take him down, even though he is fully flashed. Liege throwing a bit of a lurk smoke. That's not the typical one that goes deeper in front of the library. It keeps some information away from Mad Lions, but it's not necessarily that uncomfortable. It still offers JL a window into seeing whether anyone's going into CT spawn. So Liquid, they have to put together a B exec now. 20 seconds left on the clock. They gotta get moving.
TMB and Waro here on their own. Backup is really far away. And TMB, that's not a quick enough kill. He couldn't really transfer that anywhere else. Missed opportunity. Elige is very, well, not even Elige. I think that was Naf. Very lucky to be alive. Bomb is going to be planted here. Some wild spray for the smoke. Naf ready to take the fight out on Banana. And Sorcel, he's going to be going down. So Borup and JL. And take it back. Just Borup. 1 versus 3. backing on out. I'm kind of surprised that that actually worked so well, because I swear they made a lot of noise on Banana before they even went for the execute. And if you make that amount of noise at 55 seconds, I understand why the CT side maybe won't buy it. But at 20 seconds, you start to make noise like that, you can't really run back. I think it's like 21 seconds, and you probably need that amount of time to get from top Banana into the A bomb site to actually plant the bomb. So I'm kind of surprised that Mad Lions were not slightly better prepared, but I guess the missed shot here with the AWP that's a big deal too.
The missed shot is one thing. I will say I was kind of throwing into question that little lurk smoke that Elige threw out, but it kept JL, who was supposed to be the rotator, at A. So there was no extra nade support, flashes, anything for the players from Mad Lions on the site. And yeah, it was a strong execute from Team Liquid. They had just enough nades left to make that one uncomfortable enough for Waro and the other defender. And so they're able to put one on the board. A little bit surprising. Doesn't feel like it was earned in the same way that maybe some other rounds are, but ooh, fast push from Mad Lions. They've already got a player at the bench.
Oh, flash though, out of position. Swing from Waro. He's gonna get one of them, Stewie. Just standing up inside of the pit, and he'll be able to take that one kill. JL very nearly taking out Elige, and he didn't take that much damage for that attempt. I love this aggression from Mad Lions. They're really trying to put Liquid out of their comfort zone.
Yes, they're taking the fight to them. They're fighting on their own terms, and they walk away with a single kill, a death in return, but at least a headshot onto Elige. So TMB is still fighting at the bottom of Banana. This is very risky, and he will be punished for it. That was a very bold position to take, and I would say he's rightly punished. That is a little too far forward.
They've left grenades in CT spawn.
Yes.
It's irresponsible.
What if someone finds that?
Yeah.
And they're not equipped to actually use them properly.
Civilian, you know, can't be having any of that. Social is getting into the right position. Now would be a good time for Waro to really distinguish himself with that AWP, because he's going to need it. Trying to put down defensive Molotov there and actually pushing through the smoke to find a gap in it. 20 seconds. JL is walking up behind. Waro has gone down. Nap for the spray through, and JL not heard yet. Somehow Elige not able to hear it, and they're going to double peek him. Fallen will take him right down. Ooh, a kill. 10 seconds on the clock. Sorcel, he can actually win this. He goes back for more. He'll pick up Naf as well, and Fallen comes off the bomb to get the kill in the last possible second. Oh, wow.
Wow. Fallen. The gall to fake the tap and then swing into the angle. That is a very bold peek from Fallen there. He could have tucked away. That last player could have tucked away entirely. And this became so close. Wow, this is just such a tense moment.
Yeah, if he misses the shot, or if the player is peeking him, the round is done. Sorcel not happy about that, and I can't blame him. They probably shouldn't have been close to winning that round, but you thought he was going to get that surely at the end of it. So 8-4, Liquid holding on to the first half, almost getting completely wiped out, but they're in a position to do some real damage now.
Yes, the money is waning for Mad Lions. They still have a bye ahead of them. This round up here looks to be a big swing round. This could determine a lot in terms of the fate of the half, because both teams don't have the best economy, and Liquid is probably even more important for them. They really need to keep something intact here if they want to continue fighting in this half. Stewie pushes up forward, takes some space. Good nades onto TMB. That should do a lot of damage. TMB, though, staying alive with 61. And there's a flurry of nades, and he's still just crouching on top of the sandbags.
Stewie's nearly dead. Grim is nearly dead. Mad Lions strangely unaffected by the madness out here. Grim is left. Stewie's actually kind of hanging out there as well. I'm surprised that it's that low on health, but they're not afraid to be here anymore. TMB on his own as Sorcel starts to make his way back. Can they actually find this? They probably need some sort of a flashbang. That smoke is fading, but he's backing up into the bomb site. Okay. Oh, no nades for TMB. I don't know if there's a stack somewhere of them, but otherwise, this is not a lot to hold on to a bomb site with.
No, just a single flash. Oh, but Mad Lions are finding info. That should call for the rotation sooner than later.
Yeah.
Yeah, Waro, he has to get to B right now. Has to come help TMB.
He's going to get smoked off, though, is the issue. Surely in that position. So one goes down towards the coffins. Where's the smoke for CT spawn? Much delayed. There it is. And walking up behind Sorcel. That's a good idea. Oh, they could swing it back. They have time. This is... Wait. Oh! They're doubting themselves. They're not sure. This could have been a huge mistake. If they had followed through, they would have found an empty bomb site on the A side. But now instead, they're walking into a big stack. Nade at the feet, and JL with a triple. Through the smoke, he just wrecks their lineup. And Stewie now 1 versus 4. He is out of time and teammates. And they're going to win the round. Oh, it's so hard to see on the minimap. That moment of hesitation.
They just didn't feel like they had the time, or maybe they thought there was another player there. There was too much ground to cover in such a short amount of time, and Mad Lions survived yet another one. This spray down from JL just through the smoke. He knows they have to push on in with how little time there is left, and he finds 3. So big. That's huge for Mad Lions. They have definitively won the half now with 9, and now Liquid, it's not looking too good for them. The 5 Deagles are out, but they haven't even been really finding too many picks in the default. It's going to be tough.
Yeah, that was the round that was going to build towards the end of the Mad Lions economy, and now instead, they're going to be fine. They have a much better position here. The Eagles are in play. Haven't seen nearly as many ridiculous Deagle rounds necessarily after the patch. Seems like there are just a few less of them, which is probably good news.
That's the patch doing its job.
Yeah,
that was actually such a huge balance change that has improved the quality of a lot of these kinds of rounds. You're not seeing too many random double body shot entries, which were just silly. They were frankly silly.
Yeah, it was getting a bit too much out of control. So 10-4 though, 15th round, last of the half is coming up, and Liquid are in way more trouble than I was expecting.
Yeah. That one mid-round call. It's just so difficult to know if you're falling there, whether or not you should commit or not. But we see its implications, the consequences.
Good angle right here. Waro sneaking into it. He's so confident in his abilities with that AWP. He's slowly falling back. Whole thing actually walking into the Molotov. Probably not necessary. And a little bit of a slowdown in the round. Still 3 people over at the B bomb site. It's a little bit earlier on in the round, so I guess it makes more sense. Or we're gonna start to fall back.
Oh.
The fish are dead.
That's yeah. That's one thing. Shrapnel caught a couple goldfish. Oh, nice wide swing from Stewie. That is going to alert him and his team to the presence of one of the ops, but I'm not sure if they're aware that that's not Waro. That's Saucel.
Probably not. I don't think they've been up against the double up yet, so that actually could catch them a little bit. Waro, on the other hand, is over by the library. JL and Borup especially in that graveyard position. It can be very hard to clear out. They have a single Molotov in the leash. If he throws it, and it looks like he's gonna burn the bicycle instead. So Borup could have a huge impact on this round in his position. Oh. Nice headshot from Nat. Borup standing up, but Elish catches him before he ducks back down. Now JL inside of the bomb site, 22 seconds. He's got the 1 kill, but Elish has got his number, and that'll be a nice frag to at least secure the bomb plant. 14 seconds here in a 2-on-3. TMP and Sorcel. Not an easy retake coming their way. They do have a Molotov on Sorcel, so that could actually force Elish out into the crosshair of TMP. With a little bit of luck, maybe they could set that kind of a situation up. Yeah, there it goes, but he's just so quick to get out that not going to get caught. TMP still wins the fight. Heroically jumping off the balcony. Grim with a good kill, and the follow-up from Fallen will do the job. It's 10-5 at the end of the half in favor of Mad Lions. That's a great performance. They just need 6 more to get into map number 3. It's coming up after the break.
It's low tier E. It's really poor skin, but I think there's probably some worse in my opinion.
I put this one on B. I don't really like it, but I know it's a good one.
It has a decent color scheme. If you like the colors, I'd put it as like B.
No render on B too. Color too flashy for me when I have in my hand, and I'm not fan. I'm fan about the Mach 10, but the AK I don't really like it.
Bloodsport. I actually like this AK. I'll put it as B again.
S tier, bro. It's my favorite skin of the game. It's so sexy for me.
Fuel injector. I'll have this as C. I don't like it as much as the other two, but it's a decent skin.
On C. On C. Easy, yellow, if you have yellow gloves, can fit good, but nothing special.
AK Wasteland, that is D. The colors, there's like random writing, and like I don't like the colors, and just doesn't fit well for me.
On B again, underground, a bit graffiti, you can like it. She's a bit, you know.
This is a C, tied with the fuel injector.
A tier. I like the color, really good.
Ooh, yeah, wait, this is the new AK, huh? I haven't even used it yet, but just throw this one in the S tier. This one's gonna be high demand. I haven't used it yet, but I'm just gonna assume it's a really nice skin to use, and it's gonna feel good to use, and it fits the AK good.
But S tier. I'm not a gold man, huh? I don't like, but I don't know, this one, she's sick.
Put this one in S tier as well. This is probably my favorite AK currently. But for me, the colors just look nice with the green / like red, and it kind of camouflage in game.
S tier. Because of the story, you cannot have it anymore. I like green, and you cannot have it anymore now, and I know she's really expensive, so S tier.
A D. It's kind of messy, the skin. It's not clean. Like the AK, like the ones I have in S tier, they're more clean.
D. I put on D. Like a bit geometric AK, and I was not good at geometry.
F tier. I'll never willingly choose to use this AK.
F. Now it's nothing special. I prefer limit the normal AK than this one.
Return of Mad Lions into Inferno has been something to behold. 10-5 in the first half of the map. Really incredible stuff, I've got to say. Warrow, we got to see his AWP, but we got to see a lot more than that. Jail was way up there with 13 kills. Borup was playing well. But I mean, actually, they all were. There's really no one to point out. Liquid are far behind. They need badly to win this pistol round.
Yes, yes. There were some stylistic clashes with Liquid versus Mad Lions in the first half. Some of the things that Mad Lions did really upsetting the balance of a Liquid offense. But it is Liquid CT side that the devs talked about that has been phenomenal for them. Naf, one of the best banana players in the world right now. And we'll see if he's able to will Liquid to close this in 2, or Mad Lions have a chance to extend this and their chances of reaching the Royal Arena.
Are they going to blow up Stewie? They could. No, they're going to bounce them off instead. Stewie has that smoke. I'm so dubious about smokes in this B-bomb side in pistol rounds, because it feels like 70% of the time the T's just run through. They just ignore it.
It's pretty low value.
Yeah.
On all fronts. Sometimes you can make some commotion at the back of the site, maybe between the new box and the pillar. Oh, wait, what is this? We got a nade stack for the boost.
Yeah.
Okay, but there's nobody there.
Cool idea, though. Definitely a cool idea. A minute on the clock, and taking some hot shots into the bomb site. Now they're actually all the way through to yellow. 50 seconds, and yeah, Stewie, using that smoke, like you said, all the way at the back to buy some time and make it harder to find him. Nice headshot for Stewie. Nafis there as well. It's a good start to the defense. 40 seconds now, and the bomb is on the ground. Fallen's just holding this angle. He's getting tagged up a little bit. The rest of them, no one's coming through Banana. They're all up there towards CT spawn. How did they pick up that bomb? The CTs have a line on it. They've got the USPs. Trying to go for it could be really dangerous. Warrow and Jail are both kind of low on health. This is so awkward. They're in the bomb site, but they can't retrieve those explosives. And I don't actually know how they meant to do this. That's a pretty good kill. 14 seconds now. No one's picked up the bomb, and that was Borg going down with the only health they really had left. 8 seconds on the clock, 7 seconds. It's ticking down right here. They finally put their hands on it, but it's too late. Grim with the triple at the end, and Liquid will win the pistol. Just a long stalemate around that bomb.
Yes, no smoke, no nades. It leads to such an awkward exchange for Mad Lions, but Grim was just a turret deep in CT, sniping those players with the USP, making it look so good. This was such a great setup from Liquid on the pistol. Doesn't maybe get as much mileage as you would have hoped from Stewie, but Grim right there, closing it out strongly. When they need a guy to hold the line, they chose Grim, and he thrived.
Came up big in that one. Seeing more and more MP5s, it kind of makes me happy.
I'm not a fan. I'm just not. I like the run and gun nature of the MP9. I like that it's different.
Oh! Well, I think the MP9 just probably is objectively better.
In most ways, other than the silencer.
Oh, yeah, apart from the silencer, which is a very niche kind of property to have, especially on that kind of weapon. Ooh, nice nade. It's going to soften up one of them at least. Make it a bit harder for Borg maybe to swing behind that. Otherwise, need to be careful here, Liquid. Do not give this one away. I feel like they've lost a couple of their second rounds here in the series so far. Out fighting very dangerously. That could have gone badly. Liege will win the fight there. I'll tell you why I want people to use the MP5. I just have a lot of guilt over the fact that the community as a whole just bullied Valve for years to bring the MP5 back. And then they did it and no one used it. I just feel like...
Yeah.
I feel like that's a bad look, you know.
It's really one of those things where you beg for a change for so long and it finally comes. And people are like, so they just scoff at it. You say, really?
We're like, we had that in 1.6. Can we have the MP5, please, please, please? And then it's like, no, we actually don't want it.
That's gonna be the thing when Source 2 finally comes out. Everybody's been begging for so long, and then watch the player base just people be like, no, I like Go more.
Yeah,
I like CSGO more.
This is weird. I want the old one back.
Yeah, something about this doesn't feel right.
Probably true. 10-7. Zeus on the T side on board. I like it. I'm a fan of it. Now, I've been asking for years for a run boosted Zeus play. I think it is in fact the hidden gem of CSGO. Is the thing that people just have underestimated. It's gonna be. Oh, just needed to click the button. Oh wait, Nav has picked it up.
He doesn't even want to shoot it. Okay, that's an interesting choice to just throw it away. Usually, player will left click.
Yeah, just get rid of it like that.
Yeah, it's frustration.
What was the when did we have the confetti, Zeus? When was that?
Oh, that was one of the birthdays of CSGO, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that was for maybe for 20-year anniversary when the 20-year case came out.
I feel like it's further back than that.
Yeah, I think you might be. Yeah, I think it is further back.
Those are so people bought that a lot.
Yeah.
I guess the price was reduced as well or something.
Perhaps.
Yeah.
I think it was $100 or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, 10-8, Liquid closing the gap rapidly in this game.
Yes, they are. And they have a lot of utility to work with, Liquid. And they still have some of those SMGs. Likely going to see them sending it down Banana. But Fallen has an op. A stark contrast to the weakened weaponry towards the B-bomb site. We'll see how the play differs on both sides of the map. Oh, great nades.
Oh no. That's heartbreaking. Oh, Borb even almost burning. He's trying to escape. If they had sprayed through, probably would have been the end of him, but that is such an incredibly successful start. And it's so unfortunate if you're Mad Lions, and this is... You can excuse losing the first 3 rounds of this second half. Because no, not quite. Like, losing the first 3 rounds, you just think, all right, we lost the pistol, it's fine, it's okay, but not even getting a chance to start in this round could be very deflating. That's a very good find on Fallen anyway. Wanted to back up and came back for seconds. If they can turn it around after that start on Banana, that's going to be amazing.
All 4 Liquid players are here, though.
Oh, wow, you're right.
Everyone is in defense of the A site. Stewie falls off now, but Mad Lions, they are going for the A approach. There's already at least 1 rotation.
Counter nade coming out. Elige comes back for a little bit of a fight, and he sees the boost up there. Woro goes down. Jail will get 35 seconds still in the clock. They have a little bit of time, but that crossfire is so aggressive. Hard to breach. Naf with a double kill. Now it's a one-on-one, but Borb is low from earlier. He took all that damage from the Molotov, from the 8 cheese down on Banana. 20 seconds. The bomb is behind Naf somewhere. And Borb probably eventually just has to run to pick it up and then hope that Naf isn't going to catch him. I don't think he has time to walk this full distance and then... because then he can't fake it, right? And he might have already outplayed himself slightly here. 6 seconds on the clock. He picks it up and just running into the side. Naf missing the chance, and the bomb at least going to be planted now. Borb, he shouldn't be even close to winning this one, but maybe he could with a single headshot click, and Naf knows he's toying with him a bit, and eventually he's going to get that run and got the MP9 off. Dangerous round, but a nice triple for Naf.
Oh, Naf cracks a smile at the end, though. He knows how close that was. How Borup really did have an opportunity there. It felt like the timing was so in Naf's favor, but Borup makes it competitive to the very last second. But this was just a great utility take from Liquid. This is just textbook nade stack, molly down after. It's just excellent work from them in terms of their nade protocols to control that space. It's why they were able to rotate all of those players towards A, and we saw how necessary it was for them to have those players there. It came down to the 1v1. Imagine if one player weren't there.
Yeah, that stack really worked out well for them. 3 people early on over at the B bomb site. Fallen had that AWP picked up by Naf at the end. He's going to do some damage to Woro. He's actually...
Oh, that's a read. Oh, wow, that's a read.
He knew that he was going to peel all the way off. Now he's pushing through the smoke. He's going to have a... well, could have had a good lineup. Elige somehow prepared for it, but that actually is a... You're right, he just knew.
Yeah, that gave his team a lot of space, but he went a little bit farther than maybe he should have. Could have just been confident with the bracket control at that point, but he wanted even more. And Naf now just playing on top. Naf is so willing to take fights sometimes at Banana. Oh, there's a little bit of a bait setup here. Elige activated now, takes down 2. Great swing from him. Excellent setup between him and Fallen.
TMB on his own, and some of these rounds here for Mad Lions, this is where they needed to make some swift comeback into the second half. It's 5 in a row instead for Liquid, and they tie up the scoreline. Liege with a quad kill in this round, doing a lot of work. See how close it is. If he's just a little bit further to the left there with his aim, maybe he doesn't even see it.
Yeah, or if he's even faster pushing through the smoke.
Yeah.
If he caught the timing there. He really almost did. And Counter-Strike, it just plays like that sometimes. 1 second can be all the difference. And Mad Lions, they need 30 seconds. A timeout coming out from them as they try to go over how to break into this Liquid defense, which has been flawless thus far. Liquid, they've won 6 rounds in a row at this point, if you're including what they did in the prior half.
Tech-9s coming out.
Yes. And a couple of nades. This is feeling like either a top Banana nade stack or a boiler pop into nading into pit. I will call that one of those plays really does like the triple nade.
I like the idea. I think it's worth trying. Deep. Woro, he was kind of leading it, but they get slowed down. Now, are they going to get a chance to activate it? They're all just waiting on the T-ramp. Elige back to pick up some more nades and spawn. But a pretty standard setup for Liquid right now. Flashes go out towards Banana. That's a devastating grenade on top of them. Naf, he's going to put up a smoke there. Waiting behind it. They're going to come through. They might as well go for it here with the Tech-9. Slowing it down is probably not going to help them. And they're getting chewed apart with his M4. Oh, Stewie, instead of reloading, just waiting. Naf has fallen back, but the bomb is now committed to this, and they just can't get it back. I think that's a very confident play for Stewie.
Yeah, he feels in the zone right now. He's in form. TMB is snuck onto the site. We'll see if Naf clears this. Something tells me that Naf just always finds these out, though. Yeah.
Yeah, he's very thorough in that moment.
Yeah. That's well done. Liquid didn't even take any utility damage that round. They just dodged that whole little nade stack at the top car. And they put themselves on their 11th. It is the first time since the game was 1-0 that Liquid have had the lead.
That's true. But Mad Lions have won 0 rounds in the second half. It's all in the first half. They have those 10 on the board. And I don't know, I was so confident that we were going to see a third map. We still might, but right now, that confidence has been shattered a little bit for me. I kind of want to see Dust too, but the way that Liquid are playing, that's looking increasingly difficult. Their money, look at NAF at 11,000, 7,000 Unleashed. They have a decent bank. They're not just going to get immediately reset here. They're playing very far back on the map, though, Liquid. Again, normally we see Stewie aggressively pushing Banana, ready to take some of those fights, but he's been pulled back a bit here.
Yeah, they couldn't fight for banana control this time around. Stewie, though, he wants to press on forward. He might catch TMB or another player as he spams the smoke. That's great damage onto Borup, but he doesn't know that Mad Lions are this close.
Oh, they're going to go boost. As they're walking in, the timing on this could be absolutely devastating for Liquid. TMB, there's the go, and now it's just going to be one single defender, and he knew what he was seeing. He saw the first player, and he realized, yep, that's a boost. Fallen missing the flick, but he should probably back on out of here. It's not worth it. That's just a very unfortunate timing if you're on the Liquid side, but a good read on TMB.
Yeah, it's Stewie not recognizing the possibility of that, and we saw TMB how he lurked through that little top car smoke, and he was able to find a window, just decides to contact into the bomb site, sees Stewie with his knife out, and that's everything. Like you said, as soon as he saw that Stewie wasn't ready from that position, it's simply obvious that NAF is there. That what else could Stewie be doing in that corner if he's not ready for a fight? It's a boost, it's maybe some kind of call, but it's generally the boost. So Mad Lions put their first on the board for the T side. A sneaky one.
Yeah. Good call. Those are hard calls to make when you're just walking through the smoke out there on Banana and you're able to pick it up. Have to appreciate that. Double up now on the Liquid side. Something that we saw out of Mad Lions when they were playing the CT side too. So interested to see how it's going to be playing out. NAF is all the way up at 18 kills. Waro, though, at 19.
Yeah, Waro has had an excellent game thus far. A lot of that on the CT side, though. I think he was on 16 kills on the CT side at the very least. So not finding as much success on the offense. But either way, he's still the top fragger. Good nade over the second mid.
They still have this very passive defense. They're not holding quad or arch here. I mean, Fallen is, but all the way back. It's going to be a free kill, taking down Borup through the smoke. JL, I don't know how he saw that. Elige is going to be bested by Sorsal, and it leaves it back into a 3-on-3. Grim down in the pit, and he just has to buy time. The longer he can stay alive, even a couple of seconds here, makes a big difference. They probably know that he's down here. You can see JL is right on top of him. Flashbang, but Grim is looking for it. Bomb is being planted before they even find anything. And that's so interesting. They must know that Grim is down here in the pit, but they've just ignored him. Now Naf and Stewie have shown up. There's a bit of an activation for Grim, taking down Waro. That's a big kill. And now the rest of Mad Lions, they're so weirdly split between these positions. Naf will find JL, and Sorsal on his own 1 versus 3. It's a good shot to start it off with. He tries for the spray. He does get the kill, but he can't finish off Naf inside of the smoke. And that is a big win for Team Liquid.
Grim does such a great job just staying alive. He finds 2 kills on the round, but the fact that he was able to buy that much time, it takes away so many angles in a post plant if you do not have control of the pit. We saw that Mad Lions force the plant before they could even take care of him. They didn't want to charge him down, test him, and that's their undoing. Sorsal, that is, he made this very competitive at the very end, but for the majority of that round, it was very Liquid favored. Grim, again, he's having a pretty quiet game, but some of those moments right there, you just know he's doing his job. There's not a lot more you should even ask of him to do.
Harder than it seems. I mean, it just looks like he's sitting still for a long time, but there's a lot of pressure in that moment to try and do something. And the fact that he stayed alive. I wonder if they even knew it. It kind of felt like they lost track of him maybe, but that's where it's important to know who you've already fought and killed, because they should know Grim is that pit player.
Yes. The fact that he even peeked out really before the retake was on to take one down, that's just something that Mad Lions also are never going to expect. If he's sitting in pit, he's going to wait for the other players.
Yeah.
But that was some great initiative on his part. And we've got retake nades for the top of car. Naf has the molly out, but Waro's holding the angle.
There comes the flashbang. Waro back on the angle, and he's going to be more accurate. Fallen looked like he had the flick, but Waro will take him down instead. Going to be a nade landing. Does some good damage to JL, but they still get the opening that they wanted. Grim goes down, Elige with a refrag. And now he's going to be back for more. Could have almost transferred that on there. A bomb site is open for the bomb plant. No trouble there. Stewie and Naf. Is it? Maybe it's worth it to look for a kill. Maybe try a boost. No, they're just going to back on out. They don't even want to risk it at all.
Yeah, they have an op. And they don't want to go for anything yet. Mad Lions kind of taking control of apartments with some great procedures. It seems like Grim was pushing down the halls, and that's when they caught him out with a late peek. I'd love to see the replay, though, to know exactly how that halls fight broke down. But Mad Lions, they actually were working kind of two parts of the map at the same time. They were peeling off of Banana as the apartment hit was happening, which probably caught Liquid off guard a little bit in terms of the timing of all of that happening. But it's good enough for a second. Scoreline is tied.
Still very curious about the lack of those aggressive Stewie pushes coming down to the bottom of Banana.
Yeah.
I wonder if they've been studying Mad Lions' sort of default nade spread on Banana and just feel like it's not worth it. It's typically something that we see quite a bit.
Yeah, I'm curious if the nades for Mad Lions are just preventing that sort of play from happening outright. Yeah, maybe just good utility from them is making this extra difficult.
They do have some of those deep Molotovs up there. Stewie is waiting behind with an AWP, but didn't want to move forward. They're actually here. They could explode onto this. He can't miss too many shots here, or they're going to be in trouble. Preferably get the first one. Otherwise, him and Naf could actually be overrun. They're going to be around the corner. Oh, it's right past two people. And Naf is on his own. He's going to have to do everything right here. They burn a little to the Molotov, but it is not enough to make a difference. Nice shot from Stewie.
It's the bomb.
Naf, actually. Yeah, it is the bomb. It's in construction. Why? Why is the bomb back there? That is a big mistake for Mad Lions. That could cost them everything here. And Naf is now just running wild on the back of the bomb site. A double kill on him. Triple now that he's found JL, and the round is done. Nobody dies on the side of Liquid. I can't believe what we just saw.
I can't believe someone would go into the construction site with the bomb. That is... Oh, that's a mistake for Mad Lions. But either way, it was a great hold from Naf and Stewie. The fact that Naf is able to stay alive so long, gets kills, he's just poking, he's prodding, and he's doing a great job back here. It must be stated, it must be said, he is really thriving. When they test Naf, he's come up.
Yeah, in a massive way. And he was isolated for so long. I actually thought there's probably no chance he's going to make it out here with more than one kill. And he got 3 of them instead. 13-12, no bomb plant. Oh man, you have to wonder almost if at that moment, if you're that player, you even just think, damn, I didn't even know that I had the bomb. I mean, that can happen, right? It looked like...
Even if they kill Stewie and Naf in the site, it's still such an uphill battle because all the rotations are going to be there, and you're never really wanting to play retake on a construction back B site area. That's very, very tough. But this time around, we saw this in the pistol. Yeah.
Oh, this time for the coffins. Stewie is getting ready to catch the nade. Oh, actually, they're going to throw it the other way. I thought maybe they're going to try and double nade the coffins, which you can also do from that position. But they do a bit of damage to Naf. And they are trying for it again. They feel like something in that last round could work. They want to see if they can give it another shot. The mollies to the back here of New Box are not going to do too much. Counter Molotov comes out to slow them down. Stewie actually trying to body block that smoke, but will be unsuccessful. These nades won't do too much. I mean, it'll stop them from having to check the corner, but they need the kills. TMB will supply one of them. The boost is still there in spite of the double nade, and maybe that catches them off guard. Waro is still taking down Naf. 19 seconds on the clock, and Fallen trying to play there, but TMB, he's just one step ahead. He knew that was one of the dangers in that 3-on-4, and he shuts it down.
Yes. Great execute from Mad Lions. Flashes, mollies, everything to make that incredibly difficult for Stewie and Naf. And so they found the problem. They recognize that their standard exec is something that they should trust. And Mad Lions, they continue to keep this game competitive.
I think that's a sort of a specific kind of boldness as well to have, to go for a strategy like that and have it blow up, killing no one, and then call almost the same strategy, kind of different nades, but still the setup outside of B and just go for a full execute and then having it work. That suggests you know what you're doing.
And they didn't even necessarily keep the A defense that honest.
No.
There was not the most forward positioning for Liquid towards bracket, but if Liquid had made any sort of mid-peak, bracket peak, anything, they would have known what was happening there. So Mad Lions probably a little bit lucky that there was no fast flank or over-rotation from Liquid, but we'll see if they continue to be lucky, if they continue to call these B hits. They've been working.
Speaking of which, I'd love to see Fallen peek second mid with the orb early. If you can get the jump over, that'd be a cool way to do it. Oh, wow. He's gone, but Fallen, that is an important refrag. He does run through the Molotov and nearly dies from it, so a bit unfortunate, but at least he managed to bring it back into a 4-on-4. They're leaving Stewie over on the B bomb side on his own.
He's just playing towards CT. He was even considering rotating on earlier in the round, Stewie. And so he will be the one-player contested. There's a little bit of a retake towards bracket, so Liquid will know what's happening. And Stewie has stopped these players with the smoke, but Bork just runs on through. This is a free bomb site now. Oh no, Stewie denies entry through the smoke. Almost a second kill too.
A lot of damage on Waro to back it up. This is so scary. Stewie comes charging through. He gets a quad kill at the end. That is so classic Stewie, isn't it?
No way! He just pushes right there. One flash to set him up, runs on through, and he says, there's a job I didn't complete. I need to finish it right now.
Oh, man. Nobody was expecting that. They did not see it coming. No one could have seen that coming. Dren feeling it. Wow. Oh, no. We've got the return of Sad Lions now.
Yep, it's back. It is back, and Stewie is pumped. The body language in the Liquid camp has looked better at the showdown than I've seen recently. Other tournaments, it's been up and down. There's been some hands on foreheads. There's been some leaning back. It's actually, it hasn't been a great look, but somehow Liquid right now, they look confident. They're playing confident, and their results show that it's working.
28th round. That is, he's on his own in that setup. I mean, it takes a long time before anyone else is there with him. That is such an insane output. 14-13. Mad Lions are still in this game. They can still do a lot. TMB nearly catching it, but there's two people. Naf, who has been, he's been playing out of his mind in this game. He's 25 kills. There to help his teammate out, saving Stewie in that moment.
Naf is simply so consistent on Inferno.
Yeah.
He is such a premier player on this map. Stewie, though, he doesn't know that a player lurked over. Oh, Borup has found a timing, and if he wins this 1v1, that could be huge. Yep, there it is. That's an in that Mad Lions never would have expected that they had. We see that their positions aren't even ready to pounce upon that opportunity, but there's a re-aggress towards bracket from Fallen. It's a great position to hold onto. Dodges the flash, takes down JL, and Elige tries to strike from the other side.
Aid is there. Sorcel gonna take Elige, but Fallen back for more. He's missed a couple of crucial kills, I feel like, in this second half, but he's come alive in this round just when they needed it. Just on the edge of bringing it to a series point. Waro and Sorcel left. 37 seconds. Very hard to bring it back into this game or into this round. Grim is down in the pit, and he could just stay down there. Leave Fallen to do what he can. Fallen could maybe try and fall back in the bomb site. Then they have a crossfire setup. Very hard to dig anyone out of this here. And Fallen just shoulder peek once. Definitely knew. Gonna be another kill make it a triple, why don't you? Sorsel, he's so low on health, and he's got no time. They're almost worth it to try and save if you can. Back on out. He's going to get found by Naf. It's a 15th round on the board for Liquid. They just need one more to send Mad Lions packing and book a ticket to Royal Arena.
It's coming together for Liquid now. Every play getting found out, or at least there's a refrag. Mad Lions, their backs are against the wall. But sometimes that's when a beast is most fierce.
This is where the magic is. It's got to be that, right? They're going to have to bite their heads off here in the next 2 rounds.
We saw what happened in the G2 comeback. There were some crazy moments, some individuals that have shown that they belong here in the finals of the showdown, and I can't expect that they'll go out with a whimper. I think that Cuban, TMB, they have shown a wealth of strategies that could be employed here. It's not over yet.
No, they've made their way so deep, much further than anyone would have imagined here, Mad Lions. But only one of these 2 teams can make it into the arena. And Liquid, 5 kills away at any moment right now. AK, 2 MAC-10s, 2 Deagles. You need a really solid play to make this round work here for Mad Lions. You need someone to overperform. The return of the Deagle would be a welcome one right now for them. Elige pushing down to find Sorsel, just taking all the air out of Mad Lions surely in this round already.
That's a huge push. It looks like Mad Lions were setting up for what may have been a set piece towards the short side of A, and losing a player means you have to rethink whatever the strategy is. Someone has to maybe throw a nade that they're not comfortable throwing. Something needs to change now, and you see Mad Lions, they're kind of just rethinking this. Like the positions that they're in, that kill on Sorsel has Mad Lions shook already.
Still over a minute. If they need to get out of these apps, they need a flashbang or something to set them up. Gonna come through the middle, I believe. They're getting ready for it. MAC-10 leading the charge, gets the jump down, but Elige will catch him mid-air. Grim with a headshot to drop wall. And this is not looking good for Mad Lions. Borup and TMP are left, and it's not enough. He's on his own here. The captain of the team, they go down, and Liquid, they're in the arena. They're gonna join everyone else there in Royal Arena in Copenhagen. It's gonna be a real show now that Liquid are playing this well.
Incredible CT sides from Liquid. Push them over the edge in all of the series that they played. These defenses that they're putting together, they are hard to handle. Doesn't matter how many brains you have in the server against Liquid, it feels like they are always catching these plays, the strategies. Nothing is working against this team, and that's how they booked their ticket to the showdown. Through the showdown.
Through the showdown. The format is unbelievable. It's so hard to make it through. The fact that Mad Lions got this deep in is in itself kind of shocking and kind of impressive. But Liquid able to pull through at the end. Really an amazing job, I've got to say. And this isn't one of those, that, you know, they kind of made it, but they didn't look that good. I really like this version of Liquid. I think this is, if they can keep this form through the major and into the actual finals, it's going to be amazing.
It's something to be excited about. They have been playing so well, and Stewie performing this well now. Now Liquid have the weapons they need. The tools they need are there. It's about putting all the pieces together. This team now becomes very scary.
They look that way. Surely even Pimp must be impressed by this.
A tear of a CT side coming off of Liquid. Pimp, are you impressed of that victory for Liquid?
I am impressed by Team Liquid. I think they played a good tournament. I think they've been doing a good job. We showed signs of weakness, but I think, you know, this is just the beginning for Team Liquid. They just got into Europe to their boot camp leading up to the major, and already now we're seeing a lot of positive signs coming out of them. Of course, due to K, as we discussed, we know Elise is a known quantity, but Nefla as well. After the summer break, he's been the best performing player. So there's a lot of things that is pointing in the right direction for Team Liquid.
And that's what's so positive about this win as well, the fashion, the style that Team Liquid are allowed to cement this in. Sure, we weren't expecting Mad Lions to be making it this deep into the tournament, but Liquid, you were saying at Maniac, they weren't underestimating their opponent coming into this.
No, and neither should they. Neither should they. Mad Lions made life really hard for Liquid on that second map. Look, their CT side for Mad Lions was very strong, but what I appreciate is Liquid being able to just, you know, scrap one round here and there. That is such a huge difference. All the rounds they had, aside from a string of 2, were isolated rounds for Liquid, which meant they had to fight for every single one of them. But as soon as they move on to the second half, once more, you have the DNA of Liquid shining through with that rock-solid CT half. Nowhere you can find a hole in that defense. It was very complicated for Mad Lions. Once I had that very good B execute, but that was about it. Every single time they were repelled, and if they were on site, they were retaken. That was a strong CT side for Liquid once more.
And I love the individuals that we get to see step up from Liquid as well. You were pointing out in Liquid's last game, Pimp, you know, we didn't really talk too much about Naf, didn't really have too much hype for him coming into this, but man, he really showed up on the grounds of Inferno.
He's been in a great form ever since the summer break, and he's currently the best performing player coming out of Team Liquid, and that's a positive sign, a very positive sign for Liquid. He's much needed. He used to be, I would say, at least one of the 10 best players in the world in the period where they were winning everything, and people kind of sleep a bit on Naf, and he's maybe been sleeping on a bit of himself as well. Haven't really been performing up to the level we expect from him, but in this tournament and in basically ever since the summer break, Naf has been in great shape. Same goes for Stewie, same goes for Elise, so there's a lot of positive sign coming out of Liquid right now.
Yeah, talking about Stewie as well, sure, he wasn't up there in terms of putting the numbers on the board at the same rate as Naf, but the impact kills that he had, particularly towards the latter half of that map, was just so impressive.
And this is what is so great about this map from Stewie. I agree with you. If you just look at the numbers, you might think, oh, that was an average map from Stewie, nothing to be excited too much about. But the fact that he struggled a little bit and then went on to have massive impact towards the last 2 to 3 rounds speaks volume. Speaks volume to his ability to go out, make the difference, take the risks, even though he is not having the best of game. And you need that. Liquid need that. Liquid need to know that no matter what form, no matter what kind of success Stewie is having in the game, there is going to be that moment, which we are looking at right now, where he is going in and he's making the damn difference. Doesn't matter if he's having a bad game. This was huge from Stewie, and he pushed him through the finish line.
Well, speaking of that particular round, we do have a mic'd up moment from the Team Liquid side of the server.
I'm gonna molly triple as well.
Molly triple is a must.
Okay, on same lane. Come on, Braco with the phone.
Let's
CT.
above CT.
No, you need to go group.
I have a flash in a bit.
Yeah, we'll push as well. CT alone. We can push. One more hit, low. 2 low. Can you flash full?
Yeah, flash full right now. I'm planting CT.
Get back side, Bodo.
One on the left.
Nice! Nobody knows how to smoke criminal, dog!
I love the confidence coming out from Stewie there, and that is what is so dangerous when he gets in that zone. You see him just flicking back, forth, back. It's just so clinical from him.
It's Stewie 2K, the smoke criminal, the guy who is never afraid of going through a smoke and going for a duel. And often, you know, lately it hasn't been working for Stewie 2K, but more and more we see him coming alive, and I think he's going to be a key when it comes to Liquid and the major changes.
Yeah, and then, I mean, going forward for Liquid as well, we're talking about it, they're going to be at the full finals, they're going to be at the major as well. And we're talking about teams sort of reaching that peak, reaching the precipice of greatness at the right time. I think things are really looking up for Liquid going forward.
It's looking better. It's looking better. We said at the beginning of this tournament that Liquid came to Europe to kind of reclaim their rights, their claim at winning trophies, being champions, something that we have taken away from Liquid. If you just like look at the few months, now it's looking better. They beat VP, they beat Mad Lions, they qualify for the fall finals. This is exactly what you need, and you have the major in about a week now. It's in about a week. And it starts.
2 weeks for Liquid. They go into the legend state, so they have a little more time to prepare, and that's my point as well. They just got into Europe. They just got into practice in a good environment. So if this is Liquid after a couple of days in Europe with a couple of days of European practice, what happens at the major when they enter it in 2 weeks?
Yeah, no, it's going to be really exciting to see that going forward. Of course, unfortunately for Mad Lions, that does mean they are eliminated from the tournament. They came so tantalizingly close for them, though. And we heard it from TMB after their victory versus G2. He was saying, you know, coming into this, they weren't expecting to get this deep into the competition at all, let alone making it to the grand finals.
And it remains an amazing run for Mad Lions. I think there's no other way to put it. No one expected them to make it to this final of the bracket. No one expected them to beat G2, to make life hard for Liquid. If you're Mad Lions now, I guess the challenge is to reiterate. The challenge is to remain relevant at that level. But what is very complicated for them is that, sure, at this event, they had the opportunity to play against Tier 1 Counter-Strike. They had the opportunity to be, you know, I'd say the challenger pushing towards the favorite. Now they're going to have to go back to Tier 2 and maintain that level of success. And boy, do we know Counter-Strike is not the same. This is not as easy as that. You cannot just say, oh, you know, we just beat G2, so we're going to go to this Tier 2 tournament and win everyone. No, that is not how it works. So for Mad Lions, I'd say the hardest begins right now. They have the hardest task. Remain relevant. Keep improving. Keep kind of building on that success and that confidence.
Yeah, and building on that success, you know, that is a tall task, as Maniac was literally just saying. And coming into this, we heard, I can't remember which player it was exactly, but literally in the first interview we heard from the side of Mad Lions, they were saying, and they were coming into this, is a learning experience. So much like some of the other underdogs of the competition, where they're coming in here, having the opportunity to play against tier 1 competition. So we can't look down on them for that, because they really did step up and impress.
They did. In itself, just qualifying for this tournament, coming through the European qualifier with all these open qualifiers and all these teams you have to beat in either to get in here, I think that in itself was impressive by Mad Lions. The win against G2 is the one that sticks out to me, because that was a well-fought game. G2 surely didn't play a good tournament, but to beat them and to punish them for their mistakes and actually send them out of the tournament and break Nico's promise of making it to the Royal Arena, that's a highlight right here for Mad Lions. I think that was a good tournament for them, and they can be super, super proud of what they've achieved.
So looking forward for Liquid, going towards a major, coming towards the full finals, what are you seeing on the cards for them? Are there still some improvements that you want to see being made? Are there still things that we've seen here that you hope to see them building upon and kind of reiterating going forward?
Okay, so what we need to keep from this tournament, if they can just transfer it, would be the CT side. Like, that's my one thing. Whenever Liquid found success in over the years, with that core in the lineup, the CT side was rock solid, and we need to keep seeing that. That is a must-win for Liquid. Now, the T side, I thought that they were able to find solutions. Still a couple of scrappy rounds, couple of moments where Mad Lions or whoever was playing against them, VP for that matter, were making life hard for them on the T side. So I guess my kind of focus would go on the T side, but for the defense, just keep doing what you're doing, because this is working.
Well, it's time to hear from the victors themselves, as Naf had a few words to give to James Banks after that win.
So, Naf, first of all, Liquid take down Mad Lions 2-0, but you've also qualified to the full finals. How does it feel?
Obviously, yeah, it feels amazing to qualify because it's an event that's going to be in an arena, and it's going to be in a packed arena. So that's obviously something everyone's been looking forward to get back to. So it's honestly amazing to get back into an arena and just kind of feel like it's the old days again. So nothing but thrilled.
Getting back to some normality, right? That's what we've been waiting for. But I also want to talk about this Nuke to start off with, that they obviously picked into. They thought they would have a good chance against you, maybe trying to abuse some of your recent results on Nuke. Did you guys expect it to come through?
Yeah, for the Nuke pick, yeah, we had like some, I think that was like the map we thought they're going to pick the most, to be honest. So yeah, it's something that we had prep on. We kind of knew going into it. So, and yeah, even myself, like I looked at some of their Nuke VODs before and to see like what they do. So yeah, as a team, we're really prepared for the Nuke pick, and obviously with our preparation and everything Eric and Fallen and the team has done, it all paid off in the end.
Now, one thing that did happen, at least when it came to Inferno, was there was a bit of fight back from them, right? 10-5 first half, you guys climbing into it, but some very close rounds. They kept trying to abuse the B site as well towards the end of it all. I was a little bit worried for you guys, though, when you get to these rounds where you start to have a chance to close it out and then it slips away. So what changed this time in order for you guys to stay strong and take it?
I just think we definitely we've played so many Inferno games where it's just we kind of know what to expect, and things especially things not to do, heroic type stuff. But it's a bunch of things we've learned so many, just we've been in, Inferno is just that map where it just becomes that grueling map in the end, where it's just so close, it's so tight, and it's just all about who's willing to take that extra step to get that kill, and it all comes down to the pressure and all that. And I feel like that's something we've been training a lot recently, especially with Inferno and all the late games. So yeah, we're definitely it definitely helped us with all the past games that we have played, where it's been nothing but a grueling session brawl in the end. So yeah, we're feeling it towards the end, and we knew we would be able to take it home.
And what about you personally? You seem to be feeling it across the entire series here. When we look at you on the cameras, you don't really show as much emotion as some of your other teammates. You seem very focused throughout all of it. Is this just the NAF way to get it done, and then you come out and you're like, cool, done my job?
I mean, yeah, I don't know. I'm just I'm just here for a good time. I'm here to play. I'm here to just do my best and give all I can for my team. And right now for this event, I felt like I was playing really well. So I'm kind of just on the confidence high in my head with just playing I just feel really confident. Especially recently, even in the past tournaments, I've just been feeling really confident playing, and for me, that's everything for me, because I feel like I'm a player that doesn't really put in too much time. I kind of just show up and I play, and it's all about feel on the server, how I'm feeling, and just it's all mental for me in the end of it on how I perform. So yeah, and at the end of the day, it's confidence is key. Confidence can beat anything.
And would I be right in saying that you're not really affected by what else goes on around you?
Yeah, no, I try my best to not let anything affect me or anything like that. At the end of the day, with Counter-Strike nowadays, I believe there's no easy wins really. Never can go into a game oh yeah, it's gonna be a clean one. We got this. So nowadays in Counter-Strike, you need to have a really strong mental fortitude if you want to like stay in these games and come back. Because you can see like even in this game, I think we're down like 8-2 on T side, and we were able to come back, at least get those 3 rounds, and those 3 rounds helped. It was a close game in the very end. So at the end of the day, you just need to stay in it until the very end, because you never know that one extra round you might get might be the round that you need at the very end. So
that's what it's all about. And lastly, I just want to see how big of a help and boost to the team is getting this win here and qualifying for the full finals, especially considering the majors right around the corner.
Yeah, I mean, it feels amazing to get to obviously qualify for the arena. It's obviously something we all want. It's great for us to hear, because obviously recently we've been having a lot of setbacks. You know, we had that blunder with the heroic thing. We went back home for the RMR. We got 3rd. We didn't even win it. So it's just been it's nice to have some sort of like finally, like, you know, something's kind of going our way here a little bit. So obviously it feels good for all of us to just kind of like get a win and kind of get that qualifying spot. So I'm nothing but happy, and the rest of the team is definitely happy. So
well, let's see how it goes continuing at the major. Naf, thank you very much for your answers, man. Congratulations once again. We'll see you soon.
Thank you.
A huge victory from Team Liquid to cement themselves at the full finals. We are also going to have the absolute pleasure of catching up with Fallen after that incredible victory. First of all, massive congratulations, man.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, thank you very much. It was great.
I do want to ask just what the team mentality, what the vibe is like now. We know we're going to be seeing you in the major. You are guaranteed to be making it to the full finals on LAN. How does that feel for the team? What's the mood like?
Yeah, it feels great to be going to play on the Royal Arena. For me, it's going to be personally the very first big tournament back to LANs, where we're going to experience the crowd. So it's very cool for us to be able to experience that together. And it feels amazing. We're going towards a major with a big achievement that is getting to the spot. So it feels great.
Fallen, congratulations. You mentioned the major. That is also a question that I have. It's very close. It's now a few days. Does that make you guys feel better, more motivated to have this major around the corner?
It definitely helped us to get a little bit more confidence going into it. You know, we just saw on other tournaments in other games, you know, some underdog stories where people are coming by and they can do magic, just like we just witnessed it on International recently with Team Spirit winning it. And for the major, we know that we are definitely not one of the favorites, but I honestly think that we can beat pretty much all teams in the world at the moment. It's just that the consistency sometimes is not there. So this win definitely helps us getting a little bit more confident towards our game plans and towards how we want to approach the game. All those games that we're playing as well, they're all opportunities to be talking about how we want to approach the games and to really shape up our game. So it's great. I think we're going with a strong mentality and with confidence to that tournament.
And how confident are you in your role currently in Team Liquid? Because we've spoken a bit to Stewie and Adrian, who said that you have a lot of different voices within the team. By the server, by the way you're playing right now, it looks like to be working, and Stewie as well is starting to play well. How confident are you in your role right now in Liquid?
So the way I like to control my team and the way I like to be in game leading is literally making sure we do all the prep before our games. So for me, the most important job is done before the match starts. It's literally having everyone on the same page in terms of how we want to approach the game. We have some difficulties inside the team because sometimes we definitely think a little bit different on some occasions. So sometimes it's get to have everyone on the same page, but that's within time as well. We have been only playing for 9 months, and some situations they're just unique, and the meta keep changing a little bit. So you gotta be upgrading some of our strategies, some of your ideas for rounds. But overall, in game lead on this team, when I try to apply my style, I need to share a lot of responsibility with my teammates. And I'm glad that I have teammates like Stewie and John, mainly because they're the ones that really help me up during the rounds, trying to really set which kind of strategy you're going to do. And, you know, if I call something, I have an idea on how the round should be played. They're going to give you more details. They're going to help with the details on getting it done. And this is very important because I'm up, you know, and in game leading as well. You know, if it's impossible to do that if I have to micro control everyone, you know. So it's great to have mainly Stewie on that regard because he's a great game leader as well, and he's very, very, very good on those details. He knows what needs to be done. He can understand the game pretty well, have good reads on what's happening. So that's great.
It surely looks good on the server, and again, as you said, you won this tournament quite convincingly as well. I just have one more question for you, Fallen, because I remember an event at Royal Arena where you turned the entire thing into a graveyard, and I just got a simple question. Do you plan to do that once more?
Say it again, sorry?
Do you plan to turn the entirety of Royal Arena into a graveyard once more?
Oh yeah, that was quite special, and that's the first BLAST tournament that happened in Denmark.
You ruined the party for everyone.
We it, quite a run. We're about to get out of the tournament, and then because I think there was a tie between other teams, we were able to go to playoffs, and then we won it. yeah, that's where Bad Fallen showed up first, right? That's when he always started. So yeah, hopefully I'm going to be able to relive some good memories there and put up a good show.
I still got nightmares from that one.
Fallen, we were discussing coming into this as well, the fact that you yourself, you've been at over 50 big arena LAN events. Your teammate Grim hasn't been to any. So are you going to be helping him to get prepared for the major and for the full finals as well? How is the team approaching that?
I try to help Mike the most I can on every single aspect. Like nowadays, I'm not doing that much, but on the past, we have been watching all the demos, all the. He would record his practices. I would go over for him and kind of give some comments on what I think he's thinking, what he should be thinking. So giving my input on what he can get better. So because we have a lot of experience on how to play some situations and how to use utility, for example, and some of those things. If you really want to give a hand, and try to help the guy, he's gonna get it faster. So I think those times with Mike already passed, I think he's developing super well. He's such a great aimer. He solves so many situations because of his incredible skill. And he's getting smarter and smarter every day passes. Like, he's a very reliable player. I like him playing with Mike. And because he's going to be playing one of his first big few lands, I definitely think he's going to feel it a little bit. I mean, it's impossible not to feel it. But I just hope that he's going to feel that we all support him in the team and we're going to have a great time together there.
Well, a thoroughly deserved win for the Liquid side. Fallen, congratulations once again. Thank you so much for checking in with us.
Thank you very much, guys. Have a good one.
It was also a valiant effort from the side of Mad Lions. We do have Cuban with a few words upon their departure from the showdown.
So Cuban, unfortunately, the dream runner does end here at Liquid. I want to start with the first map, though, and your pick of Nuke going into it. Obviously, it's been a map that has been quite shaky for Liquid, and I'm guessing you guys did some serious preparation for it. But what do you see as the corner pieces to what went wrong on that map?
Yeah, that's true. We had pretty good game plan. Probably have seen our pistol round and second round. It was made on purpose, of course. We knew of how they approach A side on second rounds, and yeah, it worked super well. We had a couple of plans early round, which also paid off. We had advantages for 4v3, 5v4s. Unfortunately, we couldn't continue to play this good mid-round calls. We were somehow too much in hurry, I would say, and we lost, I think, 4 rounds we should have not. So yeah, that's a bit have broken our T side. On CT, fully honest, still I think this important games for the young guys. It's hard for them to remember the key points from the pre-game anti-stratting, even though we are reminding them before the start of the half. It's still tough. So we did wrong over rotations when we doubled up positions. We didn't get kills because of somebody hide too much, or and we gave them a lot of space as well. Like, instead of, like, when we play against better team, we should always try to break their plan, especially by pushing lobby or countering their smokes outside. But yeah, even though I've mentioned those, we just couldn't enforce it, and yeah, it was just the bad play by us on Nuke for sure.
And just looking at Nuke in a bit more detail, we also noticed that Waro, for example, because of CT side, and obviously maybe losing the rounds, not getting the rounds you needed, he wasn't with the AWP so much. We saw him quite a lot of the time on the rifle. How much do you think that hindered you?
Yeah, that's true. I think we should have had more impact from the AWP on the map, around the map. But sometimes we just having different game plan, and yeah, we just try to focus more on holding the majority of the team around heaven and being ready for fighting wherever it was needed. But this time it didn't work. That's pretty much it.
And on Inferno, right, it was a very good start from you guys. Then we saw Liquid actually be able to get it to a 10-5 scoreline, but you'd still say you could be in the driving seat with it. And it was very competitive, especially towards the end where you guys decided to hit on to B. There was obviously the one round that didn't go well. Then you found a success by kind of rerunning the strat again. But it then seemed like Liquid was wise to it. So do you think it became a bit too predictable?
Yeah, I guess so. It could have been. We lost similar round yesterday, and I think we still having some issues on timing the utility we threw for the XX. It was the round we lost on 13-12, I think it was, for them. I think we just tried to pop B instead of smoking CT. We just wanted to cross fast and just catch them off guard on site. Yeah, unfortunately we smoked. They just spam us through the smokes, and yeah, they played really well with utility on B while retaking us. They were making chaos, and we just couldn't plant the bomb. Even in the pistol round, we didn't have time for it. We just slept over a bit, and yeah.
And even though you are eliminated here, right, I think that the overall thought of the team is that you guys have had some good results and shown that you can compete at the top. So what's next for you guys? What's the plan going forward?
The next, I think, first of all, we have to do summary of what have happened during this event. Looking back how quickly we have improved from the major. Like at the major, we just improved each game. Like each game was just better and better, and we ended up winning 2 games. If we would have woken up before, maybe we could go through the group. Just guessing again. But yeah, if we just do the summary and take the good conclusions out of the games we played, and yeah, just implement more things and make our game better. What's next? I think we have qualified some LAN in Argentina, and I'm not really sure about, like, there is so many rounds going through my mind from this game, so I cannot focus. But yeah, I think this is the closest plan, and DreamHack qualifier as well. Close quali happening on Wednesday and Thursday, I think, this upcoming week.
And overall, just to end this, are you proud of what you guys managed to achieve, even with the loss here, right? Are you proud of how far you did come?
Of course, like we need to, like, I bought a champagne for today. So I was ready to celebrate. I still believe every time we play that we can win. Like, without confidence, it doesn't make sense to even show up for the game, right? So I of course believe that we can even beat Liquid 2-0, and I forgot the question.
Just to see if you were proud of the team, mate.
Yeah. Of course, I'm proud of the team. Like every step forward, every level up, it's experience the players are gaining. So I'm of course proud of the improvement we are making. Yeah, definitely.
Awesome. Well, Cuban, go off and enjoy the champagne. I'm sure you can find a way to drink it and enjoy it in some way. And we'll see you real soon, no doubt. I'm wishing you the best of luck going forward, mate.
Hoping for invitation next season, guys.
There we go. Thanks, Cuban.
Thank you, guys.
See you later.
Enjoy the LAN event.
Cheers, fun, mate. We'll see you soon.
And Kuban, rightly so, should still be popping that bottle. An impressive showing from Mad Lions. Nobody expected them to make it this deep into the competition. A thoroughly deserved result for them. Of course, another team that will be proud of those showings. Our CS Money Play of the Day. You guys know the deal by now. Make sure you get those votes over on Twitter. Of course, sadly, there's no broadcast tomorrow, so we will be announcing the winners of the CS Money Play of the Day on Twitter as well. I believe we have Shush up with some action in our first potential clip.
Yeah, I'm ready to see some Shush action, especially on Inferno. He was doing a good job holding down Pit, and with the M4, he managed to make it very, very hard for OG and eventually winning the game as well. Well done by Shush, moving around, Molotovs flying left, right, and center, but he's getting it done.
As a second candidate, we have a little bit of a flick action coming in from Elige, and you better watch because this is about to be very quick. Look at this nice move, and then flick onto Burr, half second. Even in replay, it goes too fast for me. I can't even see it.
That's dirty. That's just straight up dirty from Elige. Another thing that's dirty, that's Stewie2K, and especially when he's walking through smokes and when he's doing all the good stuff with the M4. Stewie2K has found himself again. He's playing at a high level, and apparently he just loves to walk and shoot through these smokes. This was once again fantastic from Stewie. We saw it yesterday in Overpass, and we get to see it one more time today.
Yeah, and it's such an instrumental point in that the second map of that series and eventually the end map for Liquid. Of course, we can check in with our brackets to see exactly how all the action went down. The biggest upset of the tournament really is Mad Lions making it to that grand final. Unfortunately, couldn't push it over the line, but as we said time and time again, a valiant effort from a squad that we really didn't expect to be making it that deep.
Very valiant effort from Mad Lions for sure. Obviously pushing aside G2, who were one of the favorites to qualify for the fall finals. But I have to be honest with you, Freya, I'm not complaining. I'm not complaining about Heroic, I'm not complaining about Liquid being at the fall finals. Consider me satisfied because we have a bucket of high-level teams coming over to LAN. And I was just thinking, when we were listening to these interviews, I was thinking about, obviously, the times of yesteryear when Counter-Strike was just, on LAN and normal. Liquid, they were on top of the world. They were dominating. Go back to 2018, go back to 2019. These were the days that they were solid. They were up there. The Inter Grand Slam, we talked about NAF 2 years in a row in the top 10. And now we are slowly walking back towards that. So is there a coincidence that Liquid is playing better? Everything is
dreaming
together.
over there. He's dreaming.
It's coming together. Be ready for that. Who knows? The end of the year, that could be something special.
Well, we're going to see on LAN. We're not going to have to wait very long to find out exactly how that's going to go down. The 24th of November is when the fall final is kicking off. Of course, you guys can join us there. It's a LAN final with a a crowd, baby, at the Royal Arena in Copenhagen. I'm so excited to be seeing everybody there, to be seeing some incredible teams there as well. So make sure you join us for that later on in November. We'll be seeing you there. Thanks so much for joining us.